To those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
On this great American day, y'all, be proud to be an American baseball fan on opening day. That is, unless you're like me, driving in on ESPN and they were talking about Aaron Rodgers to the Vikings.
Ooh.
Come on, man.
Ooh.
It's opening freaking day. Don't give me Aaron Rodgers to the Vikings. I'm already scratching my voice out at 6:00:49, but that's how mad I was in my car this morning. I was like, oh, give me the romance. I can't wait to hear James Earl Jones tell me people will come, Ray. People will most definitely come. Like, yeah, Aaron Rodgers talking to the Vikings. Yes.
Well, Murph, I'm actually a little jealous. You got Aaron Rodgers because I got a lot of LeBron talk this morning driving in about how he called Wendy a weirdo.
Yeah, that was the other one. Yeah, let's definitely talk about LeBron calling Wendy a weirdo, and not the greatest day in the United States of America that reminds you of everything. As James Earl Jones said, that once was good and can be good again. Happy opening day, everybody. It's baseball season. What's KNBR if we're not going to talk all Giants opening day today? Yeah, no Warriors, although wait, the 7-seed Warriors. That's what I'm talking about. Hashtag gulp. Going the wrong direction. Clippers beat the Knicks last night, but we can get into that tomorrow, another day. Warriors don't play till Friday. Which is tomorrow, by the way. But it is Thursday, March 27, 2025. And Marcus, as I say, good morning to you, brother. At 1:10 p.m. today, 4:10 Cincinnati, Ohio time, Hunter Green takes the bump to face, presumably, Lamont Wade Jr. And off we go into the 2025, or should I call it the Buster Posey era. Good morning, brother.
It kicks off today. Good morning, my man. It is a national holiday, in my opinion. We will recognize it and celebrate it on the Murph and Marcus show. Great guest list, and I'm looking forward to just talking ball for 4 straight hours. We hosted the Giants Roundtable yesterday, put in a little overtime work, but Murph, anytime you want to have me sit down and talk baseball and you throw in a couple beers, I'm here for it. So today, in less than about 6 hours, we will have first pitch here in America, and about 7 hours away, first pitch for your San Francisco Giants.
12:10 pregame, and off we go with our first Danny Dunn produced this date in Giants history, which, by the way, is unusual because there was no March 27th in Giants history. So he just had to make one up. That's what we had to do. So we did a little tribute to Logan Webb.
Nice.
But actually, the day gets started with your boys. The Yankees get started
6 hours away
at 12:05. So the first game doesn't come until 12:05 Pacific when Carlos Rodon squares off against Freddie Peralta. Good matchup.
Here comes the rooster. Here comes the
Yankees.
rooster. And yes, Murph, this is my favorite thing about opening day is just looking at the list of probable pitchers, looking at all the pitching matchups around the league. Logan Webb and Hunter Green is one of the best matchups of the day. But we got Skubal versus Snell. You got Paul Skeens going on against Sandy Alcantara today. Like, these are some high-key matchups today. And you know I love pitching, so I'm all over opening day.
Well, I know you love pitching because you went Pirates Marlins.
I'm going Paul Skeens, Sandy Alcantara. Like, that's a great
I know
matchup.
It is. But the poor Pirates and the Marlins. I was thinking about that because it's in Miami. I was thinking Paul Skeens is the next great superstar in the game, and as soon as he can get out of Pittsburgh, he'll go to New York or L.A., whichever. But the point is, I was like, he's in Miami. He'll be pitching in front of about 11,200 down there today.
Show it for Paul Skeens.
The Oakland Roots will get a better crowd than Paul Skeens.
Hey, Livy Dunn might be there.
Hey, who's in the new Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue? I understand.
Nice.
Other ones for you, we just mentioned Peralta Rodon is a very, very good matchup. Zach Wheeler goes against Mackenzie Gore in Phillies Nationals. Always keeping an eye on the Nats for my in-laws out there. Chris Sale, Michael King, Braves Padres.
Oh, that's a good matchup.
It's pretty darn good. You mentioned Skeens Alcantara. I'll give you one. You mentioned Skubal Snell. How about? Excuse me. I had one right there, buddy. It was. Luis Severino against Zach Gilbert up in Seattle.
Severino versus Logan Gilbert.
Gilbert.
In Seattle today.
That's Zach Gallen I was looking at against
Justin Steele today.
Justin Steele of the Cubs, who came on yesterday.
Steele deal.
So Cubs D-back. So it's all going on across America, but the Giants at 1:10. So let's dive in, man. We had a roundtable. Let's recap the roundtable for those who missed it. First of all, those who came out, God bless.
Yeah, shout them out.
God bless you. God bless you. Got in your car. You freaking, George Carlin is a bit where just one day he came out on the stage. He's like, we all got here. He's like, we got here. We got in our cars, made metal machines. We drove at high speeds with other metal machines to get here. He did this whole riff. He's like, you found your seat. You're in a row. He goes, maybe you'll be the row of the year. That's George Carlin. But all those who got in their cars and drove to Presidio, God bless you. And shout out Presidio Golf Club was a really good host.
Fantastic host.
And not a bad Guinness pour.
No, not at all. And some great beers on tap. I had a couple hazies, a couple field works. It was fantastic.
Yeah. And then to the crowd out there, and then to our right, Greg Silver. I told him the great old Mark Twain line, and he was unsure how to take it. Because I think, when you're 26 years old and you've been handed the keys to a major market radio show, you probably have rabbit ears or baby elephant skin, or what do they call it? Baby deer skin?
Baby deer skin.
Yeah, you need the elephant skin, which I'm still working on after all these years. But I said to him, because I think if we did the word count, he spoke the least.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Derek.
I would say.
Maybe Derek.
Yeah, I'd say Derek and Greg Silver got the least amount of takes out.
So I told him, I said, I compliment you, kid, the old Mark Twain line. Better to keep your mouth shut and be thought of a fool than to open it and remove all doubt. I learned that one young. When I used to say stupid things at the table, my dad said that to me. Better to keep your mouth shut and be thought a fool than to open it and remove all doubt.
See, that's good. My dad used to give me advice to never get into an argument with an idiot because someone could walk into the room and think you're both idiots.
They'd say you can't tell the difference.
There it is.
That's the line.
There it is.
Never get in line. Yeah. It's better. It's a little craftier line. There.
So good thing
Somebody
Greg
might walk in
Silver
the room
stayed out
and
of
want
it.
people to tell the difference.
Because the idiots were me, you, Greg Papa, and Copes just screaming at each other to start the show.
Papa with a very interesting strategy. He came out with a strategy. I'm coming pro Farhan.
Well, it started with Derek Papa kind of dropping a bomb and instigating. Because right off the bat, Derek Papa goes, yeah, Farhan's a nerd, which made Greg Papa respond and start defending Farhan. And you can't do that in front of the Murph and Marcus show. Because then we jumped on Papa. We got on top of him. He's like, everybody from this roster is from Farhan. I was like, no, Papa.
Yeah.
The two All-Stars from last year, Elliot Ramos, Logan Webb, Bobby Evans guys.
We went on to point out, he didn't even know Ryan Walker was a Bobby Evans guy.
Yep.
And he didn't know Camilo Duvall.
Yeah.
Robbie Evans.
And
Luis Matos, right? So, and then we said, everybody inherits somebody. I said, Brian Sabian inherited Barry Bonds. Yeah. You know what I mean? And how good was he?
It's part of the game.
But anyway, so yeah, that was a very interesting, explosive strategy early to come out pro Farhan. Juice up the crowd with a pro Farhan take. And then as the day winded on, things settled down a little bit. Kruko came on. It was great. We were all asked for our predictions. And the one thing I just kept saying, and I'm as guilty as anybody, raise my hand. Nobody had the balls to go north of 90 or below 80. Somebody had to do that, and none of us did. We let you down, listeners.
We were all in the median range.
We all said a number in the 80s.
Yeah.
And various people had various results. Like I had 86. Take it to the last week of the season, but you missed the playoffs. But I said, but it'll be a fun, exciting season, and we'll see progress. Somebody else had 89. Who had 89?
I think that was Papa, G-Pops.
He had 89?
Yeah, he got to 89.
And
I had 85.
Missing the playoffs.
Which, I don't know, Murph. I think 85 gets you in the mix. Because last season, 89 got you into the wild card. Hell, the Diamondbacks won 89, and they missed the postseason. But the year before, the Diamondbacks got in as a wild card team with 84 wins and went all the way to the World Series.
The key to that, Will, was the Mets cratered that year. We're not expecting the Mets with Juan Soto to crater this year.
Why not? They're the Mets.
Okay. Well,
And, I mean, anything can happen in baseball, man. Injuries happen to pitchers.
100%
It's a
true.
long season.
I mean,
that's why I think if they're in the mix, if they're in that 85 range, who knows? Maybe they're playing good ball. Maybe they go on a win streak. If they get hot right before the postseason, maybe they can make a run at that last wild card
if your
spot.
85 gets him in, then my 86 definitely does. But I just feel like, and this was to Papa's credit, he was breaking down the teams they have to hurdle. And if we look at the NL East, the Braves, the Phillies, and the Mets all seem to be teams that you would think would have more wins than the Giants.
You would assume, yes.
I mean, but again, like you said, it's baseball.
Yeah.
Shout out the 2024 Detroit Tigers. Where'd they come from? Came out of freaking nowhere and won and made it to the playoffs last year, right? So those three teams, now, so that means one of those wins the division and presumably take two of the three wild cards, leaves one wild card spot. And then the NL Central, I mean, last year the Cardinals and Cubs won 83, the Brewers won 93, and then you get to our home division, which featured the Padres won 93 last year, the Diamondbacks won 89. I'm not even going to mention the other team.
Blank 'em.
Because we assume that they're going to win the West.
Blank 'em.
So that leaves the Giants in a situation where they'd have to climb over like four teams, Padres, Diamondbacks, Phillies, Mets, Braves, five teams. they'd have to find their way to be a top 3 of those 6 teams.
Yeah,
So
and
those are the marching orders.
That's a tough ask. But hey, strap them up. I got 9 guys. You got 9 guys. Let's go after it.
As we played at the end of the song, at the end of the round table, playoff fever's giving me the chills. Willie Mays and Will the Thrill. Come on, Ashcon, man. I got to tell you, every time I hear it, I get a big fat smile on my face.
Well, I got to say, that was maybe one of the best moments of the roundtable is Murph bringing his own boombox. And you not only played that song, you also played Nothing Like It by La Russell right in Derek Papa's face. My man Murph gets up and starts gigging. Shout out to our digital team. They posted a clip on social media. I retweeted it and gave a shout out to La Russell. And guess what? I wake up this morning and our guy La Russell retweeted me and you gigging on his timeline.
I think our work here is done.
We made it.
I think our work here is done. We got retweeted by La Russell gigging. Marcus has got this hyphy move where he's pulling on the collar and everything.
Gotta pop that collar, Murph.
It looked like it was not your first. I'd say 2 things. One, it looked like it was not your first hyphy dance movement, and it looked like it was my first hyphy dance movement.
But I told him, I was like, I'm not letting my boy Murph go out there and gig by himself. Like, if he's dancing, I'm dancing. We're the new era of the turf fiends. I'm going to get up and start gigging with my boy.
510 said on the text line, we need Murph holding that boombox playing White Boy Summer. That's pretty good. Yeah, all right, guys. Anyway, so we're off and running. It's the Giants. We'll do our own round table here on the morning show. It's opening freaking day. With each minute that passes on the show, we get closer and closer to seeing the Giants and the Reds. And then we're off and running, except for Friday's an off day. And then we're off and running Saturday and Sunday and Monday. And then the home opener a week from tomorrow, and we'll be down at 58 Social. Don't miss it. Always a great event. Always, always, always a great event. So let's get going. More Giants opening day hype next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. And today we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Here are the instructions. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Ooh, bright and early, Provident Credit Union helping you be safe, secure, smart, and grow your savings. Never too early to make the smart move with your money, and my good friends at Provident Credit Union do have that smart, secure way to grow your savings. Listen, Provident Credit Union, we got you covered. So for a limited time, you can earn up to 3.75% annual percentage yield with a pick-a-term certificate. The perfect way to meet your short-term savings goals. You choose from 3, 6, 9, or 12 months. Lock in a high dividend rate and watch your savings grow with zero risk. That's right, no surprises, no guesswork. Just a locked-in rate and total peace of mind. These days, that's valuable. But don't wait. Offers like this don't last forever. Take advantage of the limited time deal. Start earning up to 3.75% today. If you need help getting started, the Provident team is ready to make it easy. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local community branch today. This rate is effective as of March 1st, 2025. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Bumgarner, high drive to left. This baby is way back. Out of here. Bumgarner hits the first home run of the season for the Giants, and it's 2-0. Unbelievable.
Now he swings and he hits a high drive deep down the left field line. A magnificent shot that is long gone. And Bumgarner has put the Giants back ahead. Wow. 4-3 Giants, and Bumgarner has his second home run of the game.
Opening day memories. Turn this up, buddy. This is how we closed the roundtable yesterday. Good old Ashcon. Come on. This is such a moment in time. 15 years ago. But here's the line. This is the line. I'm going to tell you guys, we said this on the air. When he said that line, I mean, this thing started as a small viral video. Nobody knew it was going to blow up. He just put it out, and it could have died. Could have just died off. It didn't. Caught fire. Helped that the Giants kept winning and winning and winning and winning and winning and then won the World Series. But when he said, feels good, but we ain't stopping here, I remember saying on the show, guys, is something happening here? He just said, it feels good, but we ain't stopping here. I mean, like, there's something going on here. That's when Paulie invented particles. Yeah. That was when he did. He's like, yeah, there's particles in the air. And he was right. Feels good, but we ain't stopping here. So shout out Ashcon and the 2010 memories. I don't know if 2025 will produce a similar thing.
Whoa, here's
you never
the thing.
know, buddy.
That's what you love about baseball. Yes. I mean, we can go back to the glory days of 2010, 2012, and 2014. And Murph, I'll ask you, because you were covering the team on an everyday basis. In any of those seasons, were the Giants considered the best team in baseball?
No.
No, not by any stretch.
No.
And that's the beautiful thing about baseball. Get hot at the right time, stack up some wins, and anything can happen.
Yeah, and that's the beauty, man. That is the beauty. By the way, that highlight, and Tony will be giving you guys opening day highlights all day and save them again for next Friday when we're doing the home opener. But that was from April 2nd, 2017, and that was coming off a 2016 year in which they made the playoffs. So they had made the playoffs in 10, 12, 14, and 16, and we thought things were going good.
Even year magic.
Bumgarner went down to Arizona and turned in one of the great opening day performances of all time, pitched his cojones off, hit 2 freaking bombs, and wait for it. You guys remember? They lost the game when Mark Melancon blew the save in the bottom of the ninth.
Mark, my trash can.
Dude, that was, bro.
Ugh.
Do you want to talk about you want to talk about ruining your relationship with the fan base in the first game? People, it started sour from that day, and it never got better, and it got worse and worse, and eventually he left, and now he's like reviled.
You're telling me the start of the Farhan Zaidi era started with a Mark Melancon blown save?
That was Bobby Evans still, 2017.
I thought 2017 was Farhan's
first year was 2019.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, that's okay.
Apologies.
You're good. So that was like Bobby Evans had thought he had done the right thing by going to get Melancon. I remember he's talked about it. He's like, gosh, you guys all wanted a closer. I went and got a closer. Didn't work out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
a lot of money.
Because we were like, oh, yeah, we got to close because 2016, they lost to the Cubs because they didn't have a true closer. And remember, they blew that game, the game 4 at San Francisco, that Matt Moore pitched incredible. And for the first time in our entire lives, Bruce Bochy pressed the wrong buttons. All those relievers in the ninth inning, including Sergio, had a tough outing with him. And and all that, and they walked off the mound, and so everybody's like, well, the Giants are really good. They need a closer. So Bobby Evans went and got Melanson, and then that's what happened.
Yeah.
Then he wore Stretch on the back of his jersey on Players Weekend, when you can wear your own things, and he wore Stretch because we found out that he had done something. He had built a little stretch area underneath the dugout, and they called him Stretch or whatever, and he wore Stretch on the back of his jersey. But because he wasn't having a good year, a lot of old heads said, bro, you think you're Willie McCovey?
Oh, no.
You can't do that.
No.
And things just got worse and worse and worse from there.
That's bad.
So, then when Farhan traded him, do you have the magic wand anywhere on your...
No, that was the Paulie Mack magic wand.
Yeah.
I just got the chuckle.
When he traded him in the trade deadline in 2019, I thought, we got a guy. Farhan's doing things. He's doing work. Not everything Farhan did was bad, which we discussed yesterday. Mm-hmm. Heck, a lot of the players we will see today are Farhan Zaidi draft picks. Tyler Fitzgerald. It's a Farhan Zaidi draft pick.
Patrick Bailey.
Jung-Hoo Lee is a Farhan Zaidi signing.
Yeah. Lamont Wade Jr. hitting leadoff.
Mike Yastrzemski.
I love that trade of flipping. Who was it? Sean Anderson for Lamont Wade Jr.?
I would say that.
There were some good small moves that he made.
I mean, Mike Yastrzemski is the all-timer.
Yeah, that's a find.
Yastrzemski was nothing. He was never going to make the bigs.
That's the number one Farhan find.
He was going to rot away in the Orioles minor league system and never be heard from again. Now he's built a career. I mean, he's built a career where he's the kind of guy like, I know people are upset because he's hitting 215 or 220 or whatever, but he's the kind of guy where, if he finishes as a nice year this year and they have a nice winning season, he's the kind of guy like he could always come back to San Francisco and be welcome.
No doubt.
Like George Contos is, still doing TV. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to compare him to Richie Aurelia. Richie's different. Richie's more iconic, but something like that.
Absolutely.
Like a baby Aurelia. Javi won World Series. So, you know what I'm saying? He's the kind of guy like if Yaz cropped up years from now doing NBC Sports Bay Area postgame, you wouldn't be upset.
No, people love Yaz. And I know some people are divided, to your point, but like as a fan of baseball, I mean, I've mentioned this a few times. I know people will complain about the strikeouts and him hitting the 230s, but he's turned himself into arguably the best right fielder at Oracle Park history. Like, I don't know if there's a right fielder who plays the wall better than Mikey Yaz. So he's a great piece to have on your team as a fourth outfielder, as a defensive replacement, or maybe even as a platoon guy, and that's the role he's kind of fit into here with the Giants.
Yeah, so we'll see how this goes for him. I'd be curious to see in the new world, where he's not supposed to be swinging for the fences and strike out so much, but he does add glove value for sure.
No doubt.
Time to say good morning to young Tony, who declared yesterday, March 26, 2025, as opposed to today, March 27, 2025, my late buddy Harmsy's birthday. Happy birthday, happy heavenly birthday to my guy Harmsy. Everybody go enjoy your day today. But young Tone, you declared March 26 one of the great days of the year.
Absolutely. Good morning.
Yeah.
What's
give
up, Tone?
Give us the positive vibes.
Oh, dude, we loved it. We were out there at 12:10. Cole, myself, Jacob, and then Kyle, I should say, because Kyle was the stick out there. Kyle shot an 86. So the golf was fun, and then the real party started afterwards. Having a few drinks with a bunch of listeners, a few drinks with you guys, a few drinks with Curly. I finally met Hannah Jo.
Oh, you never met her.
Very excited about that.
When I saw
honestly,
Hannah Jo,
the better Jo in the family, if I do say so.
Without question. When I saw, she's a Marin girl. What are you going to do?
There was a couple Curlys in the building yesterday that were ranked higher than John
Yeah,
Joe.
Pat Curley.
Shout out to Pat Curley.
Big fan of Pat Curley. Let's walk right into a pub in County Clare, bump right into Pat Curley. Oh, my God. He's sitting on the stool right there when you walk in. But when I saw Hannah Jo, my first reaction was, let's go to Hawaii right now. Let's freaking drive to SFO, because she was part of that great week in Hawaii where we just had the wonderful time. And every time I saw her, she's kind of like our White Lotus figure. You know what I mean? Like she's
Hannah, no. Tsunami. Buddhism.
You got it, buddy?
Hannah, no.
You got my gal.
Hannah Jo.
There it is. Hannah Jo. There it is. Yeah. So let's go right now. So you had a good. Well, you guys. I got to say, I was willing to roast you guys. You guys walked down 18. You looked like you knew. You looked like you knew what you were doing.
Well, we do, Murph. Come on.
Proud of you guys. I saw Jacob hit a phenomenal bunker shot on 18, and I asked him later. I said, "Did you make the putt?" He goes, "No, I 3-putted." That's what he said.
Damn.
So I guess he has a little trouble with the flat.
Well, I was going to say, you're giving a lot of credit for that chip that Jacob had. But Jacob actually had the highest score out of all three.
Yeah, but I could tell by that bunker shot, he's real. He's probably the only guy who counted his strokes accurately.
I was going to say, maybe he's the only one with an accurate scorecard.
See, I just don't appreciate that. I took an 8 on one of the holes.
Oh,
Come
you
on.
don't appreciate it.
Yeah.
8.
Coming from the two guys who call out BS about my 35 on the 9-hole I played.
Yeah, well, I mean,
see, that's what I'm saying. You want to throw around these accusations, I can throw them back, young Tony.
did it have windmills and clown mouths too in the 35? Like,
Yeah,
it was mini golf.
Yeah, I won a free Slurpee on the 18th hole.
Yeah, I'll take a free Slurpee.
Oh, any day of the week.
Anyway, so I'm glad you had a great round, and shout out Presidio Golf Course, a robust, muscular golf course that featured the great history there, buddy. Babe Ruth used to play out there.
Really?
Yes, when he played wet. And Joe DiMaggio was a longtime member. It was a private course affiliated with the military for years and years and years, decades and decades and decades. That clubhouse we were in yesterday did not exist. The beautiful old clubhouse behind the 9th green. I don't know if you saw it. You probably didn't because it's very kind of understated. There's a little low-slung brick clubhouse back behind the 9th green where the old heads congregated. And Joe DiMaggio had a locker there. Joe DiMaggio was there all the freaking time. So you were trodden. And I know whenever Babe Ruth came to town, it was a military golf course, so they would get him on. So he played there several times.
That's awesome.
You and the Bambino and you and the Clipper, buddy.
Dude, that's awesome. And the course is beautiful. And we walked the whole thing. Phenomenal
Did you
experience.
not feel more satisfied?
Yeah, you could say that, sure. Yeah.
All right.
It was a great time. And honestly, Holer, if you're listening, we got to do more of this. We really enjoyed it. All the fans coming out. It was a really fun experience. Let's go do another event at a golf course so I can play 18 holes. Am I right?
As a guy who kind of has a routine and a nap and a system, the idea of me busting back into the city and hanging out with these guys, we don't have to do it all the time. We don't have to do it all the
But it
time.
was
Once a
worth
year.
it. It
Once
was
a year,
worth it.
twice a year, maybe 3 times.
We could, maybe once a year.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So I could definitely feel my inner clock being disrupted yesterday, but it was all good. All right, let's go. Guest list on a Thursday, March 27, 2025, 3/27/25. Opening freaking day, 1:10 p.m., 12:10 pregame. Logan Webb versus Hunter Green, Giants Reds. We have to figure out if the Giants are going to win this game. All right, what do we got?
Tough
Tone?
matchup.
Coming up early in the show, we are going to have our executive show. Starting off this week, we have Larry Bear at 7:30, and then we have Buster Posey next week.
Oh.
By the way, happy birthday to Buster Posey.
Hey, happy birthday, Buster.
We have Parker Posey saying tsunami, and we have Buster Posey turning 38. How about that? All right.
And then in 3 weeks, Zach Manazian will join the show at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Chris Mad Dog Russo, the tradition continues.
That's awesome.
The opening day hit at 8:15, and then
Phenomenal.
cooler content 8:30.
We've done that so many years in a row. So good. And we've watched his Giants fandom actually wane over the years.
Oh,
too.
my God.
After the Giants won the World Series, he's like, yeah, they did it now. I'm not as excited.
Listen,
Giants, fun, he said. So anyway, go ahead. Yes?
No, and then cooler content 8:30. That wraps it up.
Okay, so great. We'll get back into this. Giants with a couple of surprising opening day roster moves. We'll tell you about them next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, bright and early on a Thursday morning, we have our great friend Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney, here to help you out. Steve, it's that time of year. Good morning. You want to talk about what to do if you have unfiled or unpaid taxes?
That's right. Thank you. Good morning. And here it is. Next week is April. We're in the heart of tax season. And some people look at their bill and say they just can't pay it. Don't panic. There's a lot of good things that we can do, a lot of good solutions. Whether we ask the government to let us just pay part and forgive the rest, or make monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or get the penalties forgiven. Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes, or a lot of other good solutions, like transferring the problem where it belongs, to the former spouse, former business partner. There's a lot of good solutions. We've been doing this for a long time. We're familiar with all of them. We'll explain everything to you. If you haven't filed returns for years because you don't have the money, that's okay. We'll file all the returns, then we'll go make a deal for you. Everything will be fine. Just go ahead, give us a call, and let us explain all the solutions available to you. All you have to do is give us a call for your free consultation.
That's great. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Swing. There's a high fly ball down the right field line toward the corner. It is still going. It is a home run. Joe Panic with a soaring drive down the right field line. It never did hook. It just went straight down the line and just barely missed the screen that comes out from the foul pole and well back into the lower deck, and the Giants have a 1-0 lead.
Hey, opening day highlights. 2018, y'all. 2018, yeah, it was not going to be a memorable season, but it was memorable when Joe Panic, shout out Joe Panic, hitting a home run off of Clayton Kershaw on a 1-0 win in 2018. That was a unique little situation because I believe he did it the very next day, too, right? Didn't he hit a home run and they won 1-0 again? It was good old Joe Panic. His career was shorter than... He was sort of the Chris Borland of the Giants. I would have thought he was going to stay longer. Not because of concussions, but the point is, like, I thought Panic was going to be the guy for like the next 10 to 15 years. Heck, I thought he'd be the opening day guy in 2025, you know?
Instead, he was down at spring training this year as one of the coaches they brought in to help some of these guys.
Yeah, St. John's own Joe Panic. He's bummed about that sweet round of 32 loss to Coach Cal and the Hogs. What do we got here, buddy? I'm enjoying it.
Strike two.
Yeah.
This right here.
Sounds like Salt and Pepper, something like that.
This right here is Little Bow Wow.
Little Bow Wow.
And Little Wayne.
And
straight
Lil Wayne.
from the soundtrack of one of my favorite baseball movies, Hardball, starring Keanu Reeves. It's one of my favorite baseball movies ever. R.I.P. to G Baby.
Wait a minute. The movie with Keanu Reeves is one of my favorite baseball movies ever,
Yes.
said very few people ever.
I know.
All right?
I'm in the small circle where Keanu Reeves is actually in some of my favorite sports movies. The Replacements that we talked about a few weeks ago with Gene Hackman, and then Hardball, where the story is based on Keanu Reeves being a degenerate gambler who gets caught in some trouble with some bookies, and he's forced to go coach a Little League team to repay his debts.
Okay, all right.
It's fantastic. One of my favorite movies.
When I take degenerates coaching Little League teams, I'm going Mathau and the Bad News Bears and the San Fernando
that's a
Valley.
good one, too. That's a good one, too, Murph.
Including open beer slugging in the dugout, you name it. And don't forget Tanner's final words. Hey, Yankees, take this trophy and stick it up your... Hey, whatever the whole Tchaikovsky, whatever they played there. Anyway, great stuff. Opening day. Happy opening day, everybody. It's the Buster Posey era. That's what it's all about. All right, we teased... it's going to be Giants all day, every day. By the way, a couple people checking in, and I did just want to acknowledge them, that when we did talk Yaz, many people go immediately to my story from Milwaukee, when I was wearing the Yaz jersey, a T-shirt that says Yaz on the back, and there was a guy, I stood up and cheered when, Darren Ruff hit an RBI single or something, and the guy didn't like that I was cheering, and he just started calling me, going, "Sit down, Yaz! Sit down, Yaz!" And I was like, oh, man, what's going on behind me?
Yeah.
I even had enough presence to be like, that can't be good, what's going on behind me.
And then you turn around and you saw the cauliflower ears.
So I was
which is a bad sign.
A short, buff guy.
Oh, low center of gravity.
About 20 years younger than me, big forearms and cauliflower ears, hammered.
Oh.
And he kept going, "Come on, Yaz, sit down, Yaz." And then my buddies were howling, and they're like, "Bro, what are you going to do?" I'm like, "I'm not turning around, dude."
You're lucky the guy didn't walk down an ankle pick.
They're like, "This guy's not stopping." They're going, "Yaz, Yaz." I was like, "Well, should I tell him it's Yaz?" They're like, "No, let's let it lie."
Yeah.
I had to wait it out for about 2 innings, which is a long time, 20, 25 minutes, something like that. And then finally the guy absolutely either passed out or just went to the bathroom and never came back. We finally waited the guy out.
You outlasted him, Murph.
He wanted a piece.
Yeah, he did.
And he was a wrestler.
He wasn't going to get it. He was not going to get it.
So there you go. For everybody who was texting in,
yes,
that's the story.
And also on the text line, I saw you guys bring up Hunter Pence as a great right fielder in Oracle Park history. No disrespect to Hunter, who was on the show yesterday. I'll take Mikey Yaz in his defensibility and his arm strength in right field over Hunter Pence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my take, and I'm sticking with it.
Well, you know what? I mean, I think you got some merit to it.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about greatest guys to play right field at Oracle Park history, of course you mentioned Hunter and Yaz. I just think Yaz is a little better defensively.
He's very, very, very good.
Yeah, underrated defensively.
Just like 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival are very, very good at Discovery Park in Sacramento, October 2 through 5. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win, and I'm demanding Tony play something a little heavier than Blink-182. Maybe you'll play Lil Bow Wow Strike 2.
Bounce with me, bounce
doing your thing here. So we told you guys a little bit of a surprise on the opening day roster. I got it right here, guys.
Surprise, surprise.
It kind of snuck past us because it got a little confusing. Beat writers weren't necessarily kind of on it. I kept looking for the Slussers, the Rubens, the De Los Santoses, the Pavloviches, the Shays to kind of give me the smoking gun on who made the team. And I don't know what happened, but nobody said anything. And then we had Mike Krukow on yesterday. And ever since Encarnacion got hurt, we said, who's going to take his place? Who's going to take his place on the roster? And we said it could be another outfielder, could be Grant McCray. We talked about that. We talked about, could be another infielder. We brought up the vague possibility of Christian Koss because he would be a utility guy. We brought up Casey Schmidt, but we thought Schmidt's a guy they want to play every day, not just sit on the bench. So maybe it's better for him to get regular ABs in Sacramento. Because we said we all assumed that Brett Wisely, as a left-handed bat who can play multiple positions, would make the club because he's your classic 26 guy. Doesn't have to play every day. He can be a pinch runner if you need him. He can spot Fitzgerald if he needs him. He can even spot Adames if he had to, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much shortstop he played last year. He
can slide over and play a little short.
Or Fitz could go over to short. Anyway, the point is that he's your classic kind of utility guy, and the biggest thing, he's a left-handed bat.
Yes.
Well, guess what? Brett Wisely did not make the team.
No, he did not.
Nor did Grant McCray.
Mm-mm.
And in fact, the Giants instead chose 2 right-handed bats, Christian Koss, which didn't stun us, except for it was that Mike Krukow who broke the news on our show. Nobody knew until Mike Krukow broke it on our show. That's why you got to listen. Christian Koss, who has never been on a big league roster. He's been in several minor league organizations. UC Irvine Anteater, drafted by the Rockies, got speed. He's like a right-handed Brett Wisely, a little bigger maybe. And Casey Schmidt made the team, which surprised me because I thought they'd want to play him a lot, and there's really no place to play him unless you're going to, I don't know, second base, Fitzgerald, if Fitzgerald gets dinged up, or you're not going to rest Chapman and Adames. So Casey Schmidt made the team. I love Casey Schmidt. I'm rooting for Casey Schmidt. I just don't know where they're going to play him.
Yeah, it seems a little redundant to me to have both Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss on the roster at the same time because they're both right-handed bats. They both have good gloves, but they're similar molds. And so you would think when you're looking for a platoon advantage or just having extra bats off the bench, I mean, my only thought process would be maybe they want extra infielders. So worst case scenario, because there's only 4 outfielders on the roster, you can slide Tyler Fitzgerald out to the outfield. But I think the game plan is to develop him at second base. So, yeah, my first instinct, it seems a little redundant to both have Koss and Schmidt when they're so similar.
I'm curious. And we'll have to ask, Giants about it. Heck, Larry Bear won't have a take, but we'll have to ask Bob Melvin. Hopefully gets asked about it on opening day. We asked to have Bob Melvin come on from Cincinnati, the way Bruce Bochy used to come on every opening day from his clubhouse. But old Bo Mel wants to come on next week from Houston. So, all right.
Yeah.
Listen, we're good with Bo Mel. I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, we know Bochy's a better texter than Bo Mel.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Is that the all-time?
Yeah, I mean, Blake Snell couldn't even get a text back from Bo Mel.
Is that the all-time? Is that the all-time leave you on red?
Yeah, shoot me a text.
I did, dude. That was about fishing in San Diego.
So he offered Murph like his house to stay in for the weekend.
You remember that, Tony? You were around, right?
I think you told the story before, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great soundbite, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Boch, by the way, is still going.
There he is.
He's got Nate Eovaldi getting the ball today against Garrett Crochet and the Red Sox. Pretty good game.
Yeah, good game.
So anyway, congrats to Christian Koss. It's very exciting for this young man. Do we have the Mike Krukow sound about him making the team from yesterday? I mean, here's a guy who I think most Giants, he a non-roster invitee, right?
Yeah.
A minor league. They had to make 40-man roster moves. He's 27 years old, 6'1", 186, born in Riverside, California. I was recently in Riverside. He went to UC Irvine, and he just made a big league roster for the first time. Mike Krukow talking about him.
Well, Christian Koss is going to make the team, and this guy's been an unbelievable story. He 8 years in the minor leagues. Product out of UC Irvine. He hit 273 in college. He gets into a minor league baseball, and for 8 years, you know what his lifetime batting average was? 273. But what we saw him do this spring was really shine with the glove on both sides of second base. He is a component that is he can play, he can help, but it's more than that. It's how he situationally put himself in position at the plate to capitalize on opportunity. This guy's a player. But he's also great energy. I mean, you put 8 years in the minor leagues, and then you finally make a big league team, and you can stand on the baseline tomorrow in Cincinnati and call yourself a big leaguer. That affects everybody. The way that Bob Melvin told him he made the team yesterday was in front of the team before the game. He had a meeting, and every guy went over there and gave him a hug of congratulations, and it was an emotional thing. Everybody was fired up about it, and then he went in and told his family, "I made the team." It was that's the type of thing that just adds positive energy to a club.
There it is, Christian Koss, number 50. It does feel like a Farhan type of thing, a find where you kind of rummage around and find a guy. But we shall see. I mean, Brian Sabian did guys like that too. He had some randos through the years too.
Yeah, and this is also like not a last-minute roster addition, but of course with the injury to Gerard, you were looking for that last roster spot. But I will point out something also. We talked about this before with Landon Roop winning the competition and getting that fifth spot in the rotation and being rewarded for the spring that he had. Christian Koss had a phenomenal spring training. Hit like 340, was one of the top hitters throughout springs. So this is once again the organization rewarding the outcome and the actual production, and now Christian Koss makes an opening day roster.
So here's a thought, and this comes. So Koss makes it over Wisely because they just think he's a better player right now, and maybe Schmidt is just Encarnacion. Does Casey Schmidt DH?
Either that, or if Bomel wants to use the DH spot as like a rotation rest spot, which he told us earlier this offseason, maybe you give Matt Chapman a day off, Casey Schmidt goes and plays third.
And then maybe Chapman DHs?
Yeah, maybe DH goes over to DH. Give Willie Adames a day off his feet, let him DH, like Casey Schmidt plays short.
So that's the deal. And so it's going to be more case. I mean, Schmidt might be the opening day DH today.
Yeah, possibly.
He might be.
Possibly. Righty on righty matchup.
Well, I mean,
they don't have
him
too
or
many
Flores.
lefties. Yeah, which is why I thought Grant McCray would be on the team still.
Yeah. But
just for some lefty pop.
Listen, I'm looking forward to, if Casey Schmidt's going to DH, I'm looking forward to the at-bats.
Yeah.
I mean, his spring was pretty good.
Yeah, he had a pretty good swing, and he can run into it. And it just seems like him, like it's all about the approach. I mean, we've talked a lot about Casey Schmidt with Pat, the stuff he went through with the minor leagues after he got beamed in the face, just being more comfortable and getting more at-bats, which is why we thought he would start the season in Sacramento to get him consistent at-bats and to continue to develop him defensively at second base.
I mean, so he could just straight DH, or he could DH for Adames or Chapman if they need a day and do their thing. In fact, let's go look up his numbers here from spring training.
Or like even the possibility, if you want to give Elliot Ramos a day off, you can put Tyler Fitzgerald in the outfield, play Casey Schmidt at second, or even a Christian Koss.
So it makes some sense. Listen, he hit 3 bombs with 10 ribs. He had 4 doubles in spring training, went 13 for 43, hit 302. I mean, it's spring training. I get it, but he didn't stink it up. He was good. He hit 302. He had a 924 OPS. He hit 3 tanks. I mean, the home run leaders it was Chapman with 6, Yaz had 4, and then Adames, VR, and Schmidt had 3. Poor David VR.
Yeah, dude, David VR went deep 3 times, but he only hit like 200 this spring.
Yeah, that's right. He only hit 200, whereas Casey Schmidt hit 302. Maybe Casey's going to come into his own.
Let's go, Casey.
Well, congrats. Casey Schmidt opening day.
I mean, think about when he made his debut, how hot he was, and of course the league's going to adjust. So yeah, hopefully Casey has figured some things off this spring, and congrats, Casey.
As I recall, didn't he finish last year strong when nobody was paying attention? We were all watching the Niners flame out.
You are correct. I think he might have hit 2 bombs like towards one of the last games of the season.
He might have had 2 bombs on the last game of the season.
You might be right.
Well, hey, come on down, Casey Schmidt. Just, you're not wearing number 6 like my kid has.
That's a vintage jersey.
He's wearing number 26 here. Casey Schmidt in September last year hit in 21 at-bats, 9 for 21, hit 429. And he hit in September. No, he didn't hit 2 bombs on the last day of the season. Maybe that was the year before.
Was that somebody else?
So last year he hit just a bomb and 6 RBIs, but he hit. He hit in September. He had a slug, 1167 OPS. Again, 21 at-bats, but still, it's something. So congrats to Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss. Brett Wisely and Grant McCray go to Sacramento. So there you go. Other stuff we can get into, too. But we got to get into the opening day pitcher, what he means to you, and opening day starters through the years. It's opening day, everybody. God bless America. Logan Webb next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bond swings, and there's a high drive deep into left center field. Going way back is Jordan, and this ball is gone. A home run. Number one for Barry Bonds.
Here's the pitch, and there's a high fly ball. Down the right field line, the ball heading for the corner. Green is looking up. This ball is way back. It is gone. A home run. You can wave it bye-bye. And a ball hit directly down the right field line. Very high. It just stayed in the air forever, it seemed like. And that ball had to be inches fair.
Can Barry Bonds play today? 2 home runs on opening day 2002 down at Dodger Stadium. And, 2002 would wind up being pretty memorable all the way until the final inning of Game 7 in Anaheim. Oh, man, good stuff. It's opening day. Happy opening day, everybody. Giants in Cincinnati at 1:10 today, 12:10 pregame. Home opener next Friday will be down at 58 Social, what used to be Acme Chop House, 24, Public House, you name all the different names through the years. It's called 58 Social now, but you know where it is. It's the restaurant right next to the Willie Mays statue in Willie Mays Plaza. Murph and Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, that's us. We're here. You saw us at the Presidio yesterday with a couple of pints and a boom box.
Yes, sir.
Trying to liven up the joint there. We thank everybody who came out. It was really fun, and it was a great day to get going. Just like today is a great day to talk nothing but Giants baseball. We got Larry Bear starting our executive show at 7:30. That's going to be going to rotate every week, and next Thursday it's Buster Posey.
Look at us with the executive show.
Very much looking forward to that. And then Zach Manassian, who's very good on the radio too, will be doing his thing. So well done, Tony, finding those highlights. I will request at some point a highlight that starts with the number 19. All right, buddy? So, 1980, 1990, 1982.
It's all right, Murph. We allow it.
Well,
you are
funny.
Mr. This Date in Giants history.
I did my first week with Danny Dunn, and he didn't put any 19s up there. So
we'll tell Danny Dunn what Mike Krukow tells us damn near every day. You got to tell the story of baseball. You got to pass along the good book. And, Murph, that's what you're here for.
1883, the Giants started. 1883. The Reds even longer. 1873. It's 149th opening day in Cincinnati. Bro, we're talking fresh off the Civil War. Fresh off the Civil War, which is ironic because, sometimes things come full circle. Marcus, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? History repeats itself here, buddy.
It does.
We teased Logan Webb before the break because we have some sound from him, but he is making his 4th opening day start. And, bro, that's now putting him in some tall cotton. He's getting up there. So shout out Peter Hartlaub, who's awesome. He always does such a great job at the Chronicle. He has a really cool story at the SF Chronicle digital site on all the Giants opening day starters every single year. This is opening day, not just home openers, wherever they are. Maybe they're in Atlanta, maybe they're in San Diego, whatever. But it's a really cool feature, and it goes through names that you'd forgotten, like 1960 and 61, Sam Jones, or 1959, Johnny Antonelli, or 1958, Ruben Gomez at Seals Stadium, the very first game. And at Classic Peter, he finds great pictures in the archives. the Johnny Antonelli has him giving an autograph to a young Shirley Temple at like a luncheon. It's great. He's in a suit, handsome.
Shirley Temple.
I'm going to go ahead and say that the autograph might not have been the end of the encounter.
I understand.
Go ahead. Yes, that's all I'm going to say. Based on the way, if you look at this picture, tell me this is the end of the encounter between Shirley Temple and John Antonelli.
No.
Does young Tony know Shirley Temple? I'm guessing no.
The drink? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you know the actress?
Honestly, no. I literally just know the drink.
You've never been on the Good Ship Lollipop, buddy?
No.
All right, buddy.
Are you surprised? I mean, come on.
If we did today Shirley Temple, well, now she lived in the Bay Area forever until she drew her last breath, and she's obviously one of the most famous movie stars of the 20th century. And well, I shouldn't say obviously because Tony doesn't know, but she lived down here on the peninsula.
I did not know that.
Yeah, she was our own. Shirley Temple was our own. We always claimed her, and there she is getting Johnny Antonelli's. Yeah, you think there's a little something there?
Yeah, I think so, Murphy.
Yeah, so. Anyway, he's going through the starting pitchers, and every one of them, he has the results, the scores, the pictures. It's all great. So, if you had to guess who's had the most opening day starts in Giants history, what's your guess? And you don't get to guess John Brebbia.
Oh, no, we're not going with the opener for opening day, Murph. Are you sure you don't want Brebbia out there? For sure. I'm going to guess it's a man with a statue outside of the stadium. My guess would be Juan Marichal.
10.
Wow.
10 opening day starts.
Opening day starts.
I say this all the time when I do this date in Giants history. There's no way for even me, because I didn't get to see Marichal or Mays. There's no way to comprehend how dominant those guys were. When Mike Kohler writes up those this date in Giants history, do you know how many freaking times I say Juan Marichal threw a complete game and struck out 10? I say it like a freaking 100 times every season because all he did was throw complete games and strike out 10. Dude, he was incredible. Absolutely incredible. And I think he's truly underrated. I really do.
Well, I would guess you've said it 244 times because he has 244 career complete games.
And how many wins in his career? 243, right?
How many wins?
More
We're looking at
complete games
243. Yeah.
So 10 for Juan Marichal. Who would be second on that list? Second on that list. Hint, you've already heard him in a highlight today.
The Mad Bum.
Mad Bum, 5 opening day starts. And I think we thought it was going to be longer, but things got sour. In 2018 and 19, the motorbike accident, and then the salt behind the scenes about the contract.
Whatever. Just give me the ball.
And you know what? We talk about Farhan and everybody like killing Farhan for decisions. How about him parting ways with Bumgarner?
Yeah.
Good decision, huh?
I mean, that's one of those moves where it is in hindsight looking like a better year too early instead of a year too late. I just didn't love the way that Bumgarner really didn't get rewarded for his past contract and the performance he gave the Giants.
Well,
and I know you don't pay players based on the past. You're supposed to play for the future. That's the good financial plan. That's probably a better strategy. But I was just kind of bummed out about how it all ended.
I mean, he's one of the greatest Giants of all time.
No doubt.
And it's kind of unceremonious how he left. And he didn't show up at camp this year, did he?
No, I did not see Mad Bum.
The mysterious Madison Bumgarner. Same with Tim Lincecum, right?
Yeah.
The mysterious Tim Lincecum.
Those guys are just off the grid. Which I respect, by the way.
Right? I know, right? So Marichal 10, Bumgarner 4. You know who comes in? Or Bumgarner 5. You know who comes in with 4 right behind him?
Woody.
No. Woody had 2, I believe.
Okay. I'm just guessing.
Woody had 2, 03 and 04.
Matt Cain get a couple opening day starters?
Matt Cain got 1.
That's it. I would have thought more.
1 in his entire life.
What about Big Time Timmy Jim?
Big Time Timmy Jim.
Let's go.
4. Very good.
He got 4.
Nice. So it's 10 for Marichal, 5 for Bumgarner, 4 for Timmy, and guess what? This all leads up to the whole point. Logan Webb, 4th opening day start. Ties him with Tim Lincecum.
Light the beam.
For 3rd most all time. Thank you. Is he going to be lighting the beam out in Cincy?
Absolutely.
So there you go. Others with 3, by the way. John, the Count Montefusco. Shout out my grandpa, 76. John Burkett, the bowler, had 3. Levo Hernandez, the graceful fat man, Levon Hernandez. and every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7:30, Mike freaking Kruko.
Our guy.
3 opening day starts.
Our guy.
And he always tells the one that was a disaster when he lit it up against when he got lit up against the Padres in '83. And the King and I, the Broadway production, The King and I was in San Francisco at the theater district, the Golden Gate Theater, the Curran, whatever the hell it is, where Dan Lurie's got some work to do, by the way. But The King and I with the legendary Yul Brynner was in town. Yul Brynner, one of the Yul Brynner, The King and I in San Francisco. So they brought him out to throw the first pitch. And Yul Brynner never threw a baseball in his life, so it was a terrible first pitch. And then Kruko went out there and got lit up and got knocked out in the first or second inning. And he says, Frank Robinson came and took the ball from him and says, Yul Brynner had better S than you did.
Oh, no.
That's the story.
That's awful.
Mike's told that story about 40 times.
That's awful.
He might tell it next Friday.
He might tell it tomorrow.
And you know what? Let him go.
Yeah, exactly.
Let him tell it. It's like telling the Yaz story over and over.
It's a good story. You got to stick to your material.
So Logan Webb was on the broadcast on Wednesday before they left for Cincinnati. And, Kruk asked him. Kruk is a guy who had 3 opening day starts. Webb has 3 opening day starts until today. How you preparing?
Yeah, I've done a little homework already. Looked at some of the guys I think probably going to be in the lineup. So,
do you start actually pitching the game in your mind before you actually pitch the game?
No, not that won't be until Thursday.
But that's when you start.
Yeah, that's when I'll start.
All right. I got Logan talking a little bit. It's good. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I wonder if that means Mike did more visualization than Webby.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Webby day of is going through pitch sequences and going through all that stuff in your head. I mean, every pitcher I know, basically like, the power of visualization. I hope you teach this to the little leaguers, young Rory on the bump also. It's like you got to see the pitch before you throw the pitch. And you got to go through that process every single time. Like we used to sit there like in our stretching lines and we do like some yoga and stuff and we stretch out. But my coach would want us to be silent and just close your eyes and think about throwing strikes. Think about certain situations, what you want to do with an 0-2 pitch. If you want to waste a pitch up and away, it's like pitchers are constantly going through all these scenarios.
I like it. I like your visual. Should we visualize before a show?
Visualization, Yeah, we're going to have a great segment at 7:15.
We're going to get out on time?
We're going to hit the clock right at 7:10.
So is he going to visualize how he's going to pitch Ellie De La Cruz?
Yeah, I'm sure he's been thinking about that for a while now, Murph.
I mean, is Ellie De La Cruz one of the 5 biggest stars in baseball?
He's a stud. Yeah, I think he's taken over.
I mean, if Major League Baseball did it right, everybody would know him. They'd be getting him courtside at NBA games and whatever. Nobody knows him.
No, I think he's on that path, though. And shout out to Ellie De La Cruz, who has improved his English a lot over the offseason. And he's put out some hilarious videos talking about MLB The Show. I know he's on the cover this year, but he's got some good content of him kind of riffing and stuff. So I do think he's going to be more open to the public. But you're right. Major League Baseball needs to build around their stars. They need to build around a kid like Ellie De La Cruz.
I mean, the kids love him. When I was listening to, I was driving in this morning, and one of the ESPN hosts was saying his kids don't talk about baseball ever. Now, maybe it's because I coached a lot of youth baseball, so when I would carpool, all the kids were talking about cards. But Ellie De La Cruz was very popular with the young generation.
I mean, he's a hell of a player.
They thought he had aura.
He does.
Shall we say?
He's got swag. He's got aura. He's got it all, Murph.
Yeah. When will he be a free agent? After the 2029 season. So he's been around for a while. So he's in Cincy for a while.
Yeah, Giants might need a few more investors if they want Ellie De La Cruz contracts.
Would you take him?
Oh, yeah, without question. Come on. What are we doing?
More Logan Webb saying he's so ready. Spring training was too long here.
It's been great. Just look at the guys we have out there. You knew it would be good. You got the left side over here. You got Fitzy at second. It's starting to look better and better each time. Obviously, Lamont over there. And then the outfield is great. And then obviously can't forget Patty back there. He'll get mad if I forget him. But yeah, I think it's going to be a strong suit of ours. And I think that was a big point of emphasis in the offseason. And as a pitcher, especially a ground ball pitcher, I'm excited about it.
Well, we're going to have to see if they can pick it this year. I mean, that's the deal. We had a discussion. It wound up being, Roundtable wound up being Papa v. Murph and Marcus. Yeah. Because he kept extolling the virtues of Farhan, and you had to go freaking Yahtzee on him and say in 2023 they were the worst fielding team.
Yeah, he was talking about the defense in 2021. I was like, yeah, Papa, that sounds great and all, but 2021 was an outlier season because then he tried to repeat that same success by getting guys who were playing out of position, but he was trying to sneak in 15 to 20 bombs in the lineup. And in 2023, they led Major League Baseball in errors. That's how bad they got defensively.
The more Papa talked about 2021 and how it was the shining light for Farhan, the more we had to remind him that it was Belt, Crawford, and Posey who carried that team.
That was hilarious. We were talking about Gosman and Webb had him a great year, and Murph goes, who was behind home plate? And Papa goes, Kirk Casale.
Yes, he kept saying Kirk Casale.
Kirk Casale.
We had fun. Hope everybody had some fun.
It was fun, but even Papa yesterday, I'm not calling him out or anything, but he calls out Logan Webb. He's like, yeah, he doesn't have the greatest stuff on the staff. And it's like, Papa, that's where I got to stop you. Because a lot of people think about stuff and just think 98, 99 miles per hour. There's a difference between stuff and movement. and more specifically, two-plane movement is what you're looking for with most of your pitchers as a pitcher.
Yeah.
Logan Webb has that with his two-seamer / sinker.
Yeah.
That's why he has the highest ground ball rate in the league. And then you talk about that changeup, which in my opinion is still one of the best changeups in Major League Baseball. He's got to get back to that a little bit more. Kind of shot away from the changeup a little bit last year.
Yeah, he did.
Tried to mix in a couple four-seam fastballs at the top of the zone, but if Logan Webb gets back to his bread and butter, he's constantly a guy we just kind of chalk in and maybe even take for granted a little bit that he's going to be out there throwing 200 innings this year.
We definitely do. That's why we're devoting this entire segment to him.
That's it. I'm a Logan Webb guy.
Man, this is Webby's segment. We love you. He said Pat Bailey would be mad if he didn't mention him. Webby would be mad if we didn't mention him. He said his whole family's flying in to Cincinnati, and then he said, but because Mike asked him in the interview, he said, half of Rockland going to be there? He goes, no, that's the home opener.
Yeah.
He said, so that'll be good too. We got a couple calls coming in. People are vibing off of opening day. Jeff in Santa Rosa. If I recall, Jeff was the one who went to Rickwood Field last year. If I know my callers. Ooh. Jeff, good morning. Happy opening day.
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
Happy opening day, everybody. What a great vibe. About 180 degrees from the vibe last year. Oh, my gosh, so excited. I can't tell you. It's just fantastic.
What is it for you? Is it just Buster Posey?
No, it's the whole package. With all due respect, it's Buster. It's the you can even listen to it in Mike Kruko's voice and Dwayne's voice. John's voice, Dave Fleming's voice. You can hear it in the player's voice when they're being interviewed. There's a different vibe. There's a whole new way of playing baseball. And like Buster said, the analytics has a part. I believe it has a part, and for me, it's a small part. But it's a different vibe. It's like I said last year, who wants to play baseball from the time they're in Little League to now and go, hey, I can't wait to be platooned. And nobody does.
Yeah, so
they want to play. They want a chance, and give a human being a chance. Yeah. Let them run with it, and let's see what they can do. And I think that's exactly the mindset of the team this year.
And I think that goes back to Buster Posey. I do. I think this entire thing
You're absolutely right. Yeah. It circles all the way back, and you even have to give Mr. Johnson some credit for hiring Buster. I mean, it's an easy hire. Let's be honest, it's Buster, but he still, at the end of the day, has the say. And it is why we're at where we're at right now. I think we have a chance to win 85 to 90 games.
Listen, I do. Well, I think the whole thing, Jeff. Honestly, we said it yesterday at the Roundtable. I said it comes down to two words: Buster Posey. I do, Jeff. We got to go. Hey, happy opening day! Enjoy the heck out of it, and then we'll do it again next Friday too for the home opener. By the way, so let's go to Doug in what's the town here? I don't know, Bolinas.
Oh, Bolinas?
Is that how you spelled Bolinas?
Oh, no.
B-E. He spelled it like it's the Bellini, like a cocktail.
I've been waiting for this moment.
I hate to out you like this,
John
buddy.
Joe Curley was going to mess up the spelling
because I was nervous to go to
somewhere.
this call. The exalted, magical, mystical town of Bolinas on the California coast next to Stinson Beach. Young John Joe, Bolinas. Boli. Hey, Doug, he spelled it like a Bellini. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
What's up,
Good
Doug?
morning. We call ourselves Belinesians.
Well, I love my time in Bolinas. In fact, it played a big role in my Little League baseball season last year because one of my kids was from Bolinas. Shout out Fletcher. And what we did was right before the championship game, we went out to Bolinas, to that beautiful Little League field that's been redone, and we had a spiritual practice out there far away from the madding crowd, and I think we credited that for us getting the win.
All right, man. Yes, it's beautiful out here. I wanted to share my favorite opening day memory, and it was when Willie McCovey.
Yes.
Willie Mack Day. He came back after leaving the Giants.
Yeah.
And on opening day, the fans stood up and gave him a 10-minute standing ovation.
Well, yeah, I think. Are you talking about in '77 when he hit that pinch hit double against the Dodgers? That was in June. I don't want to ruin the memory, but I feel
this was opening day. Opening day.
Okay.
And a 10-minute standing ovation when the first year he came back, and I was amazed. Nobody wanted to sit down. We're like, yay, he's back!
Well, was he the most beloved Giant of all time? Quite possibly.
Well, number 2 on my list, because Willie Mays was on my first game when they opened at Candlestick. And I don't remember much. I was 8 years old, and coming back over the hill to Corte Madera, my parents were talking about how he single-handedly won the game. That was Willie Mays.
Yeah, well, Doug, I feel you, man. Who's going to beat Willie Mays? But in terms of like just love, like inspiring just affection, I think McCovey might have even. The story was because he was San Francisco's own, whereas Willie came from New York, and a lot of San Franciscans embraced McCovey and Cepeda until he got traded. But anyway, it's all good, Doug. And Bolinas is great, and I'll take any memory of McCovey I can get. So enjoy today, all right?
Thank you, man.
Doug.
See ya.
Doug out in Stebo. I love it. They're chill out there, bro.
Yeah.
You would like Bolinas.
So chill. They don't mind if John Joe Curley messes up the spelling.
Well, I didn't mean to put him on blast like that, but I have to be honest, I was very confused. I was nervous about going to the call because I was like, where's Bellini's?
Yeah,
Where's Bellini's?
It happens. I've been there before.
Have you ever had a Bellini?
Producer.
Isn't that a cocktail? You ever had a Bellini? It's a Bellini,
No, I've never had one, no.
By the way, listeners are wondering, is the King and I, is it Shirley Temple or the King and I that we're already on, Young Tony?
Oh, absolutely.
Might
Well,
be
I
a
already wrote it
Bellini.
down. Yeah.
Might be this drink you're talking about.
Should I sing Getting to Know You from the King and I?
Getting to know you.
Listen to you. Getting to know all. You know it.
Dude, come on, dude.
I remember
I'm a man of culture.
baseball bloopers. We used to do baseball bloopers on like This Week in Baseball. They took that song because it's a little lilting ditty about a guy and a gal getting to know you. And they did it, bloopers of like Earl Weaver and Billy Martin like frickin' just going off on umpires with that song being played. I remember as a kid, that was one of my memories. Like it was on This Week in Baseball. They're like, now take a look at what happened. And it was like Lou Piniella chucking bases and Billy Martin kicking dirt all over him with that song
That's
playing
a
in the
funny
background.
visual. What you thinking about that? Yeah.
That's how we did it back in
Nice.
the
I like it.
back in the day. Anyway, so Logan Webb gets his run, his fourth opening day start today. We talked about Christian Koss and Casey Schmidt making the roster as a surprise opening day. I thought Copes asked a good question. There's things I rarely say. I think Copes asked a good question yesterday. Who has the most to prove this year? And I thought that led to some pretty good discussion. So why don't, for those who missed the roundtable yesterday, we can answer that one next as we continue our Giants opening day hype on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
The good people at El Cerrito Honda. Always happy to talk about El Cerrito Honda and my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid, which I love so much. Drove the staff down to the play ball lunch. They're like, damn, we like this car. I'm like, yeah, El Cerrito Honda, because it has the best selection. Because when I went there and they were like, well, what color do you want? Well, I like navy blue. I mean, I know UCLA's baby blue, but I like navy blue. He's like, yeah, I got it. I'm like, really? Because, yeah, it brings it around. Like, there it is. Really handsome, great car, great people at El Cerrito Honda. I want to make sure we all know where I'm talking about. El Cerrito Honda is right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. You cannot miss it because it's a really big lot. Because if you're going to have a lot of selection, you got to have a really big lot. And, of course, you can check out the hybrid Civic, the hybrid CR-V, the hybrid Accord. I'm getting great mileage. You want to go electric? Some people like to go electric. The Honda Prologue. We make EV easy. So selection, savings, service, all right there at El Cerrito Honda. I vouch. I definitely vouch. Start on the website, elcerritohonda.com. That's elcerritohonda.com. More than just a car dealership. We're family.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
Spawn throws to the Giants center fielder. There's a swing and a long drive to deep left center field, and you can tell it. Bye-bye, baby! What a way to start off a season. One pitch, one home run.
Oh, man. Come on, Tony. I asked for a 20th century highlight, and you gave me Russ Hodges. Oh, Willie Mays home run. I'm going to get emotional here. God bless. We've had such incredible voices throughout the history of Giants baseball in San Francisco. And guess what? One of those incredible voices is going to join us at 8:50, John Miller.
Let's go.
John Miller at 8:50 from Cincinnati. Russ Hodges is the all-timer. Bye-bye, baby. Oh, man. Great memories. And Lon Simmons right next to him. Tell it goodbye. And man, oh, man. Through Hank Greenwald. And then, he's really turned into a dude is Dave Fleming.
Yeah.
It took him it took maybe the World Series run, but he was always the new kid on the block. Like, is this guy going to stick around? Is this guy? And yeah, he's not only going to stick around, he's going to get great.
He's a staple now.
Yeah, he's really, really good. So, and not only that, what do you need him on golf? You need him on college football? I'll take it.
A little bit of everything. You're saying he's like Willie Mays, where at first people were like, who's this kid coming over from New York? He's the say-hey kid, and then San Francisco fully embraced him.
Yes. And again, McCovey, they were showing the McCovey statue out there. That park, have you gone out there with the copper tone and the towel?
Not with the copper tone, but I've been out there before. I got to get shirtless this summer.
Yeah, you do. I love that new park. I absolutely love it.
I've hung out on the beach a few times and, rolled a couple up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's legal.
It's a great view.
It's like drinking a bottle of water.
Absolutely.
All right. I asked the question. Copes asked the question. I got to give Copes props. He came prepared for the show yesterday. He had.
You know what? I don't think I like Copes.
I liked him yesterday. Yeah. He was prepared.
Although he did seem a little overwhelmed when we started to get into a one-on-one, or I guess a two-on-one war with us and Greg Papa.
Yeah, he did.
There's a lot going on.
Which is interesting because Copes doesn't frequently behave like that.
I know, but he had to be
usually
like
he's the
adult
one
in the room.
Usually he did.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you become the third oldest host on the station. Take that, Copes. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Oh, man. Well, he's got the gray.
He does. He's got more gray than you do.
He does have more gray than I do. So anyway, he asked the question, who has the most to prove on the 2025 Giants? I said, that's a good question. I hadn't thought of it, and I thought of an answer, but I'll let you go first, buddy. Who has the most to prove this year?
To me, my answer yesterday at the Roundtable was Jordan Hicks. And I think there's a lot for Jordan Hicks to prove to himself and to also prove to the organization, because you have to remind yourself, Jordan Hicks was handed this contract by Farhan Zaidi in the past regime with the idea that he would be a starting pitcher. And credit to Jordan Hicks, last year for the first couple months of the season, he was one of the best offseason signings. He was pitching like a stud. We had Declan Murphy asking if he was going to go out and win a Cy Young. That's how good he was pitching at the time. So give him credit, but we also saw him break down towards the second half of the season. So to me, he's got to go out and prove that he does have the durability to be a starting pitcher the entire season. And to me personally, I think he has to prove that he deserves that number 4 spot in the rotation.
It's a good one. He's kind of there's certain guys on the roster that you don't spend a ton of time thinking about or talking about. He's one of them. He's kind of slid. Robbie Ray's another one. Yeah. Verlander, it's so exciting. Logan Webb, we love him. Young guys, Birdsong and Roop, and even Kyle Harrison. But yeah, you just don't spend a ton of time thinking or talking about Jordan Hicks. But if he has a good year, think of what he could do for this team. Conversely, if he proves he can't be Like, did you think he proved he could be a starter last year?
No, because he couldn't do it throughout the duration of the season. And we saw the drop-off in velocity. We saw his ERA rise. We saw him to get hit around a little bit more, and that's why they eventually moved him to the bullpen towards the end of the season. Now, to his credit, he's been out at Oracle Park running poles. He put on 10, 15 pounds of muscle. He's been working on his conditioning. So I want to see that translate because if we're being completely honest with you, I thought the 4th and the 5th spot should have been open for competition this spring. And you can make the argument that Hayden Birdsong and Landon Roop both had better springs than Jordan Hicks, and maybe they should deserve those rotation spots, but this Giants team has invested more money and capital in Jordan Hicks.
Yeah.
But to my previous point, this was a Farhan Zaidi contract.
Definitely.
Buster Posey did not make any promises to him about being a starting pitcher. So who knows if he lasts in the rotation the entire year, or who knows if maybe he's a piece you're thinking about flipping at the trade deadline so that you could promote a Hayden Birdsong or even a Kyle Harrison back into the rotation.
Yeah, the good news is that if indeed they did have to move him, which I don't think would happen, but or if he falters in any way, they have depth there.
Absolutely. It's one of the biggest strengths for the Giants going into the season is the depth they have with starting pitching.
So my answer, and by the way, Larry Bear will join us in just a couple minutes, and then Mad Dog Russo at 8:15, one time. You got to find the Mad Dog Russo rant with Ralph Barbieri back in the early 00s. You need to find that. I bet Young Tony doesn't know that, but go find that in the folder. But anyway, as I get mine in here, you could go any number of ways. Somebody wrote in on the text line, Mikey Stremski. I don't know. But to me, Yaz is sort of, I don't mean to be cruel about it, but he's not part of the long-term plans here in San Francisco. The guy I'm going to pick is a guy who is part of the long-term plans, at least for the next, say, 5 years, because he's kind of an older young player. It's second baseman Tyler Fitzgerald, because I feel like the Giants needed, Crawford retires, they don't have a shortstop. They don't know where to go. They're looking. Carlos Correa doesn't work out. Nick Ahmed, you name it. Now they signed Willie Adames. That's done. You're set for the next 5, 6, 7 years, whatever. Second base, they don't have a second baseman. They don't. And Tyler Fitzgerald could be that guy. If he's not, I don't know where they go. So there's a lot of proof there. I mean, do they go to Casey Schmidt? Do they go to, can he do it? Do they have to go find another guy? So anyway, to me, Tyler, now I'm hopeful. I mean, we're talking like possible 2020.
Yeah.
20 bombs, 20 steals.
And that's something that was missing from the lineup last year. I might have to fact check this, but I think Tyler Fitzgerald got the first stolen bag of the season last year for the Giants when they were the last team in Major League Baseball to steal a bag. And like when you're talking about adapting to the new game with the pizza boxes on the field and pitchers only being able to pick off 3 times now, it's like that's something that I want to see more. I want to see guys more active on the base pass, and Tyler Fitzgerald is one of those guys that can swipe some bags.
Last one, because then we got to go. 209 texts in what Greg Papa said, and while we did have some fun yelling at Papa yesterday and he yelled at us, was Bob Melvin. Papa said Bob Melvin, and I thought that was a really good one. Because 209 says Bo Mel is the guy because now there's no excuse of Farhan meddling day to day. He needs to prove that they can get a true band of Giants baseball going. Papa brought up some good points about his last year in San Diego, they were sloppy. And last year they were a little sloppy. So to be totally fair, and we're all fans, the Bay Area's own, man, Peninsula, Oakland A, one of the winningest, top 25 winningest managers of all time, but he needs to prove he can run a crisp club. He does, because he doesn't have an extension beyond this year.
No,
right?
And now he has the opportunity to take back the power of drawing up his own lineup. So Bob's got a lot to prove. Now, I don't think we're going to the season with Bob Melvin on the hot seat, but anything can happen. I mean, we're talking about the possibility of maybe making a push for a wild card. If they're 10, 15 games under in August, then he will be on the hot seat, but I don't think we're there quite yet.
310 says Patrick Bailey. He has to prove his bat can be capable for an entire season.
I agree.
All right. And then 650 says, I think first base. Because Wade, it could be, he says, 8 homers from Wade is a huge hole. The only reason I disagree with you, 650, is because theoretically, first base is taken care of with the young kid.
Yeah, and I would
Bryce
say
Eldred.
probably the same take with a guy like Yaz, Wade, and even Wilmer Flores. You know what those players are. We've kind of seen their ceilings. The other guys need to break out and continue the development.
Yeah, exactly. People disagreeing with the Tyler Fitzgerald take, saying, what more do you need? He's a homegrown athletic guy that can hit for power. Okay. All right. I'd just like to see him do it over. Let's go see what he does over 162 as a full-time starting second baseman. All right. Fun stuff. Good question. We can continue. It's all Giants opening day. Here comes a slew of voices. Larry Bear giving us the view from the executive office. Chris Mad Dog Russo at 8:15. John Miller at 8:50. Happy opening day, everybody. Giants at 1:10. Pregame at 12:10 on KNBR. On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
The Sports Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the Orange and Black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants President and CEO Larry Baer on the Sports Leader.
Well, it's getting official now because it's opening day and our shows begin. Our Thursday morning shows with the executives. We will rotate Larry Baer, Zach Manassian, and some guy named Buster Posey every 3 weeks. So this is funny. We've kind of stolen it from the afternoon. For years and years and years, Ralph and all of them would do that. And guess what? Welcome to the morning. It's the Executive Show, starting with Larry Baer. It's sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Larry, you've been on our show a million times, but never as part of, quote unquote, the Executive Show. So welcome to Murph and Marcus and the new season and the Executive Show, Larry. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Larry.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. Happy opening day. Happy Buster Posey birthday.
It's right.
By the way.
Yes.
TWs.
What did you get him? What did you get him?
I think he delivered us. For his birthday, he gave us a wonderful spring training.
What do you get the man who has
his group?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Larry, I picture you giving this interview right now in a suit with an orange tie, because that's what we see all the time. That's the opening day outfit, right?
It is, and it's great. We have home opener. Everybody, it's a city holiday, isn't it? Didn't Mayor Lurie proclaim it officially a city holiday?
Is that today or next Friday?
The home opener. I'm saying the home opener a week from Friday. Today we're warming up in Cincinnati and Houston for the first games of the season. But so we're really looking forward to the home opener, obviously. But 142nd season of New York and San Francisco Giants baseball, and it's been. Can you believe it's been 25 years now in our new ballpark and 67 years total in San Francisco. So a lot of great history, guys. It was funny. I was reading an article. Somebody was talking about. It was actually an article about a chef in San Francisco restaurant, and she was talking about. I think she's in her 30s, and she was saying, I grew up going to the ballpark and eating garlic fries and crab sandwiches and watching Buster Posey and Barry Bonds, and it's we're now at that point where people grew up with this ballpark, right? This, quote, new ballpark, which is pretty cool.
I mean, think about it. If somebody was like 10, 11, 12 years old when it opened, they're now 35, 36, 37. So, oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it flies.
All right, Larry, my big, broad question before we just kind of get into it here is about Buster Posey. So you've been through a lot. You've been with this club since 93. I mean, you've seen Bob Quinn and Brian Sabian and of course, Farhan Zaidi and everybody come through. But now you've seen Buster, the executive, Buster, the president of baseball ops. So tell us a story. How has it been?
Well, I think, the one takeaway, the one thing I've learned, somebody once said in the very early days of our tenure back with Peter McGowan, is just remember it's a long season, small clubhouse. And the culture in the clubhouse is everything. And so you go back to those early days, Dusty Baker, who probably there was no better culture carrier, if you will, than Dusty. There is no better one in the sense that you got people like playing for him, and everybody felt very together. And we used to say, what Dusty was able to do between literally from last out to first pitch was extraordinary. Let alone first pitch to last out. And same thing with in the front office with Bob Quinn and Brian and Bobby Evans, et cetera. So it's the culture that you create, and it's not that it's easy to do. You don't just wave a magic wand and create a culture. But I think what Buster's done is he's come in a very calming presence, a very impressive presence, but not an intimidating presence. And as he walks in the clubhouse in Scottsdale, and he's been part of the organization, I think he just knows, the little things that matter, because let's face it, I mean, he was in uniform 3 years ago, 2021. So we're talking about 3 seasons ago. So we're talking about somebody who is, very in tune with the modern day player, which is not the same as it was 10, 20 years ago, and is very in tune with, sort of the little things that matter, and the little things do matter. And, I don't know those little things, but he does. So we're super excited to have Buster at the top of the organization.
Larry Bear is the voice you hear this morning on Uma Guestline on the Giants and KNBR Executive Show, which is, of course, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, 75 years and growing. And Larry, you guys made a decision to pair up Buster Posey with Zach Manassian as his GM. How has that relationship kind of unfolded during their first spring training together?
It's been great. And we should say, Marcus, really Buster made the decision to pair himself with Zach, because when he came in, so much of when you're working side by side with somebody, so much of it is chemistry and, who are you able to complete each other's sentences, etc. And I just from the naked eye and just experiencing it now for many months, it seems like it's the perfect complement. Zach, as you knew, grew up in the clubhouse, has that clubhouse feel, which Buster has. I think in that sense, they mirror each other. But in another sense, Zach has been working in front offices here for nearly 2 decades and knows everybody in the business and all the details that you have to do that Buster's going to have to focus on, but is going to want to delegate and have others help him with. Zach is the perfect person. Then we have another great group in the front office, including Jeremy Shelley, who's been here almost 30 years, and others that have been Paul Bean and others who've been able to. So it's just a perfect complement. You see, I know I spent some time with them in Arizona, and they're just completely on the same page. And you guys have had Zach on. I know you're going to be having him on. He is all baseball, and that's what Buster wants.
Yeah, more important for us, he's good radio, too. He can do an interview. I like it, yes. So he's got
really good. Wait till he gets going on the stories about his godfather.
I know. Tommy Lasorda. Oh, my God. Larry Bear starts our executive shows. The Giants open their season today in Cincinnati, 1:10 first pitch, 12:10 pregame. And then next Friday, home opener against the Seattle Mariners, right? Did I get that right, Marcus? Yeah? I didn't even look who they're playing next Friday. I think it is the Mariners. Okay, Larry, so listen, as you said, Buster will talk more X's and O's baseball than you. You can talk front office. And so a couple big things have happened over the winter. And so you knew coming on we were going to come at you with the stuff. And so address for us the reduced payroll. Just, give us the view from the owners, the investor group. I know it's a lot of you guys. I think it's like 33. Everybody says Greg Johnson because he's the head guy, but there's a lot of investors. Why did the investors choose to scale back payroll?
I think that it wasn't the investors chose to scale back payroll per se. I think what we're doing, and every year this we get into this, some years up, some years down, but the recommendation was, as we looked at all the options out there, the 2 big ads just in terms of veteran players with payroll, Willie Adames and Justin Verlander were targeted by Buster and the group, and that others we looked at, went down the road with, but it just didn't work out for various reasons. But I think that last year payroll skyrocketed some, right? Was up into the luxury tax, etc. And as Greg has said, we're not afraid to be in the luxury tax, but you want to spend the money wisely and you spend the money well. And I think the feeling was we could put together a team where we give some younger players chances, but also be successful in doing so. And you look at the lineup and you look at some guys who will be playing every day now, who are young, and we're going to be giving them chances. And same thing with the pitching staff. And so it's an important balance to strike, because when you're talking about a payroll that gets into the tax, kind of by definition, there are going to be some younger players that may not be have a chance to prove themselves. So this was a collective decision. This wasn't really a here's a number, go figure it out. It's basically everybody bought into this was the best way to go. And still, our payroll is, take the 30 clubs is up there in the top 10 or so.
Yeah, and Larry, we know that you guys also brought in some other investors this offseason with the 6th Street Group buying 10% of the team. What can you tell us about that relationship?
Yeah, I mean, that was something, it's interesting. There's been a fair amount said about that. I mean, what that really was, there's two things going on, really, and this is all happening in sports. Pretty much every franchise in sports is doing some version of this, and that is bringing in a private equity or an investment fund that comes in. They're limited in how much they can own. They're limited in terms of the governance, but they come in as investment because sports has been a good investment over recent years. And for us, we really haven't done anything, in terms of a major new investor in our whole history, 33 years of this group, right? Because each time if somebody had to, say somebody owned 1 or 2% and they were working on their estate, we would have a current investor buy that stake. But we're also now, with the ballpark 25 years old, we're looking at making some major capital improvements to keep it fresh and feeling great and modernized, and some new group areas and all. And that takes tens of millions of dollars. And to do that, we thought the best approach would be to bring in a group that, in fact, this group we're really excited about. 6th Street, they own the women's soccer team here, Bay FC. They're based in San Francisco. They've just bought into the Boston Celtics, as you probably heard. Just a very good, strong group. They have a lot of knowledge about stadia. They're involved with Real Madrid and FC Barcelona in Europe and Spain. So I'm really excited to have them, because they can come up with some good value added input to us as well.
So, Larry, I'm part Bolshevik, not fully, just part. I like capitalism, too. Believe me, I like money, but I understand. I like to frequently I side with the labor over ownership has kind of been my whole deal. So I guess when people hear private equity, they think ///. Like, it's never private equity doesn't come in and grow and say, we're going to take care of our workers. We're going to make them happy. What do you guys need to be happy? It's always, how do we make this leaner, meaner, more efficient? How do we trim everything? How do we trim the margins? That's people's impression of private equity. So how would you push back against that?
Well, so that means that's going to be the case with, let's go through it, the Miami Dolphins, the Buffalo Bills, go through every team. Everybody's doing private equity. I don't think that's at all the case here, Murph. What's happening is they see this as an investment. Again, keep in mind that each league, the NFL, NBA, MLB, soccer, they all are allowing these groups, these investment funds to come in. Why? Because sports has been a good investment through the years, and they put their money in and they want it to grow. And it's not necessarily the case where the funds that are being used are funds that are going to be taken out and they're going to sell their stake in X amount of time. That happens to some, but not for all, because there's longer term funds out there. So it's just not, we wouldn't have done it if that was the case. It's just, in fact, the opposite, where we'll be working, using some of the funds or most of the funds to make improvements to the ballpark and the fan experience.
Okay, we'll take you at face value and we'll watch it unfold. We had to ask and you answered, and good stuff.
Sure.
Hey, I'm sort of want to keep going. I know we're sort of up against it, but you're so connected to the league wide. One of the things that hit me on the way in, I was driving in and I listened to all these different stations on Sirius XM and KNBR, and ESPN was leading their Get Up show, and they were leading with LeBron and Aaron Rodgers. And I was like, oh my God, it's opening day. You know what I mean? So, and I know you, Major League Baseball and ESPN just split. So give us, I know it's sort of like a huge question to ask to squeeze into a 3-minute answer, but where are we with the future of Major League Baseball and its national visibility in terms of promotion and visibility in television?
Yeah, look, I think that we're in a obviously transformational time in terms of the way people consume games, right? And, our kids, when they get out of college now, they're not necessarily wiring up their apartments the way they used to for, a 500 channel cable bundle. What they're doing is they're watching television, watching games on their lap, right? And maybe it's a 2 or 3 screen experience. So as we move into a streaming environment, there's this disruption. ESPN has been, a great partner for baseball through the years, yet, we had sort of disagreement in the last 3 years where they had opt-out. So MLB, my understanding is there's, we're going to take a good hard look at some other options now. I think on the so there's that in the national scene. Then on the local scene, people are watching games differently. We just introduced on Peacock, you can watch games in market streamed, as well as through Major League Baseball's app, MLB.tv. You can watch Giants games in market streamed. It's the same feed with Kruk and Kipe. It's just you don't have to have the bundle. And so we're in a period of disruption. You've read about teams around the country. Some of our regional sports networks have had financial problems. So it's going to be, I think we're going to see, blink your eyes, in a couple of years, you're going to see probably some whole new mode of transmission of these games. So we just got to kind of, fasten our seatbelt a little bit for, maybe a bit of a bumpy ride. I'm not going to be critical of ESPN because I think they do a great job. But you're right, Murph. Kind of the predicate for your question was like, this is opening day. Let's go. Cincinnati's going to be rocking. It's going to be a big civic holiday. And hey, can I mention one other thing?
Yeah, of course.
Other thing that we talk about when you asked about Buster and about the team and the vibe. And I think you talked earlier today about the roster changes. Kristen Koss.
Yeah.
So there was a scene before the game. I think Kruk referenced this yesterday on his show.
You're a good listener.
Before,
yes, yeah.
Before the game, last exhibition game against the Tigers, where Bomel announced that he was going to make the team and wear a Major League uniform for the first time. There wasn't a dry eye in the clubhouse. Though the players, because they love the kid and what he is, the way he went about his spring training, because he just, it was like the definition of grit. And when you ask, what might be different this year, I just think the culture is to put him on the team sent an incredible message to the clubhouse and to our fans. And it's kind of player, we want to have on the team. And it was one of the best moments as it was being relayed. I wasn't in there, but was, many people were talking about it throughout the organization.
Very cool.
So
very cool. Yeah.
Pretty cool. And then, his family was, he then went from the clubhouse into, with his mom and dad, and his wife and his infant child. And this is a guy, by the way, it's just the story, just to complete the story real quick, grew up in Riverside, Giants fan.
Bobby Bonds' hometown.
Exactly. And
Yes.
somebody actually asked me if that had any connection about it, and I don't know the answer to that. Maybe it
Probably not.
had. Obviously, big difference in age,
Yes,
but that was where Bobby grew up.
And Dusty.
And Dusty, and that's where they played ball. So who knows? But and then he went to UC Irvine. But the point is, it's his third organization, and he said, I'm finally wearing the orange, and I'm in the big leagues. And it's like it's like now I could be, if I wanted. So it was just it's a great story. You'll hear more about it.
Maybe he's got like a Matt Duffy vibe about him or something. I don't know. But
There you go.
Duffy was homegrown though, a little different, but still, Larry, it's great. We can go on and on and on about all the big picture questions facing baseball because you're the executive. But we're done. We're letting you go. We're letting you enjoy the heck out of the game today. And it is. I mean, think back to you riding the Muni with your dad down to see the Year of the Fox. I know, 1971, right? Here we are, 2025, still doing it. So God bless.
Doing it,
yes.
And happy opening day. And we can talk about that still. And thinking of Willie and Orlando, missing them on opening day.
And all of them, Willie McCovey and on and on and on. All the guys we've lost. So happy opening day, Larry.
Happy opening day.
We'll see you next
Thanks,
week at the ballpark, all right?
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Larry Baer. There it is, the executive show. Look, we go to the big questions, we go to the small. You go Christian Koss, you go MLB TVs, you go Bolsheviks, you go private equity, the whole deal.
6'3", all that good stuff.
Yeah, 6'3". By the way, so I looked it up. I know we're super late. But with John Miller and Chris Russo coming up, don't go anywhere. But 2025, the Giants are opening day payroll. This is according to Fangraphs, 14th. So he said 10th, but really 14th. Here's the interesting thing. The commitments grow in 2026. They have the commitments already there. The Giants are actually 10th. In 2027, they move up to like 9th. And in 2028, they already have their top 5 in commitments. So I think that's the Adamas salary, the Chapman salary. So they do have long-term commitments that are already filling up their coffers all the way up through 28.
Yeah.
Which is something to keep an eye on.
And I think that's part of the blueprint, too, when you look at the contract that Willie Adames got, but also kind of scaling back the payroll.
That's why, yes.
It's Buster's plan.
I get it a little bit. So if you're going to pay Chapman and Adames that much money, and Webby, I guess, too, and other people like that, you're going to have to find... It's like the Niners. If you're going to pay McCaffrey and Kittle and all these guys,
and Brock
you got to go draft Brock Purdy. There's the other one. All right, well, listen, wide-ranging chat. Hope you all enjoyed it. But let's get back to the hype, baby. What's the number one thing that you're most fired up about for today? 808 KNBR. Call us right now. What's the number one thing? Is it Christian Koss? Is it Luis Matos? Is it Justin Verlander? I don't know. You tell me. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. And then Mad Dog Russo at 8:15. Happy opening day on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. We want you to stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, you're going to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means it's your lucky day and you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
He's holding and the pitch is swung out, hit deep to right field. Camargo has a fly ball. It's going, gone. A home run. It is a home run for Camargo, and the Giants have won it by a score of 4-2. Camargo hit the ball over the right field fence.
John Tamargo.
Oh, look at that. This is good stuff. Opening day highlights. Happy opening day, everybody. That was 1979. How are you going to beat John Tamargo, backup catcher? Was on with the Giants only for a cup of coffee and hit a home run off of John D'Acquisto, former Giant and former in-studio guest here, John D'Acquisto, to take the Giants to a 1979 opening day victory coming off the great 78 season. And it, of course, led to Lee Hammer's great Lindsey Nelson impression about the backup catcher, John Tamargo.
John Tamargo.
Oh, man. Lee was so excited because that's I was 11 when that happened, so it was such a big deal. The Giants won on we didn't call them walk-offs then.
Ooh.
We did not call them walk-offs then.
Really?
No, that walk-off when walk-off, we've talked about this before.
Have we?
Walk-off was invented by Dennis Eckersley after the Kirk Gibson home run.
Oh, yeah.
He said he called it the next spring, in spring of '89. Sports Illustrated did a huge story on it. The everything about it, the pitch, the at-bat, how it affected the Dodgers, how it affected the A's, how it affected Eckersley, how it affected Gibson. And Eck was amazing and gave the writer hours of time and talked about it and said, yeah, man, it was pretty much the ultimate walk-off piece. It was like, whoa. Yeah, because you walked off the field because you lost the game.
And a new phrase was born.
Which is funny because, when you say it's a walk-off for your team, when really it's a walk-off for the other team.
Yeah.
You know what
it's
I mean?
the embarrassing. It's the walk of shame.
But that John Tamargo home run was a game-winning home run that was so exciting. I had a funny story. He was a bullpen coach for the Astros in the early 00s, and my season seats were down by the visitors' bullpen at Oracle. And, you know me. Couple of pops. You saw that yesterday at the Roundtable, right?
Yeah, we did.
It was not. God, 1 pint.
Yeah.
It was fine. By the way, everybody's like, oh, Murph, you were way too much yesterday. I'm like, we're doing a show, people. We're trying to have fun. Can we not bring a boombox in and yell around? Maybe if it's not your cup of tea, so be it.
I mean,
but otherwise, we're so it's all these, well, I don't know. I kind of like Christian Call.
Oh, no.
Let's hype it up a little bit.
The other shows were advertising the Roundtable as a Royal Rumble, so don't be surprised when Murph and I bring the smoke.
And so for all the listeners like, oh, you were way too much. Well, you know what? It's a free country.
Yeah.
Change the freaking station. All right, buddy? And by the way, we'll do it again with the boombox. But anyway, the point is I was down by Tamargo, and I kept yelling to him. I was like, John Tamargo. It was like a Tuesday night against the Astros, bro. Quiet crowd out there. And I was like, we remember 1979. And Billy Wagner was in the pen, now a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he is.
And he was turning around and vibing off me, and he was pointing to Tamargo, and he tapping Tamargo on the shoulder. And Tamargo finally looked around, smiled, and then he brought a baseball out, and he signed it, and he's like, hey, yo, and he tossed it up to me.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah,
So
John Tamargo.
There you go, buddy. All right, guys. So what are you most fired up about the number one thing? I'll go first. It's Buster Posey, pure and simple. It's the Buster Posey factor. I'm reading the SF Standard story. There's a big picture of Buster. I mean, just exuding Buster. You know what I mean? Here I am. Don't disappoint me. I'll support you. Play the game the right way. Now go win a ball game. I mean, he's just exuding this Busterness. What is it for you?
Yeah, I think that's the easy answer, Murph, because it seems with Buster, we're getting back to baseball. And I know Papa doesn't want us to trash Farhan Zaidi too much, but man, I got so tired of the spreadsheet style of baseball that we saw over the last couple of years. The constant rotation with the Sacramento cycle of sending guys up and sending them down. It seems like we're getting back to basics with Buster Posey. Whether we're talking about the approach, just throwing more strikes, playing a little bit of small ball, and buying back into the Giants' way. The Giants' way that won 3 World Series with Buster Posey behind home plate. So that's what I'm buying into this offseason, is the different approach and just the different vibes that we've been talking about since spring training, because Buster Posey is in the memory-making business. So let's go out there and make some memories this year.
Yeah, I love it. All right, out to the phones. Rico in Brisbane starts us off. Rico, good morning. Happy opening day, man. What you fired up about?
Yeah, what's up, Rico?
Good morning. Happy opening day. I'm fired up on a couple things. One, you guys got me kicked off at that luncheon This is the Rico I talked to you right outside the ballpark.
Yeah, you were my guy, Rico. You know what, Rico? I was vibing off you when we were throwing out some takes. I saw you nodding in the back. I'm like, there's my guy right back there, Rico.
That was already fired up. And then the rotation. I'm excited to see these guys get out there on the hill. I mean, that was a calling card of the Glory Buster years, and seeing some Logan Webb, some Verlander, Robbie Ray. I mean, it's stacked. And then you got Birdsong waiting in relief. These guys, I think they can really pull it off this year with some great pitching.
I'm going to say this one thing, Rico. My only negative note is I was reading the opening day roster and everything, and I was like, how's Birdsong going to adjust to coming out of the pen? I do have a question mark hanging out over that. This guy's been a starter all his life. He was a starter last year. Now all of a sudden he trotting it in the sixth inning with it one out and a guy on. I mean, it's going to be different for him.
My take on it is it's not going to be long-lived in the pen because, things happen. Not that I want any unfortunate stuff, but these guys got to share those starts. And I think he's going to get a decent amount of starts just by spotting people and giving people breaks. And one guy needs a couple extra weeks for something. I think he's going to get a good amount of starts, and that's where he comes in handy.
Okay, well, good. It's certainly something to watch, Rico. It's always great to see you, buddy, and we'll look forward to the next one, man, and happy opening day.
Yeah, and to Rico's point, to me, the starting pitching depth is going to be one of the keys to being successful this year. Like, even beyond Birdsong starting the year in the bullpen, it feels like a lot of people are writing off Kyle Harrison because he's going to start the year in AAA Sacramento. Kyle Harrison will be starting games at some point this season. And even beyond Kyle Harrison, you have the addition of a guy like Keaton Wynn, who we were talking about that splitter a couple of years ago. And even my guy Carson Wisdom, I think at some point could get a couple innings. So we're talking about a starting rotation that's 7, 8, 9 guys deep when you look at that Sacramento rotation, too.
It'll be exciting, man. Ed is up in Yuba City. I love Giants fans in Yuba City. Ed, good morning. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Ed.
Great. Good morning. How are you guys?
We're fired up, buddy. We got baseball today at 1:10.
I am so excited. What I'm really excited about is knowing that today's lineup is the lineup I'm going to see tomorrow, the lineup I'm going to see the day after, the lineup I'm going to see in July. I like cheering for the guys. I like knowing my team.
Yeah, that's a good call. And particularly Jung-Hoo Lee, in center field. So you're going to go... You're going to go Ramos in left, Lee in center. You're going to go Chapman at third, Adames at short, Bailey at catcher, Fitzgerald at second. Really, I mean, first base might be a platoon, right field might be a platoon. I don't know, but you're right, Ed. We're going to be, and pretty much no openers and starting rotation. I mean, even watching Robbie Ray pitch into the sixth inning of a spring training game, I was like, oh my God, the Giants starter's still out there. I was surprised.
I love knowing who's coming up. That when I was a kid, you knew who was coming up next. You knew that, hey, I got to be on the radio because Darrell Evans is coming up to bat, or I know that this is going to happen.
That's great. Nice Darrell Evans play. One of the few guys who could go upper tank at Candlestick.
Yes, absolutely. Third base.
I mean, this guy, dude, going upper tank at Candlestick was Ed, anyway, happy opening day, and I'm with you, buddy. Going upper tank at Candlestick was rare air, dude. Rare air. And Darrell Evans could do it.
As Pat the Bat likes to say, you need two cheeks to get that kind of distance.
Yes. You know what I just thought about? God, Darrell Evans with McCovey Cove. He would have had a number of splash hits, brother. Darrell Evans had like 450 bombs in his career. Ooh, don't sleep on Darrell Evans. He also said he saw a UFO. He's convinced.
I believe him.
No, he has a strong witness account that he saw an unidentified flying object. Yeah, it's a true story.
It's a good one.
Sean, hey, look who's called. They say the kids don't like baseball. Sean in San Rafael likes baseball.
Yeah, don't tell that to Sean.
Well, that's our guy. Mm-hmm. And he's playing his own baseball. They just had the San Rafael Little League Parade through town.
Nice.
I saw the pictures. Sean, good morning.
What's up, Sean?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
How you doing, brother?
Good. Great day for baseball.
By the way, Andre came up and dapped me up after our semifinal game against Davidson.
He did?
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah. Sorry, we had to get the dub, though. Sorry.
It's all good. I'm sure Andre wouldn't say that, but
what you got, buddy?
I'm very excited for this season. I think just like, spring training, it can matter, it can't matter, but it's not that we're winning, it's the way that we're winning. It's the opposite field pokes when there's a guy on second. It's getting a sac fly when a guy's on third and scoring the runs. It's just cheap runs that we're starting to manufacture again that I think will eventually, later in the season, win us games.
Well, that's it. But I mean, Sean, you're playing baseball. You know the deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to move the runner over.
I mean, that could be the difference between 5 or 6 wins between competing up for a wild card spot and not competing is just hitting with runners in scoring position. As simple as that.
Yep.
And Sean, I want to throw the right base. I want to hit cutoff men. Even on Wednesday night, I heard Grant McCrae miss a cutoff man. I was not happy. Come on, man.
No.
Sean, you know it. Where are you playing, though, by the way? I see you as a corner infielder. Are you a corner infielder? What are you? Sean?
What was that? Sorry. Broke up for a sec.
Wait, what were you doing, bud?
You broke up for a sec.
Oh, okay,
we dropped him. You're holding down the hot corner. What position are you playing this year, Sean?
This year, so after the parade, after the Little League parade down 4th Street in Santa Fe, there's an opening day game for the juniors. Andre's team beat us, but I started on the bump, went too strong.
Nice.
And then tonight we got a game. Lineup hasn't been posted yet, but I think I'm playing little third, little first. Then I think I'm coming in the later innings to pitch.
So I see him. Yeah, he's a corner outfielder and kind of a Rick Russell figure on the hill. He is, dude. Sean, you're the best, buddy. Keep it going. Yeah. Hey, does anybody in your friend group, anybody know anybody in Major League Baseball?
Anybody in my friend? Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, my friends. I mean, I got my friend. Few guys right here. One sitting next to me on the bus. He's got his Jungho Lee City Connect jersey on right now.
There it is. Do they know who Ellie? Do any of your friends know who Ellie De La Cruz is?
Yes.
Okay.
What about him?
Yeah. Don't insult my guy Sean. He knows ball.
All right, Sean. Be good. Have a great day at school, buddy.
Throw some strikes,
All right,
kid.
You too, Murph. Have a good one. Thank you.
Sean in San Rafael. That's our
live
guy.
low, live long.
He's awesome. All right.
Dude, he's like growing up with our show now.
Well, of course. Yeah. I told you. Now I've seen the kid. He's getting it done.
Dude, his voice is getting deeper and deeper.
It is every time. It is every time. Okay, we see calls coming in. We'll get back to you guys a little later in the show, particularly in the 9 o'clock hour, because we got the tradition. We always talk to Chris Mad Dog Russo, who's just become a gigantic figure in the sports talk world. He's grown a beard, too. He has thoughts on baseball. He's one of the great baseball fans, and a tradition to have legendary baseball fan and SiriusXM ESPN personality and friend of the program, Chris Mad Dog Russo, next on The Sports Leader.
Wow, how about that?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest this week. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival up in Sacramento. We want you to stay tuned to the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. So when you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Smith ready. Here's a 3-2 pitch on the way, and Williams hits it deep to left field. It is going. It is gone. A 3-run homer by Matt Williams, and the Giants lead 4-0.
1994 opening day. Matty Williams goes deep. Of course, a strike later on. We won't talk about that. Let's talk about 2025. Let's talk about baseball. Let's talk about the Giants. And let's do it with what has become a tradition on opening day. We reach out to lifelong Giants fan, maybe not so much anymore, but our favorite, of course, on ESPN and SiriusXM, and just our buddy. We've been through it all with him. It's your boy Murph, Mad Dog, Chris Russo, and we got Marcus Boucher next to me. Happy opening day, Chris.
Hey, morning, Mad Dog.
Marcus, Murph, how are you? That was the year that Williams hit 43 homers, right? And if there wasn't a strike, after 111 games, he needed 18 in about 50-something games left, and he had Bonds hitting behind him who hit 37 home runs. He had a chance to break the record that year. He had a chance to do it.
He had a chance. He goes up there with the 94 Expos as the tragic, untold stories.
And don't forget, Gwynn hit 394. He had a chance to hit 400 that year. Don't forget that either. I believe he was hitting 394 at the time of the strike. Throw that in there, too. That's important.
That damn strike. Are we still feeling the repercussions to this day, Chris? Because your network, ESPN, is parting ways with baseball. What's happening? What's going on?
I had Manfred in studio yesterday, and you could tell he was very upset about the way ESPN handled that. I'm not too sure to tell you. I think it's a hit for the sport. I think anytime ESPN, you're off ESPN, ask the NHL when they got, went everywhere else and they had trouble, then they went back to ESPN. I think it's a hit for the sport. I could say things about ESPN that they do way too much NBA. The NBA is not the, I know the Warriors, I understand it, but the NBA, they make it sound like the NBA is the NFL. The NBA is not the NFL. And the NBA's ratings are not better than baseball's ratings, at least in America. But they decided to blow up baseball, so that is going to be a tricky situation. We'll see how they handled it this year, as they're the lame duck. They're sort of in a TNT situation with TNT covering the NBA this year. But that's a hit. I mean, baseball is, putting on a happy face. I think they'll be able to sell their product properly, because the three things that baseball and ESPN had a relationship with was the wild card round, was the home run derby, and was Sunday Night Baseball. So there's three little packages that baseball has to sell right now to make up for ESPN. I think I've heard NBC for the Sunday night package. I've heard Fox for the home run derby, which would make sense. They do the game, the All-Star game. And then, of course, you got to worry about what they're going to do with the wild card weekend, which the wild card week, which is a good week. But your overall point, Murph, is right. I think it's it hurts the sport. There's no way around it. It hurts the sport.
Yeah, Mad Dog, I actually did want to ask you about your interview yesterday with Rob Manfred and his comments about the A's playing in Sacramento before we get to the Giants. Would love to get your breakdown on just your thoughts about the A's leaving Oakland and currently playing in Sacramento in a AAA ballpark.
Well, I had Kotsay on. I'm going to play him today. I taped it a couple of days ago, the A's manager, and he gave me the deal about how baseball will not allow them to play playoff games in that ballpark if they actually made the playoffs. and Rob said they might let him play the wild card round, which I thought was interesting because I did not know. I think the A's had to get out of Oakland myself. I think it was about time. It sounds like Vegas is going to happen as far as shovels in the ground. I think that, it'd be a weird situation. You got two major league teams playing in two minor league ballparks this year. I think that would be odd. But to me, from an atmosphere standpoint, everything else, anything's got to be better than Oakland. That big ballpark with 5,000 people in the stands, the upper deck with tarps on it, the long foul territory, anything's got to be better than Oakland. So I think this situation would be okay in the long run. It'd be weird, hot weather, small ballpark, lots of night games. It would be weird, but I think at the end of the day, baseball had to move, so I'm okay with it. You want to blame Fisher? Go ahead. I'm going to blame the city of Oakland as more than anybody, and the state of California. But you want to put all the blame any way you want. Bottom line is, it wasn't attainable with what they're doing at the Oakland Alameda Coliseum.
And Chris,
they had to leave.
Mad Dog, I know we want to talk Giants, but come on, and I'm not an A's fan. Listen, I've gotten into several arguments with A's fans over the years. It's been very hostile between Giants and A's fans over the years. But I do want to stick up for Oakland a little bit now. You're describing them at their worst. When that club is revving, that's about, I'd almost say it's one of the best environments in all of baseball.
Well, again, when they played playoff games against the Tigers, they had 34,000. Why? They couldn't put 50,000 in the ballpark. When they won 100 games and had that long and had great years in the last 5 years, their average attendance was 18,000. If you want to go back to the early 70s, when they had the 3 championships in a row, they had one of the worst attendances in Major League Baseball. They did better in 88, 89, 90, where they drew well. But historically, the Raiders left, the Warriors left. Okay? The Raiders left. They did not have a ballpark. If you want to play ball with sports teams, you got to help them with arenas and stadiums. The Vikings did. Vegas did. The Chargers, they didn't help. They had Kroenke. He did a good job by himself. I understand that. But if you want to get the Dolphins with getting a Hard Rock Cafe built, you have to play ball with them. And for whatever the reason, they didn't play ball with them. And I don't buy the fact that Oakland is St. Louis. I don't buy that. Yes, good environment. I understand that. But go look at the average attendance figures in the period in the last 7 or 8 years when they made the playoffs. I got to go back and look at the years prior to the pandemic. They averaged 1.4 million, 18,000 a game. And that was good teams, 96, 97 wins. That's not big-time baseball. That team should be averaging 30, 35,000 with that kind of product. We can fight this all day. It's not today's not the day to do it.
Don't worry about it.
Today's not the day to do it. No. The A's are going to be in a better place. I don't care what the Oakland A fan says once they get to Vegas. Maybe not the next 3 years, but once they get to Vegas. Retractable roof, 30,000-seat stadium. They draw well. That's going to be a better situation. A baseball stadium, not a football stadium.
Chris, Mad Dog Russo is the voice here this morning on Uma Guest Line. And Mad Dog, moving on to the Giants, what has been your breakdown of Buster Posey taking over as the president of baseball operations?
Well, I love the hire. Something different. I think Buster would do a great job. I don't know what his philosophy is. They gave Adames a lot of money. Him out of Milwaukee in that ballpark in San Francisco, the numbers won't be quite as good. Verlander, the Giants are in a weird spot. They're trying to be competitive because it's a big market. They got a great park. The Dodgers are so good. And, the last 3 years they've won 79, 80, and 81 games. They fired managers. I don't see where the Giants in a brutal division and a very difficult National League, I don't see where the Giants are going to be that much better than they've were the last couple of years. They do have good pitching. I like the pitching. Verlander sounds like he's going to be pretty good. We got Webb at the top of the rotation. I know they got that rookie first base, that young first baseman who's zooming up the minor leagues. Adames will be better. Chapman be better. But the center field is healthy. This is not a great team. And with San Diego, who's going to be pretty good, and the Diamondbacks who have pitching, and the Dodgers who are, a monster, and then you got the Phillies, Braves, and Mets. I don't know where exactly the Giants are going to end up, but they probably are going to be like where they have been. They're going to be somewhere, they'll be competitive, And, they have their moments because they be a little healthier. Pitching's pretty good, but this is not a great team. And, when the Giants aren't great and August comes around and they're 25 games out and they're not making the playoffs, they're going to put 40,000 in when the Marlins come to town. I mean, and that's going to be a problem. And then when the football season and people are thinking about the NFL in September, that ballpark will be empty. And I don't know how the Giants combat the Dodgers, who have everything going for them right now, including, we all know a huge payroll. They have a destination spot, which is huge. They have the Asian market organized. Every great Japanese player is going to want to play for the Dodgers. They have a great farm system. They have huge money. I don't know how the Giants are going to compete. San Diego's got good pitching. So, I mean, that's probably the way to go. San Diego's got some pitching. They have a manageable payroll. That's probably what the Giants will have to do. But I know today is a day of optimism, and I understand that.
You do.
I understand that. People don't want to, and I love Posey. I think Posey's going to do a good job. But they got a long, long way to go.
Well, here, let me counter it a little bit. So 80, 81, 79, right? So they're in the ballpark. They're literally like 6 to 7 wins from, even on those mediocre Farhan teams that were so faceless, they're 6 to 7 wins from being in the mix. And we acknowledge the 3 teams in the East probably going to all make the playoffs, and then the West, right? We can blow off the Central. So the Giants have some hurt. They're going to probably have to finish ahead of the Padres or D-backs, and I understand on paper. I get it. That's why Vegas has them at 79.5 or 80.5. I get it. So you asked, though, you said earlier, I don't know his philosophy. Well, here's Buster's philosophy has been the entire time playing baseball. He's throw to the right base, hit to the right side, move the runner over, go first to third, hit the cutoff man, discipline with 2 strikes. Don't swing for the fence and strike out. Put the ball in play. Starters go longer. Keep your bullpen fresher. Field it. Catch it. If you don't, you're out. So that's the philosophy. And the optimism here, Chris, and you can take this any way you want, is that on an optimistic front will get you 5, 6, 7 more wins, get you 85, 86, 87. You're in the mix.
I guess. I mean, you want to do that? And that's what Buster has to do, but I'll go the other way. Who's the Giants' star?
Well, it's either Adames or Chapman or Lee.
Adames isn't a star. Adames isn't a star. He's not Francisco Lindor. He's not Soto.
Oh, yeah.
He's not Bryce Harper.
They don't have a Lindor or Soto.
He's not Acuna.
No.
He's not Machado. You can say what you want about Machado. He's a good player. He's not obviously Tatis when he's on his game.
Well, I'll interrupt you right now. Who was the Detroit Tigers star last year? They
got a great pitcher in Scooble.
Yeah, the Giants have great pitchers in Logan Webb and Robbie Ray and guys like that too. I mean, Scooble's one.
I know the Tigers, were 31-15, 31-13.
And the Brewers, I'm going to keep interrupting you. The Brewers haven't had a true star. They make the playoffs. So I'm saying you don't have to have Soto to make the playoffs.
But the Brewers are in a division where they can win a division because the division's
That's
easy.
a fair point. Yes. Understood.
The Giants.
Who was the Giants?
Start the year. Yeah. The Giants start the year where they can't win the division.
Well, yeah, same with the Padres and the Diamondbacks, though.
I understand. So, but the Brewers start the year where the division's wide open. So they have 2 pathways.
Understood, but you know, Chris, that you don't have to have a superstar to make the play. You know that. This is baseball. You know that. Look at the Mets a couple years ago when they did have Lindor. They were the biggest disaster in sports. Come on.
Yeah,
but that
also
great things can happen. You know great things, magical things can happen.
Again, I'll tell you, let's go through it last year. The Yankees made the playoffs, superstars. Scooble won the American League Cy Young Award. Tigers won an easy division. Houston, superstars, make the playoffs every year. Phillies, Harper, Hall of Famer. Wheeler, superstars, make the playoffs every year. Lindor had an incredible year last year. Now you bring Soto in. That's superstar talent. Padres have 2 guys. I mean, Tatis and Machado. I mean, those are big-time players. I mean, you want to say the Diamondbacks don't have a superstar? All right, I'll give you that one. Carroll's not a superstar. Pitching is not a superstar. The Dodgers, how many superstars do the Dodgers have? They got 3 at the top of the lineup. 3.
Well, I would say this, though. I would just say I agree with you. I agree with they don't have that star. But I would argue that 10, 12, and 14, they didn't really have the stars either. I mean, you could talk about Buster or Bumgarner or whatever, but those guys going into the season were not moving the national needle. I'm just saying, and again, I ain't saying 100. I just said 85, 86, which I didn't think was an outrageous take.
I agree. let's not be again. Be optimistic. It's opening day.
Yes.
Be optimistic.
And Mad Dog, I think a lot of people.
Go ahead.
If you want to tell me if everything breaks right, the Giants could fight for the 6th spot.
Yes.
And win 85 games.
Yes.
I agree.
There we go.
Yeah.
Smoke the peace pipe.
And Mad Dog,
There
I
it
feel
is.
like there's a lot of optimism with Giants fans because of the regime shift, but also what it does for Bob Melvin, because we got into it last year with Farhan Zaidi and the analytics printing out the lineups for Bob Melvin. This is a guy who's won Manager of the Year, but if things do go south this season and the Giants don't make the playoffs, what do you think the future is for Bob Melvin in San Francisco?
Bob Melvin's a hell of a manager. You give him something to work with. He's going to, and I don't, I'm sure Zaidi was handing out of the data freaks who know nothing about baseball, or the guys who come to work with their Schwinn bicycles who never heard of Babe Ruth or Joe DiMaggio or freaking Tris Speaker. Oh, it drives me crazy. And Bochy's not like that. Bochy's not like that. And what has Bochy's won? He's won 4 titles. So I do agree. I think that's a big plus, and I'm a big Melvin fan. Bob's a good manager. He's won Managers of the Years all over the place. He'll do a good job with the team. And I think Buster, I'm high on Buster. Nobody's going to sit there. But, when the Giants won, Buster was their Derek Jeter. They had Bumgarner. They had Matt Cain. They had Lincecum for a couple of those years. Giants had some good talent. At 10 was great. They only won 90 games, but they had the good pitching. 12, they had very good pitching. And then 14, Bumgarner carried them. If you make the playoffs, could Webb carry them?
Well, I mean, Logan Webb, I think you're sleeping on him a little bit. You can talk about scuba.
Oh, I know what I mean. Maybe he can.
He's been a top 5 Cy Young guy multiple times. And he also, go back to 2021, he had 2 great starts against the Dodgers in that series, games 1 and 5.
Well, I agree. I listen. I think Webb is a very, very good pitcher. I think that's where the Giants. Well, let's do the rest of their rotation. Is Verlander in the rotation opening day?
He's starting on Saturday in Cincy. You can watch it at home with half a gun.
Verlander. We got to see how he pitches. You got Verlander, Webb. Who else?
Robbie Ray.
Robbie Ray has looked good this spring.
I'm not a Robbie Ray fan. Go watch the Alvarez Grand Slam in Game 1 of the series a couple years ago. Well,
Jordan Hicks.
Jordan Hicks is their
question marks.
I'm not a big Jordan Hicks fan.
And then it's the young kids. It's Landon Roop, Hayden Birdsong, and Kyle Harrison, who are all young in the under 25 and under, up and coming arms.
Well, let's say this. Let's say Verlander shows his age, and let's say I know Ray won a Cy Young, but let's say Ray is still the inconsistent Robbie Ray. And the Giants don't have a great offense. How are they going to win?
Yeah, they're not going to. Then it doesn't work. Yeah. You've painted the worst case scenario, is what you've done.
So the best case scenario is Verlander is a good number 2 man.
Yeah.
They get something out of Robbie Ray.
Yeah.
The young kids, a couple of the young kids help out in the back end of the rotation.
Listen, I mean...
And, of course, Webb wins close to 20 games.
I mean, we're talking about these mediocre, faceless Giants won 80, 81. I mean, it's not like they won in 60. They've been around flirting with sort of wild card neighborhoods. So
when you've won 4 titles, when you've won 3 championships... Yeah. You're going to have trouble selling people an 81 win.
Well, I'm telling you, the fan base is dying. And Buster, let me tell you, Russo, I know you've been sort of on the East Coast, you and Stephen A. doing your thing, but Buster is beloved here. And the fact that he's running...
I know that. And I love him, too.
Well, the fact that
I'm a big Buster fan.
And the fact that he's running the shop goes a long way with the fan base. Goes a long way.
He doesn't play in the games. We don't get the Buster of 2010. We get Buster of 2024, 25. That's a difference.
Yeah, but we're trusting
optimistically.
We're trusting
Giants make the playoffs.
His culture.
Giants make the playoffs.
Well,
yeah, culture. I buy that.
I said yesterday. My prediction is 86 wins. They stay in it till the last week of September. They don't make the playoffs, but people are enjoying the brand of baseball.
Marcus, you too?
Yeah, I'm around 85, 86. 2 years ago, Diamondbacks made it to the World Series with 84 wins. I guess the question is, what's the floor to get in? Because last year it was 89, so I think they miss out.
You got to figure the Mets, Braves, and Phillies are going to be around 90.
Yes, and then the Padres and D-backs will take one of the two. So I see two NL East and one NL West, but I see the Giants, the culture taking them a little better, 5-6 better, and in the mix. Like sometimes Mad Dog, sometimes those years that you're in contention for it wins a fan base over for a little bit, even if you come up a little bit short in the final week.
I agree with that. If you're asking me right now, if the Giants went in last week of the season right in the mix, pretty solid year, You think most fans in San Francisco would sign up for that right now?
Especially because Buster Posey's face is sitting near the dugout. Yes. Yeah.
And the most Giant fans are positive or negative about Bob Melvin?
Well, they were not happy last year. We'll see. But they got a phenom coming up, Bryce Eldridge. They think is going to be the guy, and they got another guy, Tibbs. They got a couple guys, Dakota Jordan Bodie. They got some prospects on the horizon too. So, but listen, man, I know you got to go.
I hope you're right.
I just want to do this one experience. I've known you forever, Chris. So I want to go. Did you watch Ted Lasso? Did you watch that show?
I'm aware of the show. I did not watch it.
Anyway, there's a great speech from Rebecca where she lectures the owners about where are the little boys who loved the game. So I want to just, as an longtime friend of yours, I want to find the young Chris Russo in the hotel lobby in Philadelphia who was awed when Willie McCovey walked through the lobby. When Willie Mays, I want that guy back, Mad Dog. Is he gone forever?
You're talking about that young kid who loves with the autographs.
Yes, yeah. I know your story. I need that.
You sure do.
I need that stuff.
Good question. That's a very good. That in those days was a unique set of circumstances. Baseball was obviously right up there with the NFL.
Yeah,
it had a charm to it that it's lost some, and all sports have lost it because of the day and age we live in. Instagram, everybody looking at their phone. You lose that connection. So the world's a different place than it was in 1968 when I was bouncing around that hotel, Hilton, in Philadelphia. Have we lost that young fan forever? I hope not.
We're bringing you back.
I think in certain markets maybe you have. I think in New York you haven't. I don't think you have in certain towns. I don't think you have in L.A. or San Francisco. I think in certain towns you have.
Yeah, I agree. But I was about you specifically. I want you back. And I know. So, hey, half Saturday, half a gummy, watch Verlander and see what happens, right?
Yeah, so Verlander goes Saturday. Okay, he's going Saturday.
Yeah, because they have Friday.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'll be into baseball today. I'll be into baseball. Now, baseball right now, it goes in and out of the clouds. This is a good couple days here. But, I'm also into the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
The Masters starts. Starting in late March with a lot of bad weather, it can get a little tricky. But the great thing about baseball, if you're a big fan, it's like a big book. Each chapter has got a little different story. You got 6 months of it. A lot of things can happen. Baseball in New York right now is huge because you got Soto leaving the Yankees to go to the Mets, so there's a lot of Yankee-Met thing. The Dodgers are the Dodgers are a villain to a lot of people, which makes it interesting. And baseball had a good World Series. They didn't get to 6-7 games, but baseball's got momentum off that World Series. We all know what it did last week when it went to Japan with 25 million people, and obviously all the enthusiasm it generated. Not that we care, but all the enthusiasm it generated in that part of the world. Hopefully we'll have a good season, and you're right. If the Giants can get to September 1st in the mix, not necessarily in the division, but with the Diamondbacks and Padres, that would be a big step up. That's a good point. Big step up.
You're the best. Hey, you know what we just did for you for 21 minutes? You didn't have to mention Aaron Rodgers or LeBron James once.
Oh, thank God. Enough of LeBron James. Oh, my God. Who cares? Jeez. You're 1,000% correct.
I know you're compensated handsomely for it, but it's tough to do it every day. LeBron and Aaron Rodgers. I drive in every morning, and I have the East Coast feed on my Sirius XM. And I'm like, and here it is. Here comes Rodgers. Here comes LeBron. And I'm like, come on, man.
Well, yeah, here's what I have done with the baseball this last 8 days or 2 weeks. I put Snitker on, Kate, A.J. Hinch, Cora, Joe Buck, Manfred, and Verducci. That's pretty good.
Yeah, well, you should put Buster on.
I really should have.
Yeah, I need to see. He's very calm.
Would he come on?
Oh, 100%. No, he's different now. He's very different now. He's public. He's ready to go.
So I get called up. I should have thought. I also put A.J. Pleller on. So I'm Dombrowski.
I need you and Buster. I want you and Buster to talk. He's great. He's smart. He's funny. He's droll. He's very chill. He's very calm. He's very witty. He's just a nice, smart.
I've only had him on. I had him on once.
Well, not as a player. As a player, he wasn't good.
I know. As a player, different.
No, he's good now. He's substantive, and he's thoughtful, and he's kind of funny.
I will put a call into the Giants PR. Good job for you.
Yeah, you're the best.
Let's do it.
Even if we lost that little boy in the Philadelphia Hilton, I know he's in there somewhere.
You did it.
He's in there somewhere.
I am 65 years of age, 4.5 decades. You got to give me a little
65 is the new 30. Come on.
You're the best.
Yeah, I think you're right. I feel that way.
All right. Happy opening day, buddy.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Okay, boys. Appreciate it.
There he is. Chris Mad Dog Russo on the Sports Leader.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Waits. Here comes a pitch. He swings it. It's a high drive to left center field. Rasmus was playing pretty shallow. He's going back, still going back. It's off the wall. And the game is over. To deep left center field. He didn't hit it out, but he hit it plenty well enough. And the Giants on opening day here at AT&T Park can celebrate a 5-4 victory in extra innings against the Cardinals. And for the second year in a row, Aaron Rowand is the hero at home plate for the Giants.
Look at those opening day highlights. That young Tony has broken out. That was 2011. I remember it very well. 12th inning, and we had 3-year-old Deck Murph in our arms. And I was, at that point in time, a little more younger, a little more full of piss and vinegar.
Ooh.
And I was like, we're not leaving. Candace is like, we're not leaving. I'm like, we're not leaving. There's no ghost runner, Marcus.
Oh,
no
thank
ghost
God.
runner. And she's like, we have a 3-year-old. He has a wet diaper. I'm like, we're not leaving. And we watched Aaron Rowan walk it off. And then she's like, you know what? That was good. He went 12 innings as a 3-year-old on opening day. So fun stuff. And of course, this song a year later became the anthem of the 2012 World Series run. Was always confusing to me. But anyway, hey, good morning, everybody. Happy opening day. It's been all Giants all day for us. I hope you all enjoyed the roundtable yesterday, even with all the antics and the yelling. I hope that was part of the fun.
Was there more arguments at the roundtable yesterday or between you and Mad Dog Russo?
The text line went bananas on Russo. I think what you got to do with Russo is you got to let Russo be Russo. And listen, you saw near the end of the conversation, we brought him back to that young boy. So I always remember the story, like, how did a lifelong East Coast kid become a Giants fan, a San Francisco Giants fan? And he told the story of being he was on vacation with his family in Philadelphia, and he was in the lobby, and the Giants were playing the Phillies, and Willie McCovey and Willie Mays walked through the lobby, and he was awestruck. He was thunderstruck. And he never forgot it, and he swore allegiance to them forever. And he did all the way through all those years coming on with Ralph, the famous rant with Ralph. One time! We tried to have Tony find that. Ask Kohler if he can find that. I bet he can find it.
All right.
Ask Kohler. And because he was like, one time, I need the Giants to win, one time. And then the Giants won the World Series, and he had his, I'm going to go old head on you here. He had his Peggy Lee, Is That All There Is moment. I know I lost all y'all. It's a great song by Peggy Lee, Is That All There Is, where you're just like, is that all there is? He had his moment. He was like, that's it? We won the World Series? And he kind of had his existential moment. He's like, life is meaningless, and I'm no longer a huge Giants fan. Now he comes on every year, and granted, he was very, very cynical. Holler. Look at Holler.
Yes, let's go, Mike.
So
Get
that
the work.
same negative guy you heard was once this guy.
Just put yourself in my shoes. The Florida Marlins have been in existence for 10 years. They have done nothing. They had one great year in 97, and now they're having this magical run again. And both times at the expense of the Giants. Think about that for a second. Yep. I have been around for 50 years, not a thing. Twice, this team out of nowhere is knocked us off twice. I'll give you one other stat. The Giants have played 4 postseason games in Joe Robbie Stadium in the last 6 years. And they have lost every game in the last at-bat.
Yep.
Every freaking game in that stupid ballpark they've lost in the last. I got Ernie Kashonis calling me up and going crazy. Marlin this, Marlin that. Marlin fans are nowhere to be found, and now I can't win a game in that park in front of 65,000 people. I'll tell you, Saturday I was so upset, and I thought I was beyond it. I thought it wouldn't bother me. Saturday I was mad at Rodriguez. I was mad at JT. So I wasn't mad at JT, but I was mad at Rodriguez. I was Jerome Williams. I'm mad at everybody. I cannot believe. And then I got the Yankees walking through the park in Minnesota, pounding the Twinks. Mariano pitching great. Clemens and Wells, who I hate, going out there being great. And now I got to deal with the Yankees winning another World Championship, probably beating the Red Sox and Cubs along the way, and I'm out in the first round. I mean, why waste my time? Every single freaking year, I get myself juiced up with this stupid team, and at 43 years of age and 3 kids, enough already. Let them go hurt somebody else. I mean, when am I ever going to have a chance to win a lousy freaking champion? One time! Not 20! One lousy goddamn time!
That's it.
There
That's
it is.
You found it.
There's
I'm so
Mad
happy.
Dog, the
Mike
Giants
Holler's the
fan.
best. Mike
Nicely
Holler's
done,
the
Mike.
best.
Nicely
That
done.
is so great. That's the same guy who's like, yeah, not a great team. No, he's in there. That little boy is in there.
Yeah.
He's still there. The Philadelphia Hilton. He's still there.
And Murph, you asked him that question about being that young boy in the hotel lobby. I think this weekend he's going to have one of those gummies, and he's going to think about that a little bit. He's going to think about it.
Did you hear him at the end? He goes, yeah. He goes, you got something there. All right. Thank you, Holler. Thank you, Tony. John Miller from Cincinnati. Next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Oh, that was really fun hearing Chris Russo's rant. And it reminds us of great things that we love, like baseball and Amici's. East Coast Pizzeria. So there you go. You know, it's funny. I mean, we have Sweet 16 here in town today, and we've been talking all Giants. But don't forget, it's March Madness, and we back to that deal at Amici's because there's games today, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So you go to an Amici's or order online from Amici's, and we're getting 20% off any of those new Detroit-style pizzas. How great is that? So March Madness, or I should just say NC2A tournament action, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 20% off Detroit-style pizza. So if you're dining in, just tell them Murph from KNBR sent you. That's me. Say, hey, I heard Murph talking about this. 20% off. Or if you're ordering online, takeout at Amici's.com, enter the code MADNESS20 when you place your order, and you'll get the 20% Detroit-style pizza discount. So it's all happening. We got hoops, we got pizza, we got Amici's, and you got 20% off Detroit-style pizzas. Once again, in person, tell them you heard me say it on KNBR. Online, enter the code MADNESS20, and you get the 20% off those Detroit-style pizzas. College hoops, Amici's, and Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
On swings, and there's a high drive deep into left center field. Going way back is Jordan, and this ball is gone. A home run. Number 1 for Barry Bonds. A 3-run shot, and suddenly it is a big inning. 5-1, the Giants have jumped ahead of Kevin Brown and the Dodgers.
Oh, 23 years ago at Chavez Ravine, the man who made that call, John Miller, is the man who is in Cincinnati right now as the Giants get their 2025 season underway in the Buster Posey era. It'll be Logan Webb on the mound against Hunter Green in the great city of Cincinnati. It's 149th opening day in Cincinnati, which is crazy. John, it is so great that you're making time for the Murph and Marcus Show and all the great listeners out there who are very excited. All the commuters this morning, very excited about Giants baseball back here in the Bay. Happy opening day, John. Good morning.
Hey, morning, John.
Good morning. And it's exciting always, as I've said many, many times, because I wish everybody Happy New Year. All of the things we ascribe and the feelings we're supposed to have on New Year's Eve when the ball drops in Times Square and we all sing and give everybody a hug and a kiss and whatnot, and we make resolutions to do better and have a better year than we just had and all that. All of that actually, in a very real way, exists in baseball on opening day. But every team gets a clean slate to start with, and for the Giants, there is very high hope. Buster Posey at the helm now. I think there's also a feeling that they're going to go about their business a little bit differently, and I think this Giants team is one that you would look at in the Brian Sabian, Dusty Baker era as being one that they would be proud of. Pitching, defense to start there, and some power. There was a lot more power, I think, than we thought was there, and that at least it showed up during spring training. So we'll see, but a better approach, I think, a different approach, that's for sure, with runners in scoring position, put the ball in play, and have a two-strike approach in particular, instead of still swinging from the heels. And because that's where the Giants have really been sorely lacking the last couple of years, in those big high leverage at bats. And also, as Buster has said, in our ballpark in San Francisco, just to be swinging from the heels all the time and try to out-homer the opposition, maybe that's not the best approach there either. And I think Buster's approach there, and guys who've had success there, was foul line to foul line, hit line drives, hit the ball hard, and based on where it's pitched. So because it's a hard ballpark in which to hit a home run, and I think the conventional wisdom always was that right-handed hitters had a little better chance to hit a home run because of the winds at Oracle Park. But it proved that the last few years, our ballpark has been the hardest ballpark in which to hit home runs if you happen to be right-handed. So it's just a hard ballpark all the way around. And having said that, though, I checked my numbers from Mark Simon. Maybe you saw this, that the 32 home runs hit last year by Willie Adames, the Giants' new shortstop, which he had the big-time home run and RBI year. If you took all of his home runs with their distances and all of that and put them into our ballpark, he would have hit 31. He would have only lost one. Now, that did not account for the wins. So that's probably always the big difference in our ballpark, not the distance, but what the wind does to a ball in the air. So anyway, today we're in Cincinnati, where this is a great home run hitter's ballpark. So we'll see as the Giants get started against this Reds ball club, which I think the Reds are in a similar situation as the Giants, hoping to be a lot better than they were last year.
Yeah, and John, we saw that approach lead to a lot of success and the best record in spring training across Major League Baseball. The Giants were the Cactus League champs, and I know spring training records are not the greatest indicators of a team's success during the regular season, but how much do you think some of that success could translate to the regular season?
Well, I think the Giants, number one, were sort of had an emphasis on being good, maybe not as good as they were, but being good in spring training because they want to get off to a fast start. The season, the schedule is based on last year's records, is very difficult to start the year. So they wanted to get off to a very strong start, and they wanted to set that winning mode and that winning mindset right away in spring training. The first year I came to the Giants as a broadcaster in 1997. Dusty Baker was at the helm. First year for Brian Sabian as the general manager. And they went to spring training that year with that same mindset that they wanted to be really good in the spring because they had an emphasis on getting off to a great start. Well, they were excellent in the spring, and then really at their peak form to start that season. They started that year 28-10. And they ended up winning the division title. And so I think this ball club kind of looked at the whole thing in a similar fashion. So I think we're all filled with hope in that regard. But even more so than the record in spring training was kind of the way they did it. They hit well with runners in scoring position, and their pitching was outstanding. And it started with another mandate that was set going to the spring training, throwing strikes. And for the pitchers, it was a competitive thing with each other. They were giving awards in the clubhouse for guys who had the highest strike percentage of their pitches thrown and the highest percentage of first pitch strikes, which always puts the hitter on the defensive if you can get that first pitch strike. So a first pitch, not just a strike, but a quality strike, as they say, because when you have a bunch of strike throwers, hitters, they know that, and they're not going to be just taking a strike. They'll launch that first pitch if it's right down the middle over and over again. So anyway, I think we saw all of that, and we saw that two-strike approach right away. I saw guys like Luis Matos, who, he was kind of an impetuous guy at the plate who might swing at almost anything at various times. So he's trying to rein that in a little bit, but at the same time, he showed a two-strike approach in some of the earliest games that we saw this spring. So that was very encouraging. The Giants were at the top of the Cactus League and both leagues, the Grapefruit League as well, in terms of runners in scoring position, those big-time at-bats. And so anyway, so far so good. Now you got to do it in the regular season, and they're facing a guy today who's got some of the nastiest stuff of any pitcher in the game. Hunter Green throws 100 miles an hour, movement, and he can be wild at the same time, and he can put you into a slump. So I think he pitched 150 in the third innings and gave up 96 hits last year. Really tough to hit. And you have to have some courage just to stand in there against a guy who throws as hard as he does. So anyway, and Logan Webb in a ballpark where keeping the ball on the ground, getting a lot of ground balls is a great thing in this ballpark. I did the first game. Joe Morgan and I did the first game in the history of this ballpark, and the Pittsburgh Pirates used to have a catcher that was not a power hitter. He was a very good hitter, but not a power hit. And he hit the first home run in this ballpark. So we kind of looked at each other in the booth here at what was then the brand new Great American Ballpark and said, whoa, I don't know if they hit too many like that over the years. Anyway, that's the ballpark, and that's the way it plays. So, and the Reds have a few guys who can do that.
That Pirates catcher wasn't Ed Ott or Manny Sanguian, was it, John?
No, not that long ago.
Jason Kendall?
Jason Kendall,
all right,
there you go.
We got it. Hey, it's so great to talk to John Miller in the booth. You can hear the sounds of the ballpark in the background. Great American Ballpark, not Riverfront Stadium where the Reds did all their stuff through all those years. We're just going through all the excitement of opening day. So many different things to hit on. Of course, as you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And John, just want to talk about something very important. That's the opening day starter. And that, Peter Hartlaub of the Chronicle did a great thing on their digital site of every starter in Giants opening day, not home opener, just actual game one starter, all the way back to Sam Jones and Ruben Gomez and Johnny Antonelli and all the way through Tom Bradley and Jason Schmidt and Levo, all these great names. And you know what's interesting, John, and this is my question is, Juan Marichal with 10, the icon, the all-timer, Madison Bumgarner with 5, and then you know who's next is Logan Webb with 4. And it's Tim Lincecum too. So I'm just wondering, do we almost take this guy for granted? And what it means to you as a lifelong Giants fan to see his name ascend the ranks with names like Marichal and Bumgarner and Lincecum.
Well, the thing about Logan Webb is that he's a local guy. I mean, he's from Sacramento. I'm going local on Sacramento, and he was he was an A's fan as a kid. Besides that, but he's a Northern California guy, and homegrown, and he does it as a pitcher. You know, Lincecum, he could blow you away. You couldn't help but be a great fan of Lincecum because he was a little guy, and he dominated all the big sluggers in the game. He just blew them away. So it was not unusual for him to get 12, 13, 15 strikeouts in a game, sometimes even more than that. Where Webb does it in a much different way. He wants to pitch to contact, and he gets a good number of strikeouts, but he wants you to put the ball in play. For him, I think it's much better to get a 1 or 2, 3 pitch out on a soft ground ball than to strike you out, which sometimes you can expend a lot of pitches, a lot of capital that could keep you from going deep into a game. He wants to go. He's got that old school kind of approach like Marichal had, and Gaylord Perry and some of the great Hall of Famers of the past, that he's intending to go all the way, or at least take you into the 8th inning and hand it to the bullpen to tie and to put a bow on it. But I think for him, it's about the changing speeds, and any former big league pitcher like Mike Krukow, for instance, and I'm sure you've talked to him many times about Webb, is that's the way he's doing it. He's constantly changing speeds. He's constantly tinkering, and he's been tinkering a little bit here because his changeup, which is his pride and joy, his signature pitch, it got hit a little more often, a little harder more often than in years past, and he thought, well, maybe he's getting too predictable with it. So he's been working on some other things with some different movements and whatnot, maybe to keep them from just sitting on that changeup in spots where they're anticipating that's when he's going to use it. So we'll see how that goes. And it was pretty good in the Cactus League, that's for sure. And so that he's a warrior out there. And it's funny, he's one of those guys who, when you just talk to him, he seems like a normal guy, a pleasant guy. You kind of like him as your next door neighbor. And then when he gets on the mound, and man, he's fierce, and don't get in his way when he's out there. So anyway, so I think Logan Webb, and he's the guy who's making the opening day start on a staff that's got Justin Verlander, this is a stop for him on the way to the Hall of Fame. He's been and he had a great spring. Robbie Ray, who's won a Cy Young Award, and he's fully healthy now, ready to give the Giants, I think, a full season. He was excellent, and even Hicks, Jordan Hicks, was back to 99 miles an hour just the other night at Oracle Park, still with that great fastball, which is, and he's got a splitter and a slider and whatnot, but that high heat. Wow, did I just use a Christopher Russo?
We just had him on. He was just on.
I heard the part of that. I had the earphones here, and I thought, is that Russo?
He was not an optimistic Chris Russo.
Anyway, I always remember Russo used to start his show in when I lived in Baltimore. You could get WFAN when you're in your car from New York. We weren't that far from New York. And in the afternoon, Mike and the Mad Dog was the name of the show. And he would open the show every day with like, good afternoon, everybody.
He still does. He still does on his Sirius XM show.
Wow. So anyway.
That's so good.
But John, jumping off of that, Chris Mad Dog Russo didn't sound very optimistic about the Giants' chances to make the postseason. Now, it seems here in San Francisco there is more optimism about the fan base, and it's something that we've discussed a lot leading up to first pitch today. Is it the simple addition of Willy Adames? Is it a healthy Jung-Hoo Lee? Is it pitching and defense? What's going to be the biggest difference this year to win 5 to 6 more games to maybe get back in that postseason conversation?
Well, I think for the Giants, if they win 5 or 6 more games, I don't think that they'll be happy with that. I think they have a much higher hopes than that. But I think at the same time, for the Giants, for me, this season is still about what's here and their possibilities, but even more so about some young talent blossoming. And I think the combination of factors sort of has maybe stymied some of those guys. Marco Luciano, for me, is the number one case in point. Like the losing a season of minor league baseball at a critical time in his development, because he was such a young guy. So now he's moved to the outfield, and I think for Marco Luciano, at whatever position that he's playing, the thing that they are really staking all of their hopes on him is the fact that he's built for power, and he's got a lot of power to all fields, and they think that this guy can still be a big-time home run power hitter. So and a lot of other young guys, like Kyle Harrison, who's going to start the year in the minor leagues, and a lot of other young pitchers, Hayden Birdsong being one of them. So I think that there are a lot of young guys. We got some of them here already now. Elliot Ramos, man, the Giants were a lot better when he was in the lineup last year. And Tyler Fitzgerald. Now, Fitzgerald, there were some things that if you're a stats guy, if you're an analytics guy, you're concerned about. He struck out a lot and all of this kind of stuff. So he put up some outstanding numbers as well. Can he do it again? Is he the real deal? So we've seen a couple of those young guys, and Patrick Bailey won the Gold Glove last year as the catcher, so we know what he can do. Now, can he do it with the bat the whole year? Which is, hey, for a catcher, that's not the number one job, but he really has disappeared offensively down the stretch the last couple of years. So, and there's still some other young guys that the Giants have feelings that could really get up here. And of course, Bryce Eldridge was the number one guy that we saw in spring training that they're really excited about. So but he's not the only one. So anyway, so for me, we saw those two guys in particular last year really blossom, Ramos and Fitzgerald, and will some of these other guys come in and do something similar this year? And I think that will ultimately, we're going to judge a team based on how they finished in their final record. But how many more of these young guys will come in and show that, wow, that this guy is really the big deal, and he's going to be here for a long time to come. And I think that's a real key that I'm looking at for this season.
So great. We got to let you go broadcast. Last two things. One, congratulations on your contract extension. No brainer times 100 that will keep you forever calling Giants games. So congratulations to that. And two, it made me think, I was thinking about Marty Brennaman. He's still going, but he's not calling games anymore. He started calling Reds games in '74, all the way up through 2019. So part of the lore of the game is the broadcasters, and so I wonder, you still think about old Marty in the booth. Maybe he's even there. I don't know. Maybe he's hanging out around the cage.
Marty is going to be here today. I talked to him a couple of days ago, and before the luncheon that we had at Oracle Park on Tuesday, and he sounded as great as ever. Marty and I broadcast our first Major League games the same year, 1974. I was with Oakland, and he was with the Big Red Machine, and I'm way younger than Marty. I was a little kid. I was 22 years old.
Wow.
And emotionally, I was still like in the 8th grade, I think. So, but which probably
so Marty
helped
seemed
me.
like a grizzled old man to you.
So Marty, he's a grizzled old guy that I've always respected as one of my elders. Yeah,
just a great.
But, he said he's going to stop by today. He's here for some of the pregame ceremonies.
Well, that'd be
he
great.
still has a contract with the Reds. So, and for me, still one of the. And by the way, they just announced. My wife actually found it on Marty's wife's Amanda Brenneman on her Instagram the other day, that they are going to unveil a statue of Marty Brenneman outside this ballpark with all the other greats, Joe Morgan, Frank Robinson, Pete Rose, Tony Perez. All of them have these really cool statues in a little plaza right outside the ballpark, and Marty's will be unveiled on September the 6th. So I called him to congratulate him on that. And anyway, and we ended up talking for like a half an hour or so because he's just so cool. And It was like we had our own little private rain delay, Phil, there.
Well, I just thought it's so great. Broadcasters are very much a part of the lore, and it's just awesome that you're still going and will go forever, and Marty will be around to say hey. So, John, happy opening day. We'll see you guys when you come home, and thank you for hopping on.
Yeah, thanks,
Happy
John.
New Year. Okay, thanks for having me.
John Miller, baseball season on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still running this contest. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival, and we have not given them away yet. So stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
Yeah, baby! on the sports leader.
As I'm going to curiously ask what our rejoin is after I tell you guys that the Cooler of Content, which is usually at 8:30 every morning, has been delayed. Oh, I got it now. It took me a second. All right. Thank you, Young Tone. Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. It's also sponsored by Marin Health Medical Center, and Marin Health Medical Network. World-class care, closer than you think. This is it. Aftershock tickets.
Is this heavy metal enough for you, Murph?
I mean, to be honest, it's actually still a little poppy, but what is it? Who is it?
This is Korn, a song called Coming Undone.
It's Korn. We can get even heavier. We can get even heavier. But anyway, it's good, though. Very good. I'll give you an A. I'll give you an A on this one, buddy. So, yeah, he was playing Blink-182. I'm like, that's not Aftershock. Give me some Korn. From California, right? Aren't they from like Bakersfield or something?
Bakersfield, California.
Oh, yeah. 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. October 2nd through October 5th, Discovery Park in Sacramento. Aftershockfestival.com. Tickets on sale now. 2 4-day passes to go see Korn say, bum, bum. What's the song called again? Coming Undone?
Yes.
That's what Chris Russo said the Giants will be coming undone. Jeez, man. I appealed to his inner small child, though.
Yeah, there was definitely an aftershock on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line after Mad Dog came on with us.
Oh, really, really good. Okay, 928, why wasn't Farias at the round table yesterday? You know why? He was golfing his ball. Playing 18 holes at Presidio. He got
also called me Farias.
Yeah.
Well, what am I, in high school? Everybody used to call me Farias in high school.
Hey, Farias, where were you?
My entire life I've been referred to as, who called me Brian the other day? Mayor Lurie?
Yeah, and he apologized for calling you Brian.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. The kids aren't calling my sons Murph. I don't know what's going on. I said, what do you mean? I said, you're a Murphy. You can be called Murph for the rest of your life. He's like, no.
Every Murphy I've ever met in my life has been nicknamed Murph.
Yeah, so I don't get it. Okay, Cooler of Content. It's preeping, simple. Well, I don't know. I was thinking, does that help you logistically? Because I was thinking to follow that with Nick Turturro's.
I think it's a perfect transition for Nicky T. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I trust you here, buddy. Trust you. So MLB. So we do these Coolers of Content. These are multimedia. If you're on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter, you can see our video stream. That's where you see the thirst trap that is Marcus Boucher.
Hey now.
And you see me wearing my special THC of TNL Marine Layer pullover as we're in the playoffs. And we could have a match today. I don't know. We'll see. So the Giants game is in jeopardy. But anyway, we'll get to that later. I'm DVRing it. Don't worry. MLB.com put out a 2-minute video, and I was like, whatever. Should I click on it? Dude, I clicked on it, and I was quite grateful. MLB may be losing its connection to ESPN and all that. They got a good social media person. This video is a opening day video that you will hear it if you're in your car. The audio will be good. But if you're watching it on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, it's even better. The way they link all the names of the game throughout history to today. So happy opening day. It starts with Ted Williams. Ted Williams, a black and white shot of the splendid Splinter honing his bat. It's like kind of shaving his bat in the locker room in the Red Sox uniform, and then it takes it from there into a trip through baseball history.
The center of percussion in a bat is in the joy zone. The joy zone becomes iron hard and rings with a musical click when it meets the ball. Ted grooves the handle with a bottle cap. This produces hand security, for at contact, his bat has generated rocket speed.
Hit deep to left! David Fry! A walk-off home run!
To solidify the barrel, the bat is boned. A well-boned bat will not check or break in hot weather.
The crowd sits tense. The fans are frozen to their seats.
And there goes the ball.
Reliable connects solidly. It's a 3-run homer.
Biggest moment in the baseball career.
He Alonso the polar bear.
Pitching is an exact science representing 60 to 75% of a team's strength.
The Tigers.
Tarek Skubal comes at you with force.
Has been one of the mainstays in the pennant drive.
With the fastest ball since Walter Johnson.
102 on his final pitch of the day.
Is already one of the great strikeout pitchers of the game.
Shohei Ohtani.
New records have been set.
No contest. Steals third base.
The 50th for Ohtani.
Ricky Henderson.
Today, I'm the greatest of all time.
Number 50. Only one man stands alone
Nostalgia drips from the storied rafters.
Freddie Freeman channeling his inner Kirk Gibson.
I don't believe what I just saw. I've seen a lot of dramatic finishes, but this one might top almost every other one.
All stars have found new fame.
Now Soto for the first time as a Met.
But baseball fans in the eastern metropolis will tell you this is his hometown.
He drives this one out to left center.
Going, and is gone.
And Juan Soto has homered in his first bat as a New York Met.
A fitting finish to a fabulous batting career.
That's making him more quickly. Wow.
Baseball is a rookie. His experience no bigger than the lump in his throat as he begins fulfillment of his dream.
Hell yeah. There it is. How great was that?
I got chills.
Unbelievable chills. So what they did was artfully link, so if you catch it, so you had, who's the kid? Travis Fry from Cleveland who hit the walk-off homer?
David Fry.
David Fry linked, they spliced it in with Bobby Thompson, right? Walk-off homers in the playoffs. You saw lefty Hal Newhouser of the Detroit Tigers morph into Tarek Skubal. You saw Walter Johnson blend into Paul Skeens. That was so cool. And it almost like morphed into his body. It was thrown. You saw Shohei Ohtani morph into Ricky Henderson, stealing third with Bill King. Oh, man, I swear to God, I got tears in my eyes hearing Bill King. I hate to even say this. It was the Dodgers, but Kirk Gibson melding into Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, that's the one part of the video I didn't like.
But in baseball terms, you just had to acknowledge it was incredible. And then Teddy Williams morphing into Juan Soto.
I mean, how cool was it? It started with Ted Williams shaving the handle with the bottle cap.
Yeah.
I have never heard that story.
And then the thing at the very end was Ernie Harwell, the longtime Tigers guy. He used to read this poem about baseball at every opening day, if you could find it. And that was that last line. Baseball is a rookie with his dream, and it showed that little kid. So I would say if you missed it if you're in your car, I'd recommend it. And it just reminds you, man, I don't know why. I mean, it's the great game of baseball, bro.
So romantic, Murph. It's so romantic.
Young Tone, for you as a young man, did you connect, buddy?
I loved that. That was phenomenally done by MLB, whoever put that all together. But yeah, I'm a baseball guy. We've all been over this. We're all 4 baseball fans. That's our number one favorite sport, and it's a beautiful time to be alive right now with opening day.
He's like Ernie Harwell reading the poem.
I know, poetry from Young Tony.
So, actually, one of the really, really cool things is Howard Bryan and I were in Detroit in 2000. Ernie Harwell was nearing the end of his run, and he was just sitting in the dugout, and Howard and I sat down next to him and talked to him, and he had this little Greek fisherman's cap on. And we were like, we're talking to Ernie Harwell. He was in the TV booth when Bobby Thompson hit his home run in 1951. The call we always hear is Russ Hodges, right? The Giants win the pennant, but Ernie Harwell was on the TV call, and Howard and I were just chopping it up with him. 50 years later,
damn.
That's baseball, right? That's the whole point of that darn video.
That right there is the good book of baseball that Mike Krukow talks about.
Hal Newhouser, Detroit Tiger, Tarek Skubal.
That's awesome.
But man, Ohtani and Ricky sliding into third. Yeah, oh boy. Yeah. Now, we're going to follow that with something a little different. Nicky Turturro?
Yes!
Is that right? Well, I haven't heard this.
You know, a baseball season doesn't start without Nicky T talking about the crack of the bat. And now this is an interesting video from Nicky T because usually he's losing his mind, but he's having a little bit of a conflict, a battle within his inner self about how he feels about his Yankees this season.
Back in business tomorrow. The bell rings. Season begins. If they ask me how I feel, how do I feel? I don't know how I feel. I don't know if we're going to be good. I don't know if we're going to suck. But you know me. I'm going to show up every game, every inning. I'm going to be there in the trenches. I hope and pray that we can compete this year at a high level. You know what I mean? I don't mean mediocre, high. I like some of the additions. I like Belly. I love Max Fried. We'll see. Goldie, I think, is going to have a good year. But if we don't win, I'm going to be upset. You know I will be. But most importantly, we need our boy Big G back. Need him back. I'll see you there tomorrow. Let's go!
Dude, I had not heard that. And you know what's perfect about that? You can play that in any market. Yes. Now, sub out Bellinger and Max Fried for any...
Yep.
He was every fan.
I don't blank and know.
I don't know where we're going to be, but I'm going to be there.
I'll be upset if we don't win.
Every blank and inning. I want excellence.
Yeah. That's Nicky T. He's all in.
He just basically spoke for all of us.
Exactly.
That was awesome.
That's between the feeling going into opening day. Who knows what's going to happen, but we're going to be here for the 162 ride.
Between that and that opening day clip from MLB, we are ready to go. So let's turn it over to you guys next. 808 KNBR is the phone number. What are you most fired up about going into this season? What's your number one Giants thing going into this season? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Happy opening day, everybody. 12:10 pregame. 110 first pitch on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
If we don't win, I'm going to be upset. You know I will be.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Here's Olin's 1-1 offering to Clark. Fly ball deep to center field. Tony Walker heading for the warning track for Will Clark. It is out of here. Will Clark, his first major league at bat, and he pounds it over the 400 feet mark off Nolan Ryan.
Oh, man, the beautiful sounds. That's Phil Stone, I believe, 1986. And Logan Webb's music, and off we go into today. Giants at Cincinnati, 1:10 p.m. They haven't opened in Cincinnati since 1999. Shout out Prince. And they will do so today, but those were at the old Riverfront Stadium, where they called it Synergy or whatever they called it. But now the Great American Ballpark, Logan Webb against, we haven't talked much about the guy they're facing is nasty.
Yeah, Hunter Green is a dude.
I mean, they don't have numbers against him.
Hunter Green could end up winning the NL Cy Young this year, and that says a lot in a loaded National League with guys like Logan Webb, Corbin Burns, and by the way, don't forget Paul Skeens.
Paul Skeens is the betting favorite.
Yeah, he is, but I think Hunter Green's right behind him.
Blake Snell, did you mention him?
Yeah, I did not. I tried to skip that one.
How high did Hunter Green go in your fantasy draft?
Oh, I want to say maybe 5th or 6th round. Like, he was one of the top group of pitchers.
Early?
I had him his rookie year, but the last 2 years he's been snatched right before I can grab him.
If you care about WAR, he was tied for the National League lead in pitchers last year. Yeah. So, they got their work cut out for him. They do. So we'll see if they can do it. But Logan Webb going for his 4th career opening day start and his 4th in a row, matching Tim Lincecum, who did that. Juan Marichal had 10. Madison Bumgarner had 5. Bunch of guys with 3 that are fun. John the Count Montefusco. John Burkett had 3, surprisingly, although he was a very good pitcher. Levon Hernandez, the graceful big man, had 3, and so did Mike Krukow, who you will hear on NBC Sports Bay Area today. A couple of stats I have for you before we get out to the phones here. Guys, don't forget Logan Webb 6th in Cy Young last year, okay, and led the National League in innings last year for the 2nd consecutive year, okay? But the other thing I want to say is I was just going over the opening day roster. 8 players making their Major League opening day debut. So 8 players will stand on the chalk line for the first time on opening day.
That's awesome.
Hayden Birdsong has never done it. Spencer Bivens has never done it. What a great story for him. Sam Huff has never done it. Herman Munster. Christian Koss, in case you guys missed it, made the team. And it was a big emotional deal. Congrats to him, his first ever. Luis Matos has not been on an opening day chalk line. Ooh. He was called up midseason last year.
Good point.
Elliot Ramos has never stood on an opening day chalk line.
Oh, he was Sacramento last year.
Randy Rodriguez has never stood on an opening day chalk line. And Casey Schmidt has never stood on an opening day chalk line. This is a great job by the Giants media staff. Of all of those 8, the only one who's a rookie is Christian Koss. So Giants only have 1 rookie this year. Rookie status.
To start the season, yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's one of the main focal points of this team moving forward. We saw a lot of these guys make their debuts last year and even the year prior to that. It's the continued development of these younger players. That's how Buster Posey wants to build this organization. We saw the homegrown success that resulted in 3 World Series titles because of Buster Posey and Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford and Mad Bum and Tim Lincecum and Matt Cain, and the list goes on and on and on. That's what the Giants are trying to replicate this year. And if they want to be successful, they need those steps in development to continue to improve. Patrick Bailey was a Gold Glove catcher last year. You want to see more with the bat. Luis Matos was NL Player of the Month for the first time, or excuse me, might have been just a week. But for the first time since Brandon Belt did it in 2018. So we've seen these flashes. Elliot Ramos was a guy that started off in Sacramento last year and got his opportunity once Jung-Hoo Lee got hurt, and he became an all-star. So it's going to be a big key to successful this season is the development of these younger players.
So other factoids from this great opening day package of notes. Longest tenured Giant is young Tony. Who has been wearing a Giants uniform the longest?
Logan Webb?
Very close. He's 2nd, and he's only 2nd by 2.5 months. Flores is 4th on the list. He signed before the 2020 season. You're missing 1 and 3. You don't need to do 3, just number 1. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Marcus?
It's not Webby.
Nope, he's number 2.
It's not Yaz.
It is Yaz.
It is Yaz. Yaz has been around longer than Webby, huh?
May of 2019 he debuted, and Webby debuted in August of 2019.
Oh, I thought Webby debuted before 19.
And then the other one who debuted right after Webby, as we like to call him, was Tyler Rogers. He's been only 10 days after Webb.
Ty.
So the 4 old heads dating pre-pandemic are Yaz, Webb, Tyler Rogers, and Wilmer Flores, even though he signed. Other things, Jung-Hoo Lee only played 37 games last year. So we'll see.
Looking forward to that combination of him and Elliott.
His OPS was only 641 when he went down. So he was just getting used to it. And then finally, I was just looking at the roster for demographic breakdowns of where you're from. Where are you from? I find it interesting. So 1, 3, 6, 7 of the 26 were born outside the 50 states and D.C. for you immaculate gritters. 1 from South Korea. I think we all know who that is.
Lee.
2 from Venezuela. Got to represent. So they probably sit next to each other sitting next to each other on the plane. Luis Matos and Wilmer Flores. That's the Venezuelan crew. 3 from the DR. 3 from the Dominican Republic. Randy Rodriguez, Camilo Doval, and Willie Adames. And then 1 from Puerto Rico, which is obviously U.S. territory, but not a 50-stater, Elliot Ramos. So, and then I was like, how many from California? The great state of California. You got 4 from California, 3
Webb,
SoCal kids.
Chapman.
Yes. You named 1 NorCal kid as Webb. That's it. The other 3 are SoCal kids.
Robbie Ray, an LA guy?
No, he's not. It's Christian Koss from Riverside.
I was not going to get that one.
And it's Casey Schmidt from San Diego.
Yeah, there it is.
And Chapman from Orange County. Yeah. So there you go. Anyway, just wanted to throw those little stats out there. Fun. We asked everybody, what you're most excited about? And Rick from Tracy is checking in. So Rick and Tracy, good morning. Happy opening day.
Hey, morning, Rick.
Good morning. Doesn't get much better than this, gentlemen.
No.
I got to talk about the defense, and I think that's going to be the major difference in this team. I don't think you have a better left side of the infield in all of baseball. You've got a Gold Glove catcher. You're solid up the middle. As you know, you coach. You got to be solid up the middle. Hey, we're younger. We're more athletic. I think the keys are Duvall. He needs to go back to the closer role. It'll slide everybody into the positions they really need to be in. And I think Robbie Ray is also a huge key because you got to have the 1-2 punch, especially when you get to the playoffs.
Yeah, I like it. I mean,
that's where we're going.
Yeah, I mean, everything you're saying. I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee, we didn't get to see him all year last year. Adames is short. It's interesting. He's not known as a brilliant defensive shortstop, but a solid defensive shortstop.
And an upgrade over what you had last season when you were shuffling 5 or 6 different guys at shortstop.
Right. So, Rick, I mean, that's the idea. Buster wants these guys to catch it. And that's going to be a premium. And if you're not catching it, I imagine Buster and Bob will have a little meeting, and that guy won't be playing much.
Well, exactly. And the coach actually gets to get out of the computer and actually coach the team. So that's always fun.
You know, Rick, it's amazing what happens when you watch the game with your eyes, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
No, I think this team wins 90 pounds, and let's not forget Mookie Betts is down to 125 his freshman year of high school.
I know, right?
Dodgers are going down, baby.
Well, I don't know about that, but I appreciate your attitude, Rick. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. 408 says they're excited to see Tyler Fitzgerald, and that is going to be an interesting one, yeah.
Well, off the bat of Rick's phone call, we actually do have today's starting lineup drawn up by Bob Melvin.
Okay.
Not the computers and the analytics team.
This is huge. What do you want to do? You want to go through it real quick?
Yeah, why not? Hitting leadoff today, number 31, playing first base, Lamont Wade Jr.
Okay, let's pause right there. Not a surprise. A lefty going against a righty. See if he can work a walk from Hunter Green to start the day.
Hitting in the 2-hole, number 2, shortstop, Willie Adames.
Okay. He's my pick to be the first guy to homer, but righty on righty, 100 mile an hour. It's a tough at bat to dig in the box, but hey, let's go.
Yeah, let's get after it. Hitting third, number 51, center fielder, Jung-Hoo Lee.
Okay, so this is something that in January we did not think was going to be the case. We thought he was going to be hitting leadoff.
Yeah.
And no, he's hitting 3.
They flipped it.
I'm open to it. We'll see how it goes.
We'll see. His last year in KBO, his power numbers went up, and he's gotten bigger. He's stronger. He's 26 right now, so he's entering his athletic prime. I'm expecting a big year from Jung-Hoo Lee.
All right.
But moving on to the cleanup spot, number 26, third baseman, Matt Chapman.
I mean, no-brainer. Strikes out probably a little too much for my liking, but he can leave the yard.
Hitting fifth, number 17, left fielder, Elliot Ramos.
Okay, that's the guy I thought was going to hit third. But you're hitting him fifth. Okay, RBI spot in the traditional
Mel
way.
wants a lefty in the 3-hole. Hitting sixth, catching, number 14, Patrick Bailey.
I mean, there he is. I mean, that's the guy who we want to see sustain offense throughout the entire season. A lot of pressure, yeah.
In the 7th spot, at designated hitter, number 41, Wilmer Flores.
I mean, you know, he doesn't. How do you feel about Wilmer? Where are you with Wilmer Flores right now in 2025?
I didn't want to go into the season with Wilmer as your DH. I think we saw a decline last year. Now I know he dealt with some injuries.
Definitely.
Best case scenario, you get 20 to 30 bombs combined from Wilmer and Lamont Wade Jr. That's going to be the platoon until Bryce Eldridge is ready to go. But that's the scenario you're in now with the Gerard hand injury.
They've been talking about him since the winter, that he's back and his knees are back. So Bob Melvin have been talking about him. So we'll see.
We'll see. And then hitting in the 8 hole, number 5, right fielder, Mike Yastrzemski.
Longest tenured Giant. I'm okay with him in the 8 hole.
And then in the 9 spot, second leadoff hitter, number 49, second baseman, Tyler Fitzgerald.
Thank you for that Little League tribute. I always
love
told
it.
the kids, you're a second leadoff hitter. You get us going here.
Turn the lineup over. Get a little speed at the bottom of the lineup.
All right, well done, buddy. All right, we'll finish strong on the other side. Congrats to Adam and Modesto for winning those Aftershock tickets after hearing Korn. Didn't shout out Brett in Santa Rosa from the day before. You and I are good because as soon as we sign off, we get to go watch games.
Yeah, man.
Everybody else has to work.
Baseball right around the corner.
All right, can't wait, man. Rich Aurelia joining the Afternoon Boys at 5:30. He'll be talking about this game. And then, of course, we'll be here tomorrow doing it, too. Opening day, we'll finish strong on the other side. What did young Tony learn today? Could be anything. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here comes the pitch. Santiago sends it to deep left center field. Katse racing back to the gap, back to the wall. He will jump. You can wave it bye-bye, Benito. Santiago has given the Giants a one-run lead on opening day in the 9th inning. Here comes the pitch. Snow sends a fly ball. Well hit to right center. This one's got a chance. Katse racing back, looking up. Wave it bye-bye, JT Snow. The Giants have gone back-to-back in the 9th inning, and they now lead the opener by 2.
Joe Angel, 2003 opening day. We've been playing them all day. We went back to 62 for one, but all the other ones were in the 2000s. Young Tony. That's what you get when the guy who's running the board was born in 1998. He's like, 19 what? It's like 19 what? Who? Anyway, hear that song? You hear that? Turn it up, buddy.
It's nothing like it.
We walked in blasting this on the boombox, which got a lot of love, that boombox, didn't it?
It did.
Yeah.
Shout out Ashcon and La Russell making an appearance on the boombox yesterday.
And Bye Bye Baby.
In
which they name check KSFO.
Murph was getting the crowd
going.
going.
The ball game on KSFO. Cope sang along to Bye Bye Baby. Bye Bye Baby is one of the great sports songs, right up there with Houston Oilers. Houston Oilers. Houston Oilers. Houston Oilers #1. You know that one, Tone? You know that one, do you?
I don't think so, no.
Okay.
Now, where would Nothing Like It by La Russell
It's up
rank?
there. Well, after he retweeted us today, it's going up even higher.
I know, for the people who have missed it, Murph and I, to close out the show yesterday, put this slapper on the boombox. Next thing you know, my guy Murph is up there gigging, and I'm not going to let my guy gig by himself. So we hopped up, and we're basically the new edition of the Turf Fiends. And next thing you know, La Russell is retweeting us on KNBR.
I know that it divided the audience, but that's the idea. We're here to create controversy and content. One of the guys who wrote it on the positive side said, I didn't get to the roundtable yesterday. He said, but I saw the clip that Marcus posted of you guys gigging to La Russell. He goes, that looked like a vibe. That's what he says. Like, hey, we got somebody who got it.
That's what we do. We bring the vibe.
Right?
We bring the vibe.
We're there trying to be have fun, right? That was the whole idea. 707 says to us on the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line, have you guys mentioned that it's Buster Posey's birthday today? Mm-hmm. We have, and we will mention it again. Happy birthday to Buster Posey, 38.
Happy birthday,
What are you getting
Buster.
today, a win?
Get him a win. Give me Logan Webb 6 innings, maybe 7 on a Buster Posey birthday.
Well, they're going to have to somehow scrape up something against Hunter Green or drive up his pitch count and get him out.
Well, this has been the Buster Posey plan all spring training long. Play a little small ball. Let's go station to station, spread out with 2 strikes, hit it the other way. They got to get better with runners in scoring possession, and they had the results in spring training. Now it's time to carry those results into the regular season.
Yeah, and we'll see what Buster, how he runs this thing. It was funny, Chris Russo, who came on with us, was kind of like, I don't know what Buster's about. We're like, what do you mean you don't know what he's about? And then by the end of the interview, we were like, dude, you got to have Buster on the show. And he's like, it's a good idea. He goes, yeah, I'm going to call the Giants right now. So look forward to a future Buster Posey.
By the end of the interview, he was contemplating whether or not he was going to return to being a Giants fan and be that little kid in that hotel lobby seeing Willie McCovey and Willie Mays.
It was so great that, because I've heard that story about him being a young kid on vacation with his family in Philly when the Giants walked through the lobby. They were playing the Phillies. It was 1968, and he was awed and fell in love with Willie McCovey, Willie Mays, and the Giants. And when I said, Chris, where's that 8-year-old boy in the Philadelphia hotel? He goes, yeah, the Hilton. It's just such a classic. Yeah, the Hilton. Yeah. All right, Young Tone, what do we got, bud? Here we go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. This is all time. Want to talk about the demo? We are crushing the demo right here. Young Tony, we were talking about, people were like, why the hell is Shirley Temple singing Good Ship Lollipop? So,
good question.
It relates to the Giants. Peter Hartlaub of the Chronicle did an awesome retrospective of all the opening day pitchers in the history of Giants baseball, San Francisco. And in 1959, it was Johnny Antonelli. And he ran a picture of Shirley Temple at a luncheon getting an autograph from Johnny Antonelli. And I was like, look at this picture, Marcus. I said, looks like the interaction might not have ended with the autograph. You know what I mean? Hey-o, right? And I said, young Tony, no way you know Shirley Temple. And here she is.
You're talking about the drink, Shirley Temple?
Well, you know what? My kids love a good Shirley Temple. Do you like a good Shirley Temple?
I wouldn't say no to it. That's not my go-to.
So were you down with the Shirley Temple, the black and white film star of the 1930s?
I was more down with the drink as a kid. I know it was named after the actress, but I can't say I'm familiar with any of her films.
The Bay Area's own. She lived in Atherton for years and years and years and years. I think she was a Giants fan, and I think Willie Mays was a friend of hers, and she became an ambassador somewhere. And so there it is, Young Tone. You learned that Shirley Temple got Johnny Antonelli's autograph in 1959. Dude, she was a monster star. I honestly, if you had to pick like movie stars of the 20th century, she's probably top 10. She was like crazy box office by doing this S right here, singing Good Ship Lollipop.
Murph, I'll say this. I think we are the only radio show in the country, maybe the world, to ever go from La Russell to Shirley Temple in the same segment.
No question.
And that's why the Murph and Marcus show, there's nothing like it.
That is no question about that. By the way, and for the Brady Bunch crowd, remember when Cindy Brady thought she was going to be the next Shirley Temple, everybody? We'll move on. All right, on we go. And we're going to do this. Based on yesterday's vibe, there's nothing like it. The Roundtable vibe, Greg Silver, who's on the air from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., or not when he cheats and gets off work at 12:10 for Giants baseball.
Half day for you today,
and Greg Papa. Based on yesterday's thick, warm vibes, we're bringing back for at least one day the crosstalk. Happy opening day, G-Sil.
Happy opening day, guys. This is awesome. Any new season is always refreshing and a reason to be excited. I don't think I've ever really, for any sport, just gotten myself really excited for any sort of preseason. And that goes for basketball, football, that can go for hockey, that goes for spring training. And I've learned to appreciate it. I understand the value of it. I like following the storylines. But in terms of actual excitement, it doesn't hit until the opener for any sport. And so that's why today, this is really day one of me getting amped about the Giants.
This kid, but it's all preamble to the Valkyries opener.
Yeah, stay tuned. The Valks are coming to town soon. But to me, Greg Silver, there's something a little different about baseball and the ceremonies of opening day. Like, we all get excited week one of the NFL season, a little bit for the NBA season and even hockey as well. But opening day to me is like the start of a new calendar. We had John Miller on earlier today. He said Happy New Year. And those are the vibes that I'm getting this year going into the season.
Did you see the MLB hype video that came out that we played during Cooler of Content?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
I would urge you. It will get you. It's the Brad Pitt. How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Exactly.
So, hey, we also got to say good morning before we hand it over to you guys full time. To Greg Papa wearing his Rickwood Field. Shout out Willie Mays in Birmingham, Alabama.
First time since what, 51?
Yeah, 51.
That the Giants will open a season, and Willie Mays, well, he was gone for the Mets for a little while, but still, he was the greatest Giant of them all. So we are going to have Shehey joining us from Cincinnati, who the great biographer of his life. So a lot going on. One of the great things about, this beginning the new year, and we had spring training games, we have a full-blown pregame show, an hour worth, and the highlight, without question, is on this date in Giants history, Murph.
Yeah.
What do you have for March the 27th on this date?
You know the
in
answer.
Giants. They've never played on this date a real game.
So Danny Dunn, who just took over from Mike Holler, his first job was to create a this date in Giants history when there is no date in Giants history. So what he did was he made it into a Logan Webb opening day tribute and stitched together a couple of Logan Webb opening day highlights. So he kind of cheated, Greg.
From his 3 previous starts. He pitched well last year in San Diego, the one in New York when he gave up the home run 2 years ago to Aaron Judge, and then Gleyber Torres. So big honor. We had Mike on yesterday, Mike Krukow, during our roundtable, made 3 opening day starts. Juan Marichal obviously made the most 10, 6 in a row, but Bumgarner 4 in a row, Timmy 4 in a row, so big honor for Matt Cain.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we were talking about this.
Kind of the guy we call the horse, the next Matt Cain for Logan Webb to go 4 in a row.
Yeah, Marichal 10, Bumgarner 5, and then it's Lincecum and Webb. And that's a big, I mean, listen, that might not be his last.
That's great company, yeah.
So listen, boys, it's awesome. It's great. And plus, you guys get to do the talkback with John Miller at 12 or Dave Fleming, either one. We had John, and Greg, we mentioned Marty Brenneman to him, and he went off to the races. Because Marty, I guess, is going to drop by. At age 82, he's going to drop by and say hi to John.
He's still going?
Yeah, I guess they just put a statue up of him And that's what John
I work with Marty side by side in the booth for about 48 hours. I told you that story yesterday. Marge Schott hired me, went up to meet her, and then spent 4 minutes with her, and no way, I'm working for this vile woman. I retire.
That is your, like, 3 truths and a lie, you know that one or whatever? It's like that I met and worked with Marge Schott for 48 hours. That's going to be your 3 truths and a lie. All right, boys.
Didn't last that long.
Yeah. I was going to say, you two, go ahead, get some rest and enjoy this game, because yesterday we were in sync and working a little bit of overtime, but guess what? We're cheating it back today. I tried to make up 5 of those minutes, but yeah, pregame starts at 12:10.
Look at this kid learning. Orange T-shirt, black hoodie.
There's nothing like it.
Look at this kid.
Yeah, he's got the vibes.
Young Tone, happy opening day. John Joe Curley, happy opening day. And Marcus, happy baseball season.
Let's go watch some baseball.
Do it tomorrow. Hand it over to Papa and Silver when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
No contest. Steals third base. Ricky Henderson.
Today, I'm the greatest of all time.
I'm going to show up every game, every inning. I'm going to be there in the trenches. If we don't win, I'm going to be upset. You know I will be.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win, as in season might as well be over?
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
What's the newcomer to first? There goes Howell, and the ball is hammered high and deep to center field. Way back there. Goodbye! High up onto the grass-covered hillside, almost up into a grove of cacti out there. Spectacular home run for Bryce Eldridge.
That was back on Tuesday. Here's a swing and a high drive, deep right field. This one heading way back. It's gone! Over the Giants bullpen. Mike Yastrzemski launches one, a tape measure blast.
6 hits, 15 at bats for the spring. He drives one into right field, going back. Now jumping, and it's over his head. Rada could not catch up to it. Hits the warning track, bounces up to the wall. Lee scores. Chapman scores. And here's Yastrzemski. And all 3 of them have scored. A double for Gerard Encarnacion.
The swings, it's a high fly ball, deep right center. This is hit well. Thomas back at the track. He leaps. It is gone. First home run of the spring for the new Giants shortstop, Willie Adames.
Swing and a drive out into the gap in left center field. Christian Koss, first pitch swinging. That one's going to go to the wall. Around third, McRae, he'll score. Koss comes around second and slams on the break. Fitzgerald drives one to deep left field, and it is gone. Up into the bleachers. Tyler Fitzgerald, wow. Man, he crushed that thing.
Well, there are your highlights from spring training, the Cactus League, where the Giants did a lot of shining. But today is opening day where it all counts for real. That's right. Logan Webb is going to take the mound at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. Pregame starts right here on 1210 KNBR, the sports leader, with the first pitch coming at 1:10 Pacific time. So he's got his Rick Wood on. He's Greg Papa. I got my orange and black ready to go. Morning show got things warmed up for us, and we got a short show, so we're going to make it all count. Greg Papa, happy opening day, and good morning, my friend.
Play ball! Let's go. So a lot going on in the Bay Area. March Madness is here. Todd Golden and the Florida Gators, formerly of St. Mary's, and USF is here. Giants are playing in Cincinnati going on. Oh, Sharks got a game tonight. Warriors playoff push. They're off today, flying to New Orleans. So KTVU Fox 2 just had it's a big sports day poll. What are you most excited for? 11% Sharkies. Only 15% March Madness at Chase Center, even though Kevin Harlan is here. Warriors playoff push, 23%. That means, do the math, 51% in the Bay Area are most excited about baseball opening day, and it's a big day. The Giants came to San Francisco, obviously, in 1958. Typically, they did begin at Seal Stadium April 15th of 58. and won that game over the Dodgers, and Cha-Cha had a huge game. Most of the openers are on the road in recent years, but 68th season as the San Francisco Giants, formally next week on April the 5th, a week from tomorrow, we'll be there for the home opener, and that'll be huge, obviously. 26th year at the ballpark and 25-year anniversary, but it's their 143rd year in franchise history. They were born as the New York Gothams. Before they were the New York Giants, they were the New York Gothams. That's why we love our Gotham Club, the Speakeasy out in the wall in the outfield. They were born in 1883. The oldest team in baseball, they are playing today. The Giants are the second oldest. The Redlegs, the Red Stockings, whatever you want to call them, and they were in the American Association before they actually joined the National League in 1890. But the Reds are actually 145 years old. They were born in 1881 and the Giants 1883. And we are, as we mentioned with Murph and Marcus, this is the first one, and we'll talk to John Shea coming up later on. And John and I were privileged to do an hour-and-a-half interview with Willie Howard Mays in studio many, many years ago. And John knew him before then, but after that, Willie really trusted him, and they wound up writing books together and wrote the autobiography of the Say Hey Kid. So it's a big day, just first time since Mays and came up in 51 that he's not here for opening day. And for the Reds, this is the first time since Pete Rose has not been with us since my lifetime. Pete Rose is a rookie, was in 1963. I was born in 62. Where were you in 62? So I guess it's fitting. They used to be rivals in the National League West. We'll get more into this matchup. It's only the fourth time ever that the Giants and Reds are beginning a season against each other. They've never done it in New York. They've never done it in San Francisco, and it's only the fourth time ever they've done it in Cincinnati, and you know they were going to party like it's 1999, the last time they did it. So a little weird to begin in Cincinnati. The weather's clear. Weather's going to get gnarly over the weekend, but we should be good to go today. Two baseball-mad communities, San Francisco and Cincinnati.
And two teams that are looking to make a jump up from last year. You know by now. The Giants 80 and 82, first year in the Buster Posey regime, second year with Bob Melvin as the manager. And the Cincinnati Reds finished fourth in the NL Central last year at 77 and 85. And they got one of the most electric stars in the entire game in Ellie De La Cruz, who we will see out there today. We will have John Shea joining us in the 11 o'clock hour. We've noted it's a short show. Pregame starts 12:10. 11:30 confirmed now by Walter. It is 11:30 for John Shea, the Shea Hey Kid. And the phone lines are open for all of you in this first hour and a half. 415-808-5627. You want to chime in on your expectations for the Giants. This is a day for optimism. Are you feeling the optimism? Are you in line with all of our win predictions yesterday at the Roundtable? Who has the most to prove? Who are you the most excited about watching on this team? We want to hear from you. That's 415-808-5627 to call or text in. And, of course, there is the YouTube chat, which is always popping, and especially on a day like today. The numbers are doing great. We also have a short time to give away a couple of items. That's right. We are contesting. I'll tell you about one of them now. We'll do the other one on the other side. Jackson Brown. You know the deal. Jackson Brown, you can go and see him September 9th at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga. Win a pair of tickets to do just that. All you got to do is tune in between now and the end of our show. When we give the cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio, 415-896-KNBR. Different than if you just want to chat up the Gregs. Furnished by AEG. Golden Voice. Find official rules at knbr.com. And with today being opening day, the cue to call for Jackson Brown is...
Reach, blast one to deep left field, and it is gone! His first Giants at bat, and Jackson Reitz takes a closer deep. Man, did he tattoo that ball.
Yeah, you like that one, Papa? Throw a little Jackson Reitz.
I was wondering where you were going there. We could have gone Chris Brown. Remember the former Giant who went on the IL for sleeping on his pillow incorrectly and injuring his eyelash? True story. And he got traded. I think he went to San Diego for Kevin Mitchell. But anyway, Jackson Reitz is a good one. I was wondering where you were going to go there.
Yeah, Walter and I were doing a little brainstorming this morning. And I go, what about Jackson Reitz? Jackson without a C, by the way. But yeah, if you want to go see Jackson Brown with an extra E at the end, next time you hear that Jackson Reitz call, why don't you go ahead and give us a call at the contest line. And if you just want to chat us up, and I do see the phone lines lighting up already, 415-808-KNBR. We want to hear from you. Giants opening day in Cincinnati. Lots to get into. And on the other side, we'll take your calls and also get into Logan Webb, 4th consecutive start. This is a rarity, and he's stacking them up, and he might not be done. What does this mean for the ace of this staff? It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It is time to wake up, everybody. It's opening day. Giants at Reds. Pregame starts at 12:10. First pitch at 1:10. John Miller will be on the call right here on KNBR. And you know the deal. Phone lines are open up on Papa and Silver. 415-808-5627. How are you feeling? Is the excitement pushing you to believing that this could be a 90-win team? Share your thoughts on the phone of the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy opening day 2025. Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you. We're going to take you all the way up to Giants pregame, which starts at 12:10 right here on KNBR, the sports leader. And, of course, first pitch at 1:10. Got a couple orders of business to take care of, and I see the phone lines lit up during the break, so that's fantastic. We will take your calls, 415-808-5627, to share your thoughts. Item number one, and we'll talk more basketball tomorrow, but unfortunately, Gary Payton II has sustained a torn ligament in his left thumb and will miss time. Timetable unclear. Not ideal for the Warriors rotation at this time.
Yeah, we just got the tweet from Sham Charania, so that's not good news, obviously. The question would be, can he play with it? He does shoot left-handed, so would come off that hand. But, it missed some time. It'd be, how long of a period of time. A torn ligament is a painful injury. The way he plays defensively, reaching in, I'm not sure what you could do with that. If a finger is torn, a ligament, and like a ring finger, you could put the middle finger together, the middle finger and the index finger, and brace it a little bit. A thumb is kind of out there. Would you put it with the index finger, and then how would you shoot the basketball left-handed? So I don't know how that has to fully heal. And then on top of it, it's hard. It's just if you're just eating, opening a door, grabbing a glass, anything you do with your left hand, it's going to be compromised. So we'll find out more today. And the Warriors are flying to New Orleans later on today, and then go back at it tomorrow night. So we'll get an update. But that is unfortunate. You just wonder if we're going to have hashtag whole squad here. We're thinking Steph's going to come back at some point, maybe on a Friday night, tomorrow night. But now it looks like GP2 will be out for a while. My question would be, when did he do that in the game?
That was my question as well.
Do you remember a play where he landed or reached in?
Not. So, yeah, Gary Payton II has largely been healthy this year, but just 10 games to go in the regular season, so certainly something to monitor as we get toward the end of the week. Another update is that Buster Posey said Gerard Encarnacion's hand surgery will be tomorrow in Los Angeles, so there's your injury update for the San Francisco Giants, and hopefully it just stays at that by the end of the day. And then our third order of business before we get out to the phone lines is our Bay Area Panthers contest. That's right. If you don't win tickets to see Jackson Brown, well, you can win 4 tickets to see the Bay Area Panthers take on the San Diego Strike Force April 6th at the SAP Center in San Jose. Are you ready to bring your outdoor voice indoors? Well, the Bay Area Panthers of Indoor Football League have got you covered. And KNBR Tickets is given away to see the Panthers on the Strike Force April 6th, SAP Center, San Jose. Be caller number 10, same deal, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win. Furnished by the Panthers. Find official rules at KNBR.com. And the cue to call for the Panthers is...
It's called Sex Panther by Odeon. It's illegal in 9 countries.
It's quite pungent.
Oh, yeah.
It's a formidable scent. Brian, I'm going to be honest with you. That smells like pure gasoline.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
Thank you for the math, Ron Burgundy. 60% of the time, it works every time.
And Walter, 100% of the time, he works 100% of the time on Panthers. He's been on a roll here. Carolina Panthers, Pink Panther, Black Panther, and now, what is it, Sex Panther? What do we call that?
Yeah, Sex Panther, the scent. That's illegal in 9 countries. So, Sex Panther to see the Bay Area Panthers and Jackson Reitz to go and see Jackson Brown today. Let's get out to the phone lines. I know you've all been eagerly awaiting, and we got, what better way to open off the phone lines than by taking somebody named Greg, who is out in Gardnerville, Nevada.
So redundant.
Greg!
Gardnerville? Is it Mark Gardnerville?
Thanks for being Greg number 3. What's going on?
The Gregs. Grexcellent. Well,
yeah, Grexcellent. Hey, thanks,
one
guys.
1G or
Happy
2Gs,
day.
we always ask. 1G or 2Gs?
1G.
Well, you have one
1G.
at the start, one in the back. Do you actually like your name, Greg? You're giving
I thought it was going to be Gregorio.
Could be.
Because I'm Sicilian, so.
Absolutely. One of the great popes, the Gregorians. Very good. Yeah.
All right, so Greg, what's the optimism level here as Buster Posey takes on his first year president of baseball operations?
I'm optimistic. I mean, I am every year. But Buster's a baseball guy, unlike the last one that we had. And I'm optimistic. I think we have some good young talent. We have some good veterans. I love Yastrzemski. You know, I'm glad he's with us this year. He's just a good, solid clubhouse guy. I'm excited.
All right, fantastic. You got a wins prediction or where they finish in the division before we let you go?
They're going to finish above 500, and I think they're going to be in the wild card. I think they're going to surprise people. As long as they stay healthy, I think they'll be in it.
Hey, that was excellent. Thanks so much for your time, and hey, go Giants.
Go Giants.
And
Bye,
Greg,
guys.
we heard the shot at Farhan, a baseball guy, unlike the last guy. Zach Manassian, by the way, was on MLB Now, and he reminded us he was hired by Farhan Zaidi, and he is now the general manager of this team. So it's not like they're kicking all of Buster's. Buster has respect. He played for Farhan. Farhan's not kicking all of that, or Buster's not kicking it all out. You know, we were talking yesterday at the Roundtable about how many wins, what it'll take. The three teams in the National League East that are really good. Obviously, Phillies, Braves, Mets. So just last year, Dodgers won the West. They won 98 games. Yeah. Phillies won the East. They won 95 games. Milwaukee won the Central by 10 games over the Cubs and Cardinals. They won 93. Are they coming down? And then your wild card teams, San Diego won 93. Atlanta, the Mets, and Arizona all won 89. But by virtue of the tiebreakers, remember that last Sunday and how great it was? Arizona out. They didn't make it. So Atlanta and the Mets made it with 89. So how many wins will it take? Last year, it took 89. Even 89 wasn't good enough. Arizona got 89. There was two in with 89, but you needed 90. Then, as we were talking to Murph and Marcus, Arizona did win 84 the year before in 2023, and they advanced all the way to the World Series and won the pennant. So really, the question is, what's the number? How many games do you have to win to be in the wild card range, or win the division? Certainly, but can you do it in the mid 80s, or do you have to get up in high 80s? I said 88. I said 88, and they get in. Derek Papa said 88. They don't get in. So do you need to get to 90 to ensure? I mean, how many games do you need to make the playoffs?
Well, hey, at 0-0 and 0 out of 162, I would lean closer to 90 than I would 85 for sure. I think that the three teams in the AL East and the NL East and the NL West, I mean, there's just not a lot of room here for the wild card. And it's a long season and injuries will happen. And of course, we'll assess it as it goes along. But on the day where everyone's optimism and it's a clean slate, I think it might take 90, unfortunately, like it did last year. Now, Arizona got to the World Series with 84, but just when you consider the East and the West, I'm thinking you're going to have to push 89, 90 to have a shot at the wild card. Phone lines are on fire. Let's go out to Josh in San Francisco right here in the heart of the city. Josh wants to talk a little Jung-Hoo Lee. What's happening, Josh?
What's going on, y'all? Thank you for having me so much. Happy opening day. Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you as well. So you said you wanted to talk about Jung-Hoo Lee. What is it about Jung-Hoo that has you excited for 2025?
Well, one, the little snippet we were able to get last year when he got hot, pounding singles up the middle, playing lightning defense. Super excited about that. And I was actually someone really early on when he got signed last year, where me and my uncle were like, the only two spots we believe he would be successful and have the most value would be either the leadoff or the three-hole. And believe it or not, we got shredded a lot for it, but hindsight now, with the lineup construction, having someone with the elite bat-to-ball skills that he has, the speed that he has on the base pass, along with the IQ, you have two outs, nobody on, he gets a single or a double, it continues the lineup. I love it. I'm actually super, super excited to see what Adonis can do in the two-hole, have Jung-Hoo Lee in the three, and really have some sort of high IQ and hard, old-school nose baseball in that 2-3 hole this year.
Hey, thanks so much for the call,
today. Josh. And Hunter Green, and we'll get into it more. This guy is an elite pitcher. Obviously, an all-star last year, fourth lowest ERA in baseball, high strikeout with a high fastball, has a nasty slider, and a great splitter. This is the kind of guy the Giants have struggled against. Extreme velocity, and he is more extreme than anybody in baseball. But they are going with their right-handed lineup. Lamont will lead off. Adames at short. Jung-Hoo will bat third. Matt Chapman will hit cleanup. And this is the one spot of the lineup where you have back-to-back same-side hitters when you go Chapman, Elliot Ramos in left field. Then Patrick Bailey, the switch hitter. Wilmer Flores will DH, Yastrzemski, and then Fitzgerald. So when you look at the composition of the lineup and the debate where they hit Jung-Hoo Lee versus Lamont, and Lamont's into his legs more, you can see. He popped that hammy early last year. It derailed the on-base. It derailed his ability to run. Now he's getting down lower. Remember last year when he stood so straight up and down? Mm-hmm. Now you can see him getting into his legs, getting power from his legs. He has an elite eye. So you lead off with a left-handed hitter. Then you go Adames right. Then you go lead left. Chapman right. The one spot of the two righties back-to-back, but it's hard to avoid that with Ramos. Then you go back to a switch, and then a right, left, right to the bottom of the order, leading all the way to a left at the top. So as far as staggering right, left, right, the switch hitter towards the bottom, you got to like the way Bowmel composed this lineup.
Yeah, no question about it. And to Josh's point, I'm also excited to see Jung-Hoo Lee in the 3-hole. I was a little bit skeptical about it and saying, okay, let's see how that works in the spring. But to see the way that he just drew contact and was not striking out made me realize that this is something that could absolutely work. And if Lamont Wade is the pre-hamstring injury Lamont Wade of last year where he can get on base, be able to run a little bit, this is a real opportunity to advance some runs now that you got a different hitter you brought in the 2 spot in Willie Adames. Let's go ahead, sneak another one in before we take a little time out, and it is Dino Bambino, also right here in San Francisco. Dino Bambino wants to talk a little Buster Posey and the Giants way. What's going on, Dino? Happy opening day 2025.
Hey, man, happy opening day, boys. How are you guys?
Greatest name ever, Dino the Bambino. Love you, babe.
Let's go. It's fellow Italiano. Hey, I wanted to bring up something real quick, guys. Our defense, I think, has been much improved over this offseason. Not only is the left side of the defense good, but the outfield defense is much, much better. Of course, with the healthy Jung-Hoo Lee, our outfield defense, I think, is much better than last year. And then all those areas in the outfield, too, much better hitting. Matos, I don't think, is a guy that's talked about enough. That guy being our 4th outfielder is just, I mean, that guy can be so hot. We saw how streaky he got last year. I think that this year's regime with Buster leading the helm definitely will keep him up as long as he plays. And then all the way from the back to the front, our catcher, of course, Mr. Bailey, insane, a Golden Glove, what a stud. And then our pitching rotation is probably the best since 2021. And Verlander, I think, just being the absolute teacher on the staff, a mentor, just 1 through 5 is going to be insane. Our farm is much better. I think that this is going to be a great year. Home, baby. Let's go.
Hey, appreciate the call, Dino. And sounds like there were a handful of roster moves that he really liked to boost the defense, including Marcus Boucher's guy, Luis Matos, getting in as a 4th outfielder.
Yeah, he's not in the lineup today. We'll see. But just the outfield defense, Jung-Hoo Lee gets great jumps on the baseball. When Tyler Rogers was visiting with Dwayne and Mike in the middle of the broadcast the other night, Jordan Hicks gave up a home run. And they were talking to Tyler, and he just said, even though that ball went over the fence, did you see the jump that Jung-Hoo Lee got on the ball on the first step to go back to the wall? So he can obviously catch it. You don't have Grant McCray on the roster right now. Ramos is really good in left field. He has improved going towards the line. And Yastrzemski was a Gold Glove finalist in right field, and nobody plays right field better than Yaz. We've had some great ones here. Jose Cruz Jr., obviously Randy Wynn played it really well. There have been a lot of guys, Hunter Pence, but he's really good at it. The infield defense, the left side, is where your money is in long-term contracts. It better be good. I think the one thing, and we'll talk to Shea, I think Lamont will be better at first getting into his legs. There are a couple of balls we saw skip in the dirt in the spring that he let get by. Brandon Belt was so good at that. He would skip it. It gives great confidence for a quick, off-balance throw from the left side, whether it's in the hole or towards the line with Chappie. They're not always going to be perfect. Not even Matt Chapman's throws are perfect. You have to sometimes bounce the ball. The first baseman's got to scoop the ball. Wilmer's okay at that. I think Lamont will be better at that now that he's into his legs. But the real unknown is Tyler Fitzgerald, just because we haven't seen him play second enough. John Shea wrote a big piece in the spring about Marco Scutaro coming in. You know, Buster had all his former teammates come in for a week or so. Marco worked mainly on, bat-to-ball skill with him because he strikes out too much. But Joe Panik, the footwork around the bag, Joe was so good defensively, second base. He didn't have great range. That's why, in the days of the overship, they put him out into shallow right. It was hard for him athletically. Fitzgerald's a much better athlete, but I think the one spot, Bailey's Bailey, obviously. I think the one spot defensively that you'll wonder about will be Tyler Fitzgerald becoming your everyday second baseman. And I got to think, what are they going to do with Christian Koss on the roster now?
Mm-hmm.
Late in games, if they have the lead, will they either hit for Tyler Fitzgerald for a favorable matchup and then insert Christian Koss defensively, or just with the lead, let Fitzgerald have an at-bat and then insert Koss? Because we saw him play short in the spring. I hadn't seen him play a lot of second. Everybody I asked about said he can play. F.P. Santangelo says he plays second base really well. So that would be the one spot defensively that's a bit of a question mark, is Fitz at second base.
Tyler Fitzgerald's certainly one of my must-prove-it kind of guys. I like what he can do with the speed and the bat. He's just got to cut down the strikeout rate, but really it's defensively at second base because, yeah, I know he's had experience doing it in the minors, but it's only 6 games at the major league level, and he's going to be doing it here on opening day. As far as Christian Koss goes and Casey Schmidt being on the opening day roster, Buster Posey said he wants positional versatility out of those guys, and that's why somebody like a Brett Wisely ultimately went down to AAA to start the year. Paco and Folsom, I see you on the phone lines. We'll get to you coming up on the other side. Anybody else who wants to chime in, 415-808-KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. It is Papa and Silver with an opening day celebration on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good to talk to Steve Moskowitz on an opening day Thursday. Today, Steve, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, is going to help out the people with unfiled and unpaid tax returns.
Let's make this opening day with your taxes. There's so many people that don't file tax returns, and the number one reason is because they don't have the money to pay it, or they did file it and they're worried, when's that IRS agent going to come knocking at my door? There's so many good solutions. We have those solutions for you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain them, whether it's asking the government to let you just pay part and forgive the rest, or forgiving the penalties. Sometimes the penalties and the interest are more than the taxes themselves. Or getting a payment plan that you can actually afford. Not what some IRS agent thinks you can afford if you eat rice soup every night. Or shifting the blame where it belongs, to the former spouse, former business partner. There's so much we want to do for you. We've been doing this for so long. We're familiar with all the procedures. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to do it, we'll just go ahead and do it for you. The only thing you'll have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, end this nightmare for me.
There he is, Steve Moskowitz. If you want help getting out of this mess, you can call him now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, per the instrumental of a Jack Harlow, what's poppin', everybody? Happy opening day. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. Giants pregame coming up on these airwaves, 12:10, and first pitch at 1:10. Logan Webb takes the mound at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. First time opening day for the Giants in Cincinnati since 1999. Phone lines have been excited. They've been lighting up. The text line a little bit more of a mixed opinions, 415-808-5627. Regardless of how you feel, the number to share your thoughts. And Paco in Folsom has been waiting on the line, wants to talk about the youth in this 2025 roster. Paco, what's going on? You're with the Gregs.
Yo, happy opening day. I went down to spring training early in the season, late February. I was already down there, and I saw a lot of the youth, and I was very impressed with McCray, and of course Ramos is always the man. I really hope that if anybody does go down, they bring up Bryce Eldridge, because he looks solid. But yeah, no, I'm excited for Fitzgerald. He looks really good. The pitching looks good. I'm glad that they picked Birdsong to be one of the starters, because he is a kid, but he looks really good too. I don't know about Will Flores. I'm not down talking him, but I hope he has a better season, because last year he didn't do too well. So maybe we could switch it up and put somebody else at DH. But other than that, the youth looks fantastic. I'm excited. Can't wait. I got my Willie Mays jersey on. I got my coffee in hand. Getting super pumped. But yeah, let's go Giants.
Let's go Giants. Appreciate the call, Paco. And yeah, so Birdsong not getting the start, obviously, right away, but he is going to be on the roster as a bullpen arm.
Yeah, we'll be anxious to see. I mean, Dwayne Kuiper thinks he'll follow Jordan Hicks, and Jordan Hicks is not going to pitch till the Giants go to Houston on Monday. So we'll see. You may need him at some point. I mean, one situation when we talked to Shea Hay from the Great American Small Park is the weather's fine today, and they're off tomorrow, but there's going to be rain all weekend. I don't know how they're going to be able to fit both these games in on Saturday and Sunday. They'll figure out a way. It's early in the year, but you don't want to have a rain out early in the year. Obviously Houston's a dome. They do have an off day on Thursday before they come home, but you're not going to swing back to Cincinnati. So it will be interesting to see, just how they use the arms, how deep Webb can go into the game today. Then you got Justin Verlander. Then you throw a lefty against the Reds and Robbie Ray. And, one thing we talked about, Greg, was we kind of thought at the beginning of spring training that Kyle Harrison would be the fifth starter. He was never really in that competition because of the weight loss. But, how would you – the way they staggered the lineup, I just love going left, right, all the way through. You only have one lefty starter in this rotation, and it's Robbie Ray. I bring it up because Ellie De La Cruz, is a monstrous player. The guy's 6'5", he's so long. You wonder one day, are they going to ever move him to the outfield? He does not look like a shortstop. He's got amazing skill. He stole as many bases as the entire Giants team did last year by himself. He stole 67. Giants stole 68. He was caught 16 times. He is still unrefined. He flails a lot. Mike will talk a lot over the next 3 days about he's a long-armed hitter. You can get him out. He gets himself out. That guy struck out 218 times last year. 218. Now, he also, struck back 36 doubles, 10 triples, 25 home runs. He is a switch hitter, and you do wonder about allowing him to switch hit. He is not as nearly a good of a hitter from the right side as he is the left side. The splits are extreme. Last year versus left-handed pitching, he hit only 224 versus 275 against right-handed pitching, and his ops last year were down against lefties. I mean, he slugged only 354 against lefties. His on-base plus slug last year was 661 against left-handed pitching. The one thing about the line, I like going through the lineup and how diverse it is, left, right. They do have right-handed power. They're going to maul lefties. You would like to have another lefty in your starting rotation. Hopefully Kyle will be able to get back there.
Yeah.
Wisenhunt's a lefty, but he's a little ways away. That's the one thing, and not only in this series against Ellie De La Cruz, but against the Dodgers when you start playing them. The way to get the Dodgers out is soft tossing, left-handed pitching. Robbie Ray's not a soft tosser, but he does pitch well against the Dodgers. Tarek Skubal will go for the Tigers today with that changeup. He's the perfect guy to manage the Dodger lineup, and Mookie Betts is back in now. But anyway, just watch the matchup and then Patrick Bailey against Ellie De La Cruz. That guy, hair flying, arms flying, legs flying. The guy is he should be playing a small forward in the NBA. He doesn't look like a baseball player, and I wonder, should he really be playing shortstop, or should they move him out to the outfield?
That's a decent thought right there with his body type and the length and the way he runs, and it doesn't make sense to the human eye at first. And you kind of mentioned it. He's a little bit of his own worst enemy at times. He gets himself out a lot. He strikes out a lot, but he also strikes back, and he's electric running the bases. I don't even want to compare anybody to Ricky, and it's a different era, and the bases are bigger and all that, but just the way he does run, and that time where he famously stole 3 bases and 1 at bat, I mean, that was a little bit of like, oh, yeah, that gives me flashes of Ricky with the way he can run like that in such an electric fashion. 808 KNBR phone lines are up and open, and we will reconvene in just a moment, Papa, but as we did yesterday, one of the other storylines is March Madness coming to Chase Center, so let's check in with our buddy Kevin Todd, and it is time to go and make you some money.
The following interview is paid for by Bettor's Edge, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
What's happening? We got Kevin Todd of Vegas Mistake on the line with us, just as we did it yesterday. You can go to vegasmistake.com or call 866-441-2711. Vegasmistake.com focuses only on games where they believe the wrong team is favored. They identify plays where the point spreads or totals are significantly off, and Kevin Todd is here to help us do just that. Kevin, what's happening? Happy opening day.
Thank you, and thanks for having me back. And like I said yesterday, I want to thank you to all those hundreds of listeners that signed up, and you have one of the best shows out there, my friend.
I mean, we have the afternoon shows saying they're the best show in America. I don't know what we necessarily would be for our tagline, but we certainly are here to make people a lot of money, and that's for sure. And we got 4 games today, 4 tomorrow, and what we got into yesterday and want to kind of revisit is Alabama and BYU. BYU lost their head coach to Kentucky. They're a 6th seed. They upset Wisconsin. get to the Sweet 16. Alabama and Nate Oates coming off a Final Four appearance and trying to do it once again. Currently, Alabama 5.5-point favorites. What's your read here, Kevin?
Well, before I get into that Alabama game, I want to let your listeners know that I have a performance promise. And what do I mean by that, folks? Is that I have 5 games between today and tomorrow. If I don't show you a profit of going 3-2 or better, I'm going to give you Saturday and Sunday absolutely free on me. All you have to do is go over to VegasMistake.com and give me a call at 866-441-2711. And nobody in this business, folks, does that with a performance promise. Because why? Because I want to put money in your pocket. If I can't make money for you, I don't expect to get paid. That's why I do my selections based on a performance promise, meaning I have to make you money. So let's get into that BYU-Alabama game. Listen, we all know that the SEC is not just good in football, but they're also great in basketball. Toughest conference out there. And for me, I'm all over Alabama in this game at -5. Okay, they're battle-tested. They've been there before, and they're going to have the best player on the court with Sears. But most important here, BYU, they live and die by the 3. 40% of their shots from the field, folks, are threes. If those threes do not fall with the athletes on Alabama and the quickness, because, listen, these two teams go up and down the court. They're ranked number 1 and number 21 in the country in scoring, and they're ranked number 140 and number 328 in the country in defense. So this game is going to go up and down, up and down, up and back. Fast-paced game. But I think Alabama at the end, because of the athletes and the fact that they've been battle-tested. And let me tell you, BYU in their first 4 games, folks, they played quad 1 teams. They were 0-4 and straight up and against the spread in those quad 1 teams. And let me tell you, BYU since 1991, 7-17 straight up in the tournament and 17-6-1 against the spread. I think Alabama's been there. I think they have a great coach. This team is battle-tested. I think the 5 is a gift. I see double-digit win here for Alabama. What do you think?
All right, well, it's going to be fascinating to watch. I am in a bit of a spread pool right now where I got assigned a team, and currently that is BYU. So I'm kind of hoping in a selfish reason that you're wrong, Kevin. But at the same time, I kind of want you to go and win our listeners some money. So I'm calling it a win-win situation either way. And then lastly, let's just talk about the 5-game $45 program once again and, you know, how you can make the most out of people's cash.
Like I said before, we concentrate on finding the games where the odds makers made the mistake, whether it's on the point spread or the totals when they're off about 5 to 6 points. And like I said, it's a performance promise, folks. I promise to make you money. If I don't, you're getting Saturday and Sunday's games free on me. All you have to do is go to VegasMistake.com or give me a call at 866-441-2711. I'm telling you, folks, I love the games today and tomorrow. It's coming down to the nitty-gritty, and I'm telling you, folks, the odds makers, they're making a lot of mistakes out there, and you should be a part of this and take advantage of this and make some money. Go to VegasMistake.com, 866-441-2711. That's 5 games for $45, folks, on my performance promise. Guys, thanks a lot, and I guess I'll speak to you during football season.
Absolutely, Kevin. We will talk to you during football season, and in the meantime, enjoy the madness.
Thank you, guys.
The preceding interview was paid for by Bettor's Edge, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
And I'm Greg Silver on KNBR. And did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't even based here in the Bay Area, sometimes not even in California? But with Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are right here at home, and they have been for more than 25 years. Yes, we're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. And you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about all your rights. Over the past year, well, unfortunately, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in all sorts of no-fault injury accidents. We got motorcyclists, Waymos, scooters, pedestrians, children, all around us here in the Bay Area and in the city. So please be careful and let's work together in making this a safer place. If something happens, you can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And we're back. Opening day 2025. KNBR, the sports leader, Papa and Silver, taking you all the way up to pregame, which will take you right up to first pitch. Logan Webb on the mound today, although the Giants will be the ones hitting first, and it's going to be Lamont Wade Jr. leading off. Jung-Hoo Lee will be hitting at number 3, as our caller Josh was excited about earlier. And speaking of, phone lines are open. 415-808-5627. Same number for the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Busy show. We got John Shea joining us coming up at 11:30. He's in Cincinnati. Zach Manassian was on MLB Network this morning. The morning show was loaded with interviews, and before we know it, it's going to be 12:10, Papa.
Yeah, it's on that hour, and we're going to have a game coming up in a little bit. The Yankees are going to open the season in New York, so it's opening day domestically, and we have matchups all around the country, but we're locked in on Cincinnati. So right after we got off the air yesterday at 5 o'clock, Dirty Work continued till 6, but right after, at 5 o'clock, when we were at the Presidio Golf Club, golf course, doing our first ever Giants Roundtable, we got the email from Matt Chisholm on the Giants 2025 opening day roster. It arrived exactly at 5 o'clock when we said goodbye. So we were debating during our show yesterday before we went over to the Presidio, would Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss both be on the plane? And I saw a text, how could they both be on the plane? I just wonder, what they've done is they've taken 7 infielders on the 26-man roster. So you've got the starters, obviously, Lamont at first, Fitz at second, Adames at short, and Chappie at third. And then you got a backup. Wilmer will back up the corners. Although, if you had to get somebody to play for Chapman, it'd be Casey Schmidt, certainly. Yeah. Christian Koss can also play third. He plays short, and from what I've been told from FP and everybody that's seen him, he's very good at second base. But anyway, you have 2 backup, right-handed hitting middle infielders, Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss. Is that redundant? Do you need that? The trade-off is Encarnacion's spot has never been filled. We thought Jung-Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos, Mike Yastrzemski, and Luis Matos would all make the team. But that would be in addition to Gerard Encarnacion, who can play right field. He can play some left. You're not going to put him in center. He could also back up at first, and he's a DH. So you only have 4 outfielders on this team, just 1 backup outfielder in Luis Matos, and you have 7 infielders. So how did they get to that? Christian Koss, I think, pushed his way on the roster, and Mike told the story, and Larry Baer was on this morning with Murph and Marcus and told it even more. It got really emotional in the clubhouse when Bob Melvin told him that he did make the team. This is his major league. They have 8 guys that are going to be on the lines today for opening day for the first time, but he's the only one who's making his major league debut today. So what a moment. He got real emotional. Everybody got emotional in the clubhouse. So I think Christian Koss just forced his way on by the way he's hitting, and he's really good defensively. Casey is really good defensively. Why didn't they send Casey Schmidt to AAA? What's his role on this team? Were there overtures to trade Casey? He does have minor league options. You can send him down and not lose him.
Yeah.
What are they going to do with him? How are they going to work in Koss and Schmidt here? You don't want these guys. Koss is older. It's okay. He's glad to be here. Casey Schmidt still has room to develop and grow. Why is he on this roster? What's his role right now?
No, it's a great question, and this was something we were getting into yesterday, and I saw the email right before I was driving home from the Presidio Golf Course and the Giants Roundtable. Had a great time and everything, and I said, looks like Casey Schmidt did end up on the roster after all. So, again, Buster Posey siding with Koss and Schmidt, positional versatility in the infield, but Willie Adames played 161 games last year. Matt Chapman is ideally going to be your every single day third baseman. Tyler Fitzgerald, sure, a bit more of an experiment. And, the first base, I know everyone wanted a little bit more of a stable situation, but you got the platoon and Wade and Wilmer, and Wilmer's going to DH at the start of the year and everything and probably get the majority of those at bats. Now that Gerard Encarnacion is out, you end up taking Luis Matos as your 4th outfielder. Grant McCray and Brett Wisely go down to AAA. And then as far as the bullpen, we were wondering, is it going to be Randy Rodriguez? Is it going to be Peguero? Ends up being Rodriguez. And Peguero, who was throwing heat during the spring, goes down to AAA to start the year.
Yeah, and getting back to the outfield, I mean, a week ago at this time, we were really concerned about Jung-Hoo Lee's back and whether or not he'd be able to play. He didn't play, last Friday, didn't play on Saturday, did play against Sacramento on Sunday, got some at-bats in against the Tigers Monday and Tuesday. We have to assume everything went well on that flight, and you're not going all the way to the east, you're going to the Midwest, but it's still a long flight to Cincinnati. Right now, if Jung-Hoo Lee's back tightens up in the middle of a game here, and you're playing in cooler weather, it'll be wet weather.
Yep.
Maybe not today, but Saturday and Sunday. You may have rain delays where you start the game, you pull them out. Without Grant McCray, if Jung-Hoo Lee has to come out of the game in the middle of a game, who goes and plays center? They bring Matos in, obviously. He's not a very good center fielder. Ramos is not a great center fielder.
Neither is Yaz.
Yastrzemski is a great right fielder, for whatever reason, not as good. So I understand the positional versatility, but do you need it twice? Do you need it with Koss and Casey? And what's the other guy going to do? You may want to give a guy off a day, maybe not right away. You're off tomorrow, you play Saturday, Sunday. You are going to see a lefty on Saturday with the Reds. I don't know. It just struck me. I didn't know what they were going to do with Casey. We kept asking Susan about trading him because she heard the Mets and Yankees were both interested. They must not have gotten what they wanted. I'm all for keeping Casey Schmidt. Christian Koss kind of came out of nowhere, but we saw it building. But you have 7 infielders, 3 backup infielders, and only 4 outfielders, which is 1 backup. So you may have positional versatility on the infield. You don't have it in the outfield. What if Jung-Hoo Lee goes down? Who goes and plays center?
In the short term, I don't know. Probably Elliot Ramos would be my guess, and then put Luis Matos in left. I don't love any of the options either, if I'm being honest with you. I'd like to see Grant McCray.
The one thing in Cincinnati is the outfield's not huge. It's the Great American Small Park.
That's true.
I mean, the best outfielder of all of them by far, taking Jung-Hoo Lee, is Yastrzemski. But he doesn't play center as well as right. But if you are on the road at Oracle Park, I even think at Oracle Park, I would think about against a left-handed pitcher when you have Matos in the lineup and Jung-Hoo Lee. I would think about putting Jung-Hoo Lee. They're not going to do this because you don't want to move guys around all the time. But I would think about putting Jung-Hoo Lee in right field. Right field at Oracle Park is way more difficult to play than center. Matos chased a ball down the other night to Triples Alley, and he got there. He tracked it. He ran to the ball. When he got there, he just dropped the ball. Like, what's the deal? So the one thing with the roster, we'll ask Shea. We got a lot of questions for Shea, obviously. And, Bob Melvin's going into a lame duck year. We talked about that yesterday at the Roundtable. He does not have a contract beyond this year. If this was, when Boch entered the final year, we knew he was gone.
Yeah.
At the, Farhan let him ride out that last year. It does happen more and more in baseball where prominent managers go into the final year, like Craig Counsell in Milwaukee. So what did he do? He left and went to the Cubs and got paid $8 million for 5 years, the biggest deal. Dave Roberts passed him, but there have been a lot of extensions with managers. I do understand that Buster wants to get to know Bill Mel, but ordinarily this would be a big story if your manager was going into the final year. They have an option to pick him up, but it's not a mutual option. Bob does not have anything on paper that pays him beyond this year. So we got a lot to get to with Shea. Obviously, first opening day without Willie since 51. Why all the infielders and just one backup outfielder? And would they sign Bob Melvin to a contract extension middle of the year? Or is that something that's a distraction for a player, for a manager? That's a major distraction. When would you do that? All-star breakers? I don't know. Once the season starts, is it tabled to the off season? And then the other question is, and we talk more about this with Kyle and John Lynch, who sets the 26-man roster? Does Bob Melvin do that and his coaching staff? Or is that Buster and Zach Manasseh and Randy? Well, Randy's more minor leagues, but yeah. Who's put the 26-man roster together? Is it Bo Mel or is it Buster?
That's going to be a great question for Shea Hay, who we're going to talk to coming up at 11:30. By the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Christian Koss, the jersey number with the patch of San Francisco Giants on that sleeve is going to be 50 for him and his what could be a major league debut if he sees the field. Back to the phone lines. Let's go out to Elaine in Palo Alto. Wants to talk about how opening day is fun. You're darn right, Elaine. You know what else is fun? Hanging out with the Gregs. What's going on?
Well, I'm 97 and a half years old. I'm probably one of the oldest fans of the Giants. And my husband, unfortunately, after 77 years of marriage, died last year. But we go all the way back to the Pacific Coast League, and that's a long way at Seal Stadium. We were privileged to see some very great ball players.
Do you watch Joe DiMaggio play at Seal Stadium?
Oh, yes. And Ted Jennings, who played third base, was my father's best friend. And we enjoyed many of his little quips about the Pacific Coast League. And then when the Giants came and they played at Seal Stadium until they went to Candlestick, and we were privileged to go to Candlestick and suffer that cold weather many times. But it was wonderful, and we have been blessed with seeing the greats of the Cepeda and Mays and all the way back. And, I'm sure you remember, and I've been trying to rack my brain. At 97 and a half years old, it's hard for me to remember everything. But we had a pitcher who was kind of slight in stature, and at Candlestick Park, he was pitching, and he got blown off of the
Stu
mound.
Miller. Stu Miller during the All-Star game.
That's the fellow, and I've been trying to rack my brain. That was so funny.
I think it was slight hyperbole where, I don't know if the wind, it makes for a great story at Candlestick, but I think it was more,
he just lost his balance,
he got into the wind-up, and he kind of got off balance in a gust.
Yeah, but it was
he
fun.
was slight a bill, but it
was
fun. It
fun.
was Stu Miller, but it did happen, but I think it was slightly exaggerated than urban legend.
Well,
97 years of age, my God.
Yes.
So how many opening days? 68 years in San Francisco. How many you see?
Probably, I would say, well, we go back, Bob and I were married in 1946. So we spent an awful lot of time when we had the money, naturally, after he got out of the Navy. I can't really remember how many, but I know we went to many games at Seal Stadium. We loved that ballpark.
Yeah.
And we went to many cable, and I've been fortunate enough to go to quite a few games at the new ballpark, which is absolutely wonderful. But at my age and Bob's age, Bob's died at 97. So after COVID came, we were kind of, having to stay home 24/7. But we watched and we listened. And the radio was wonderful, and I'll tell you why. Because I can walk around the house, do my chores, because I still live alone, and I can do my chores and I can listen to the radio, and I can imagine the ballpark, I can imagine the diamond, and when the broadcasters who we have are absolutely the best in the whole world, and why Kipe and Croak are not in the Hall of Fame is beyond me, but
it's coming.
Well, they should go in together. They are wonderful. Absolutely. And I'm so glad they're going to be with us, at least until I die, another 2 years. I hope I live that long, and I can still listen to them. But the radio is really the thing that we need for old seniors like me. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing, and I really appreciate all you guys and all the information, and I can't thank you enough. Just thank you, and I look forward to it. After the last out in October, I'm already looking forward to the next spring because our whole family are just absolutely baseball fans. And I had a grandson who went to scholarship in baseball at Cal Poly. And anyway, I just wanted to say how wonderful it is to have you guys back on opening day, and I hope everybody enjoys this ball club, whether they win or they lose. They are our ball club, and we should support them.
Wow. Elaine, thank you so much for calling in. I love your perspective. You are sharp as a tack. Call in anytime, and that was a great perspective check on why opening day is, in fact, fun. You're the best.
Well, thank you so much for taking my call. This is the first time I've ever called a radio station. But I was listening to you guys this morning, and I was listening to John Miller this morning, and I thought, I don't have much more time left in my life, and I thought this is time I should call and tell them thank you. Thank you for everything that you guys do. I really, really, as a senior citizen, I really, truly, truly enjoy you guys.
Thank you so much, Elaine.
Thank you. You made our day.
Wow, I was going to say.
That is a perfect day to begin the 143rd year of Giants baseball and 68th in San Francisco. I'm choking up on that.
Wow.
I mean, that is what the game is for a lot of people. It's a daily friend. Where the other sports come every other day or once a week, baseball's there. Once it starts today, it is there every single day, almost, of the summer. And it's your friend. You pop it on, and you can go out and sweep the garage or you do whatever you want to do. Go for a walk, and the game's there. You have John and Dave and Dwayne and Mike, and it means so much to people to have that daily connection. Doing baseball all the years I've done it, you go into those ballparks and you see the exact same faces every single day. There are people that just, whether they're there, and so many are there, or just listening, it is that connection to a friend, even if you are by yourself. So Elaine, wow, she's going to live forever in our hearts. In 97 years, she sounds like she's in her 30s. So, but that's what the game connects, and that's what this is all about. Is the start of a new season. We're breaking down players and pitchers and how do they win. I loved her line at the end. Doesn't matter if they win or lose, they're our team, and they're our friend, and they're going to be with us for the next 6 months. So, Elaine, thank you. I think everybody out there benefited from your perspective today. That was beautiful.
I know. It's hard to not get emotional during that call. I mean, my grandmother's somebody who has listened to KNBR for a long time, following the Giants well before I even existed and applied to be a board op here at the station. And I think just the last note I'll say before we take a quick timeout on that is that I understand that I'm a younger voice in this chair and on these airwaves right now, but Elaine's call is also a great reminder as I go to my third baseball season here at KNBR, first one in this role right alongside you, Greg Papa, that a lot of listeners out there are really attached to the San Francisco Giants, how much they invest in it, how seriously they take it, and the fact that it really is your friend alongside every day for 6 months. So just hearing a call like that and the perspective not only gets you emotional and makes you think about what it means to people, but also is a great motivating factor to make the most out of whatever the season ends up being in 2025.
That's why we love sports. It's generational. The reason we love it is it was passed on to us, whether it was our grandfather or grandmother or my dad. The reason I love sports so much is my dad got season tickets to all the teams. We went to every one. My mom took me in the pouring rain when no one would go, and it lives in me. When I watch the Yankees today, my dad was a huge New York Yankee fan growing up in Western New York. I think of him all the time. And he had the Yankees on, just like Elaine has the Giants on. So it's passed on. Baseball has something in our hearts, but Niner fans the same way. We talk to many people that watched, the Niners play at Kezar. And obviously the Warriors, going back to when they were the San Francisco Warriors when they first got here in the 60s. And that's why it breaks our heart for the A's to lose that connectivity. And I know they're still, an hour and a half away, but seems like across the world they meant so much to us. And so what Elaine said, I think, is just perfect. Maybe we should clip that and play that on opening day when the Giants come home on April the 4th, a week from tomorrow. So it's great perspective on all of it, where they are. But it just starts that daily connectivity to baseball. And you do have, whether it was Russ Hodges or Lon or, throughout the years, so many great broadcasters with the Giants. And now John, a Hall of Famer, and Dave and Dwayne and Mike. So it's just so beautiful. But it's that daily friend when you're all by yourself doing nothing. You pop the Giants on the radio, and you got your friend watching the game with you, listening to the game with you.
Elaine, 97 years of age, with the call, an all-timer, really, on KNBR. And Walter is already on it, saving that call, and we're going to clip that and definitely play that come opening day for the home opener, Papa. By the way, the YouTube chat just fawning over Elaine, saying that's one of the best calls ever on KNBR. And hey, YouTube chat, I love hanging out in the room with you. I am right there with you. So great perspective check. Just floored me. Appreciate Elaine listening, and I could tell her if she's still listening on the radio right now, the fans, San Francisco, absolutely in love with her call. So I see a couple more on the line. Richard, Wolfman, we'll get to you coming up, and we got John Shea joining us at 11:30. But let's do our justice here and take a little time out. It is Pop and Silver celebrating opening day with Elaine-style perspective on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It is time to wake up, everybody. It's opening day. Giants at Reds. Pregame starts at 12:10. First pitch at 1:10. John Miller will be on the call right here on KNBR. And you know the deal. Phone lines are open up on Papa and Silver. 415-808-5627. How are you feeling? Is the excitement pushing you to believing that this could be a 90-win team? Share your thoughts on the phone to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
What could you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple of $100,000? If you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with Loan Pronto. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Loan Pronto is the leader in quickly converting your home equity into cold, hard cash, so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisals. Listen, the average homeowner now has over $300,000 in equity. That's your money. Use it. One client got $150,000 out and paid off all their credit cards, 2 car loans, and a personal loan, cutting their monthly expenses by $1,500. You can get approved as little as 1 day, so act now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get the money you need for anything. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com.
Reach, blast one to deep left field, and it is gone! His first Giants at bat, and Jackson Reitz takes a closer deep. Man, did he tattoo that ball.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
...2025 opening day. We are less than an hour away from Giants pregame and less than 2 hours away from first pitch in Cincinnati. Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line just blowing up over that call from Elaine in Palo Alto. Everyone just fawning over it, and I can't blame them whatsoever. That is one of the best calls I've ever heard on the station. Very privileged to be a part of that one here on the show today. Greg Silver, Greg Papa hanging out with you for another 50 minutes or so, and then we'll be getting you through the booth and diamond notes and all that. And, man, John Shea, you got a tough act to follow.
Yeah, Elaine is a beautiful heart, and she's so articulate at the age of 97. She just lost her husband, and he lived to be 97 as well. So she's feeling it. Just the connectivity, your companion. Baseball is just... and it starts today, and it's 162 games. It goes and goes and goes. Very few days off, just a few here and there, but it's your friend every day, and you can take the game wherever you go. You don't have to watch it at home. You can take it on a screen now and stream it on a number of different devices, but I think baseball on the radio is what she's talking about, and just how powerful it is. And she goes back to Seal Stadium and Joe DiMaggio and the PCL and the history of baseball in San Francisco before the Giants were even born in '58. It's just so beautiful, and she does come out to the park. What we should do is reach out to her and invite her to the home opener. You're thinking about what the Warriors did with Graham McKitty, and she sent that note to Steph and to her granddaughter, and we should invite her out to the ballpark and bring her in and have her be a part of it. I know Larry and the ownership group would love it, and that's what this is about. And all the sports have it. Football and certainly basketball and hockey, but baseball, there's just something about it. It's the oldest game. I mean, we're talking about these two franchises. The Reds were born in 1881, not 1981. And then we're going back to the New York Gotham. So, I mean, Elaine's lived a long time, 97 years, but she's not as old as these two franchises. So that's what makes it so beautiful. It's so generational. And we'll talk about the team, but I loved her line at the end. No matter if they win or lose, this is our squad, this is our team, and we love them. And she's never going to waver from that. So absolutely beautiful. But the one thing I want to acknowledge, and I touched on it earlier, there are a lot of A's fans out there that feel the same way. And I can remember coming down those walls through the clubhouse, and John Shea's been there, and you just see the same faces over and over and over, every night. And we go there as broadcasters. It can be a chore some nights. You're there every night. You love it. Once you walk in, you're revitalized by it. But it's challenging, and we get paid to do it. Fans go there, pay their money to be there, and then they're there every day. And when I went back for not the final, but like the third to the last game of the year last year, I saw the same faces that I had seen before. They're still there. I wonder what the Elaines are for the A's fans, that this is the first time the A's are not in Oakland since 1967.
Yeah.
That's a long damn time. Think about that. They came from Kansas City in '68. I wonder what the A's fans are thinking today as they begin their new season in Seattle. And then they come home next week to play the Cubs, but it's going to be in Vegas. So Elaine spoke for the Giant fan. I think she just spoke for baseball and what baseball does and baseball fans. But part of us are breaking our heart here. What would Elaine do if the Giants picked up and moved to Toronto, picked up and moved into Tampa Bay, and no longer were the San Francisco? I'm sure Larry Baer hears that call. He breaks down and cries. He's so proud of building that ballpark with Peter, but more than anything, saving the franchise from leaving. What would Elaine do all these years later without her baseball team? And that's the reality for a lot of A's fans right now. Their team is gone. And they may just be an hour and a half down at 80, but it's more than that. And you can still hear them. Can you even get the A's on the radio in the Bay Area? I don't even know. Elaine to search for a .com or something to pick up, or some streaming service, probably hard for her.
There's an A's cast.
Yeah, but it's not over traditional radio the same way. They've been doing that, and we know Townie, and it's just different. So anyway, it's just that the Giants do stay on AM radio and FM radio, and for the A's fans. They've lost that connection. For a while ago, they got to search out other sources, and now even going to a ball game once or twice a year, it's hard to do. So my heart does break for all the great Oakland A's fans out there that have never had to deal with an opening day in baseball and the pageantry in all these cities. And when the Giants began all these years on the road, the A's had their home openers in Oakland. Now, that's not happening today.
Wolfman in Cabo has been waiting patiently on the phone lines. He's got a bold prediction on the win total. Nobody in the KNBR Roundtable went under 80 or above 90 yesterday, but Wolfman, kind of wondering if you'll change that. What's up? You're on with the Gregs.
Hey, I see the Wolfman. I think the Giants are going to win 100 games. I even talked to my friend. I don't like spiders and snakes. That guy, remember that guy sang the song, Great Papa, you're one of the best. When I was doing the midnight special, talking to people like Afternoon Delight Woman and all those people, and you know what? They told me it's going to be a big season, and the Giants and the A's, and it's going to be a Baba Booey for y'all.
I think Wolfman's been drinking some Jack today.
Go get yourself a margarita.
Jack.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's
you give us a number? I got to go gargle after that, but my throat's not good. I got to gargle. You give us a number on the win total? Did you hear?
He said 100.
I'm going to win 100?
He's going triple dig.
Why not 108? Or break the franchise record. Let's go.
All right. Appreciate the call there from Wolfman. Coming up, we'll have our first and only guest of the day, John Shea of now the San Francisco Standard, first season at the Standard. He's out in Cincinnati. He'll give us the full scouting report. What are we looking ahead to at 1:10 Pacific time? He's next on the Sports Leader. Oh, hello there. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard around the Bay Area aren't even based here in the Bay, sometimes not even in California? Well, you know it. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you right here where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. So go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, and it's a busy region with people, vehicles, cyclists, children all around us. So let's work together and make the Bay Area a safer place. And if it comes to it, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's going on? Happy Thursday. Happy opening day 2025. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. Greg Papa, Greg Silver. We are now joined by the SF Standard's finest. We say it about Tim Kawakami, we say it about David Lombardi, and we say it about John Shea because it is true for all of them. And he is out in Cincinnati. We're going to be doing weekly hits with John Shea coming up, and we had to, of course, get one going right here on opening day in Cincinnati. John Shea joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening, John? How are you?
Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. I guess I'll start with the classic small talk question, but also kind of relevant to the series. How's the weather out there?
You know, it's a little chilly. I guess it's morning where you are, but it's afternoon here. And, yeah, we're right along the river, and people are in their red sweatshirts and red beanies and red all kinds of different things. Everything's red here, man. I haven't seen so much red since, a former president.
They're the Cincinnati Reds, Shea. They're the Red Stockings. What do you expect them to wear?
That's what they are. Yeah, yeah.
Have you ever been to Cincinnati?
Because this is where it all starts. This is where Major League Baseball always had its very first game of the season for decades. They had a big parade just moments ago out front. And it's really cool, the statues out front. And they have the best Hall of Fame / museum of any major league park. It's 2 stories, and it's statues of all the greats. It's great history, and it's right adjacent to the ballpark. And I don't know if I've seen a better one. You know, and the Giants should have one, but they don't. And other teams do. And this one in Cincinnati is really special. There's great history here. I mean, this goes way back. Back.
You know, and this is the first time, the Giants are playing a game since 51 without Willie, and the Reds are playing for the first time since, the 62 year without Pete Rose. He came up in 63 and tore things up. Is this your first time in Cincinnati for an opening day? Giants have only played there 3 times previous, and they haven't been there since 99 for a season opener. This your first time in Cincinnati on opening day, John?
No, I was here in 99. And, I was the Giants beat writer back then for the San Francisco Examiner, and I was definitely here. And I actually, tomorrow's supposed to be rainy. That's why they scheduled an off day, because they expect rain. They always do in late March here. And so I think they dodged a bullet because today's pretty nice. I mean, under the sun, it's beautiful, but it is cooling down. But tomorrow is an off day. It's kind of weird. And then they play Saturday, Sunday. So 3 games in 4 days, and the Giants have their big 3 going at them. And from what I've seen in spring training, that's a formidable trio all of a sudden. And it's maybe not what they had, going into the season, because they didn't know about Verlander and they didn't know about Robbie Ray coming off Tommy John. But both those guys have been really good. So Logan is just one of the 3, not the only one.
Talking to John Shea here out in Cincinnati at the Great American Ballpark. And, we had 6 great hours on the air yesterday with our show and then the Giants Roundtable out at the Presidio Golf Club. And it wasn't until the very end of those 6 hours that we got the official notice about the final 26-man opening day roster. And we were getting into this about a half hour ago or so, where Casey Schmidt and Christian Koss both end up on the roster. They got 7 infield options, just 4 outfield options. Were you surprised by the layout of all that in the end?
I'm still a little confused, even after hearing the explanations from Buster Posey and Bob Melvin. I mean, it's not like this is definitely not something Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler would do. It's always all about matchups. With these guys, hey, who had the best spring? Who can help us at multiple positions? And it's not like these infielders are going to take days off. I mean, Chapman and Adames, are going to play 155 games like they did last year. And they don't even want to DH. So it's going to be hard for Melvin to convince either one of those guys to take a half day off and DH. But, I mean, Wisely was there. McRae was there. McRae was really fun to watch in spring training because of the speed. Now, they have less speed because they don't have Grant McRae, but McRae batted lefty. Wisely batted lefty. But instead, Koss and Schmidt are the guys, and both of them can play shortstop. And I guess if you can play shortstop, you can play anywhere. They're talking about maybe moving Cox to the outfield, which I guess is doable. He's a pretty good athlete. And Schmidt wouldn't go out there. But, Schmidt, both those guys hit well in spring training. I guess they reward spring training numbers. They reward health. They reward guys who buy into what's happening. In other words, McRae struck out a lot still. Fitzgerald does as well. But I just think these guys had great springs and they were rewarded for it. It's simple as that. And it's not like this roster is going to remain intact for weeks and months to come. They could do something by the homestand that changes the roster. But for now, I think it's pretty cool. Kind of an old school thing. Well, who did best? Say, well, let's keep those guys.
Right. I know you spoke to Buster, both of them. Buster, who, by the way, it's his birthday today on opening day. His first day as the president of baseball ops. Buster is 38 years of age today. And then you got into the scrum with Bob Melvin. This is a question we normally ask in football, because usually the general manager has control over the 90-man roster, and then when they pick the 53 to start the year, the head coach will have control over that. Who sets the Giants' 26-man roster? Is that Bo Mel and the coaching staff, or is that Buster and Zach?
Well, I still think it's Buster and Zach, but with input from the manager. A lot more input than the manager got the last 6 years. So there's that. But, yeah, I mean, it all comes from the top. I went over to minor league camp and spent an hour or two with Randy Wynn, and I spent a couple hours with Zach Menaggia and the general. Two biggest hires by Buster Posey, right? One overlooking the major league staff, one overlooking the minor league staff. And every time I asked anything, Buster would be in the answer. It's like Buster's fingerprint. This is Buster's message. This is how we want to orchestrate Buster's plan. So it is amazing the buy-in from the bottom to the top. And I guess it's not surprising, though I'm still kind of stunned he even took this job. But now that he's here, of course, I just had a long conversation with Jeremy Shelley, and he's been in this organization like as long as Ron Woden. And both those guys have lasting power. In other words, they've had different bosses, different managers, different general managers, different CEOs over the years. But they've been able to stick around because they adjust, they figure it out, and they buy into whatever plan is there, and they're loyal. So I see a lot of that now. I see a lot of loyalty to Posey and Buster we trust. And I see it a lot from the fans, too. I talk to a lot of people. I mean, if this team started opening day with Farhan Zaidi as the leader, I think there would be a lot of chaos and upset fans. And what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why do you have all these right-handers? But with Posey, I think people will step back and say, okay, let's see what this guy does. Because we know what he did as a player on the field and off. Now let's see what he can do in this role. Because you don't see too many Hall of Fame caliber players, maybe Derek Jeter, but I think Buster is more involved with the day-to-day than Jeter was when he was in Miami for a spell there. So I think it's still fascinating that this guy is running the show. And I'm not surprised everybody's buying in and listening to him because he's freaking Buster Posey.
John, I want to talk about Bob Melvin for a moment because, we were having a discussion of who's got the most to prove this year. And my good old co-host and fellow Greg said, I think Bob Melvin has certainly got a case to be in that conversation. What does he need to prove the most here in his second year, but also it being the first year under a different front office with a different philosophy?
Well, Posey's first answer to how do you think spring went was clean, crisp baseball. And if there's not clean and crisp baseball the next 6 months, then there might be a hot seat situation. But from what I've seen the last 6 weeks in spring training and what I anticipate, there's probably going to be some clean, crisp baseball because they just won't have it any other way. You'll either be here or you won't based on what happens on the field. So if there's laziness, if their spirit isn't there, if the drive isn't there, and if you see sloppy play and stupid base running decisions, then I think you can point to the manager. But I do think that, in speaking with Posey about Melvin, there's total trust in him right now. And I did ask him about this because it was for a story at sfstandard.com that, hey, listen, this guy is not signed beyond next season. And there's been 5 or 6 different managerial extensions since the fall. You know, why not this guy who's got the second most wins among active managers behind Bochy, right? I don't know where Francona lines up there.
Yeah, Terry's just ahead of him, John.
Yeah, okay.
Bochy,
so
Terry, and
three.
then Bomel. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think because they're not involved in this long-time partnership, they don't really know each other too well. They just kind of became, close since they hired Posey. Because Bochy or Melvin only saw him across the way as a manager in Oakland and San Diego. But now they're partners. So it's more like, okay, let's get to know each other. Let's feed off each other. Let's see how this goes before we talk extension or picking up that option for 26. So, yeah, there's a lot to prove, or a lot to show, rather. Maybe not a lot to prove because he's been around it, but a lot to show. And I wouldn't put him on the hot seat, but I definitely would say it's worth monitoring.
Yeah, Boch has 2171. Terry Francona has 1950. Active managers 1-2, and then Bob at 1597. So I was wondering yesterday, most wins all time in the history of baseball to never win a World Series. Boch has got 4 now, and obviously Tito the 2 in Boston. Gene Mauch the most, Buck Showalter the second most, and then Bob Melvin is third most victories all time. No World Series title. So I think it's, maybe he puts himself on the hot seat to succeed here in his 22nd year. My question is, and you laid it out so beautifully in your story in the Standard, going into a lame duck year, and Buster's got an extra, time on his contract. Now that the season's going to start here in a little over an hour, are talks about extending him or picking up the option tabled? Is there any way they would do that in the middle of a season, do you think?
Oh, yeah, they could, especially the option. And it's not like Bob Melvin was, racing to negotiations to say, hey, give me an option. He's not really an option, guys. If you want, give it to me, fine. But it's more like, okay, it's 2 years guarantee. And it's not like he got this big boost financially from San Diego. It's more of a dream job for him because he's always wanted to manage both Bay Area teams, having grown up here. Was Alvin Dark the only other guy to do that? But he's from Louisiana. He's not from the Bay. So, that's really cool. And so there's a lot more pressure on him with the Giants than there ever was in Oakland, only because of payroll and the anticipation of winning versus, just trying to compete like it was with the A's and Billy Beane and all them. But, yeah, I just think that with him, it wouldn't be surprising midseason, all-star break or whatever. Yeah, we're going to pick that up, and we're going to negotiate maybe after the season if things pan out well here about 2027, because that's what Posey is. Posey has a 3-year deal, so it's 25, 26, 27, and usually you have the manager and baseball ops president in alignment. If both coming in together or both extended or have, the same contractually situations. So, but it's not. It's 3 years and 1 year guarantee. And it's not like it matters that Posey has 3 years or 10 years or one. He can do whatever the heck he wants in this organization. Ownership would allow it. Fans would allow it. Players and coaches would allow it. So it doesn't matter that Posey has 3 years. Like, he could step down tomorrow or 10 years from now. Basically, maybe more so in the history of this organization, you can call his shots because of what he's earned on the field.
John, appreciate you coming by with us. Enjoy your time at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. We'll be reading everything you put out there in the SF Standard, and very, very excited to be catching up with you once a week throughout the season.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Shea.
Shea, John Shea of the San Francisco Standard will be joining us every week. Walter, correct me if I'm wrong. It is Wednesdays, I believe. Now, Walter's busy hanging up with Shea. I think it's Wednesdays, but all the dates of everything has been moving around with me. I think it's going to be Susan Slusser joining us every Tuesday mornings and John Shea joining us on a lot of Wednesdays. Getting the thumbs up there. Good to go. So set your calendars if you want to hear from Shea weekly throughout the season. Coming up next, if you can believe it, Just one more segment on Pop and Silver before we officially hand it off for Giants pregame. John Miller is going to be ready to go on the call. He was with Murph and Marcus this morning. And we're going to wrap up this discussion. Get ready for a 1:10 first pitch in Cincinnati. Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
It's called Sex Panther by Odeon. It's illegal in 9 countries.
It's quite pungent.
Oh, yeah.
It's a formidable scent. Brian, I'm going to be honest with you. That smells like pure gasoline.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
That doesn't make sense.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on? Congratulations to Jim out in Sunnyvale, by the way, just winning our Bay Area Panthers contest. Walter, who won the Jackson Brown contest? I never ended up getting a name there. Larry Brook. Okay, fantastic. Jim and Larry, congratulations to our two winners of the day. Here's a fun stat for you as we get you ready for Giants pregame coming up as well. Elliot Ramos, as you probably know by now, and we brought up on the roundtable, starting in left field today for the Giants, makes it 19 consecutive opening days with a different left fielder. That ties the St. Louis Browns at left field for the longest streak at any position in MLB history. Papa, you want to know the years of the 19-year span?
I want you to tell me what team the St. Louis Browns currently are.
I would guess the Cardinals out of the city, and I feel like that's wrong.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
The Baltimore Orioles, whose voice is the great John Miller. What years did they do it in the St. Louis Browns?
In fairness to me, it was years I was not alive. 1937 to 1955, so neither were you.
Yeah, but we do remember they were not good, and they became the Baltimore Orioles, and they became a great team. So you are doing diamond notes today?
I am doing diamond notes.
All right, some nuggets here. Willie Adames, he does have success at the Great American Small Park career, playing in the National League Central. Against Hunter Green, Willie Adames in his Giant debut, 3 for 14, but he has hit a couple of home runs against him. Hunter Green is an extreme hard thrower. We're talking 100. And he changed the grip on his fastball a little bit to try to get it to ride more higher in the zone and not cut as much. That's typically what gives the Giants problems, like Mike Yastrzemski. He was 0 for 2 in his career against Hunter Green. No strikeouts, though, and he has drawn a walk against him. Matt Chapman has a hard time with a high fastball, 1 for 7 career against Hunter Green with 4 strikeouts. Patrick Bailey 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. Tyler Fitzgerald, he also has a nasty slider, 0 for 2 against Hunter Green with 2 strikeouts. Elliot Ramos, who I think will break that streak next year and make it back-to-back left fielders on opening day for the first time since Bonds when the streak got started. Ramos 0 for 3 against Hunter Green with 2 strikeouts. Anybody in this damn team hit this guy? Casey Schmidt is 2 for 4 against him with 2 doubles, but he's not in the line today. Damn. Maybe he'll get in later.
Wow, okay. Casey Schmidt, 2 for 4, 2 doubles. That's for something right there. I'm just writing all this down. This is great. I'm going to...
Taking all those notes? You should be a court stenographer. I'm impressed.
That's right. Chris Babcock would probably be proud of me. Or maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he would just be like, that's ridiculous. I know all the 49ers stats, but I know he listens all the time, so got to give some love to Chris Babcock there. I actually want to bring in our third man of the crew, Walter Icabalseta, for a moment, because we didn't do the whip around yesterday. We had a lot of business to get to. You went out there to set up the Giants roundtable, and maybe we'll do the whip around for a little Friday. We'll call it Walter's Friday flip around, and he'll flip it out with his fly down, just keeping the alliteration going here on an F. But you are a baseball head. You got your podcast, Passion for the Pastime, and you're rolling up today with your Giants jersey on. I mean, how's the energy for you? Are you excited? Just first of all, I mean, I know you're excited for every opening day. Does it feel different for you with Buster Posey as the PBO in the first year?
Oh, 100% it feels different. I mean, opening day every single year feels different because, I mean, you know, everybody's tied for first place. But, no, I'm really excited for this iteration of the Giants, 2025, Buster Posey, just the changes that are coming in. Really excited for this year. And I think that this team that we have right now is going to surprise a lot of people.
So I want to visit a conversation we had out at the yard on Monday because we were out there together with Copes, Derek, Jack Loader, his credential, you know, a lot of companions and side pieces that night, which was a lot of fun watching them play against the Tigers and what was a battle of very similar uniforms. And we were talking about 30 stolen bases, 30 home runs. Who are the likely candidates you see for either one, and which one's going to happen first, if at all?
Oh, man, you asking me? I think most likely you'll probably see a 30 stolen bases. My apologies. I was listening to John Miller. The 30 stolen bases, I think, is what's going to happen. I think it's going to come from Jung-Hoo Lee. I think he's going to be really active on the base paths this year. Obviously, the candidates there, Tyler Fitzgerald as well. But the 30 homer club, I mean, that has been something that has eluded this team for quite some time. So, Papa, I mean, who do you think is going to maybe get close to the 30 home runs?
Well, obviously the guy that did it last year, not as a Giant, but Willie Adames hit 32 home runs last year, and he's had a number of high 20 home run seasons. He also had 32 doubles. I mean, the thing would be going from, and it's no longer John Miller Park, but it's a friendly yard in Milwaukee. I think right-handed hitters do get more favorable distance than obviously left-handed pull hitters at Oracle Park. So I think Adames could do it. Elliot Ramos, we had him on the show last year. He never had a 30-homer year or a 20-homer year in the minors. And last year, Elliot broke out. He's going to start the season with this team. He has power to go the other way, even in Oracle Park. I think Elliot Ramos could do it. I think Matt Chapman could hit 30 homers. As far as the stolen bases, undeniably, Tyler Fitzgerald could do it if he plays enough games to do that. We'll see how it goes and how they're going to use him. But this guy, Ellie De La Cruz, last year in Cincinnati, he had more stolen bases than the Giants team almost by himself. He had 67 stolen bases last year. I think the Giants had 68. And he also had 71 extra base hits last year. 70 extra base hits and 60 steals in a single year. A very short list. By the way, for Diamond Notes, Ellie De La Cruz against Logan Webb is 3 for 10 in his career. No doubles, no triples, no home runs, 4 strikeouts. So he does have the 3 hits. You don't want to walk the guy. And then the real great thing today is, and Logan Webb's got to be short to the plate, and that's something he's worked on as his career got better, but he's got to be quick. The confrontation between Patrick Bailey, the Gold Glove catcher with the quick release, and Ellie De La Cruz trying to steal second base.
What a battle that's going to be, by the way. The Gold Glove catcher and Patrick Bailey going against a guy who, for his size and height, should not be able to run that fast, yet he does, in Ellie De La Cruz. We'll see how it goes with Ellie De La Cruz. And, Silver Linings playlist, we're not going to do that today. We did a little center field yesterday, and that's how we opened the show with the music bed. Tomorrow, maybe we'll go with Litz, my own worst enemy, because you mentioned that he's got the most extra base hits, most stolen bases, almost outdid the Giants by himself. Then at the same time, he strikes out a lot. He gets himself out a lot with getting caught on the bases as well. So regardless of the fact that he can be a little bit someone that gets in his own way, one of the ultimate premier stars of this league. And hey, look, when the Reds play good baseball and the history they have with the length of their franchise, Pete Rose, who they're going to be honoring today, it's a lot of fun.
And we talked a lot about the top of the Giant order, Lamont Wade Jr., Willie Adames, and Jung-Hoo Lee, leading to Chapman and Ramos in the middle of the power of your lineup, 4 and 5 right-handed hitters. The Reds' top 3, and I'm not going to say T.J. Friedel's Pete Rose, he's not, but he's a really good leadoff hitter. When he gets down in his crouch, and Pete had, switch hitter, but when Pete got down in the left-handed batter stance, he got so low. T.J. Friedel, he opens up a little more than Pete Rose, but he does give you a little bit of a Pete Rose vibe, and he can run. Matt McClain, their number 2 hitter, he was out all last year with a shoulder injury. He had a tremendous season in 2023, even better than Ellie De La Cruz's that year. Those top 3 guys, Friedel, McClain, De La Cruz, one of the fastest players, the long strides that he has, they set the table for the middle of their order. So you've got to keep them off base. Friedel, McClain, De La Cruz. And they're all runners. And you know who their cleanup hitter is now? Remember Gavin Lux?
I remember Gavin Lux.
The L.A. Dodgers got pushed aside, terrible injury, moved from short, couldn't throw at second base, had the Steve Sachs syndrome. They got rid of him. They traded him in the offseason. And career, Gavin Lux against Logan Webb. And he's seen him more than any Cincinnati Red, being a former Dodger. 23 career at-bats against him. Only 5 hits, so only a .217 batting average, but he does drive the ball against Logan Webb. So 4 doubles of his 5 career hits against Webb have been extra base hits and doubles. So Friedel, McLean, De La Cruz keep him off base because Gavin Lux will drive the baseball inside the Great American Small Park.
And Logan Webb's going to be pitching in his 4th consecutive opening day, and the last one to do that was Madison Bumgarner. He did 5 out of 6, and Juan Marichal set the mark at 10, which is just unbelievable. But Tim Lincecum did it 4 years in a row. Madison Bumgarner did it 4 years in a row, most recently coming out on 2017. And, Webb pitched a pretty good game last year, like you alluded to on the second segment of the show. He went 6 innings. He allowed 2 runs, 5 hits, 5 strikeouts, did not factor into a decision. His overall opening day stats, 0-1 with a 3.50 ERA, 20 strikeouts. And, I wouldn't say he necessarily has something to prove because you mentioned the Yankee game when he gave up the bombs. But last year I thought he pitched well enough for them to win, and the Giants just did not give enough run support, and the bullpen didn't quite finish it. Would be nice, though, to see Logan Webb rack up his first career opening day win on his 4th start.
And and by the way, this is Buster Posey's birthday. I mean, that kind of snuck up on us. The first day as the president of baseball operations. The Giants have never played a game on March the 27th, ever. Maybe a spring training game, obviously, but a regular season game. The season is starting earlier than ever. So to have it start on March 27th, have it be Buster's birthday, his 38th birthday, in the Great American Ballpark, where Buster, he had a lot of big moments, obviously, in playoffs, but probably his biggest moment ever was in 2012, Game 5, the Grand Slam off of Matt Latos. And John had a great call, so I'm sure that'll be brought up. But for Logan Webb, most pitchers don't like going to pitch in the Great American Small Park. We talked to Jeremy Affeldt, and he was a Red before he became a Giant. Mike Krukow will bring it up a lot in the broadcast today because it has a flat mound. They call it a turtle back mound. It's not like Dodger Stadium where you feel like you're higher on the mound. This one, you feel like you're low. We have heard Logan say that he thinks they built it up and made it higher, but all the conditions, and we'll see about the weather. If it's cold, that'll favor the pitcher. But the ball does fly there on the banks of the Ohio River and the mound. But Logan Webb is a sinker ball pitcher. He has pitched twice in his career at Great American Ballpark, and he's pitched well. He's given up only 2 runs in 13 innings in that ballpark. And the one thing about Logan Webb, he does not give up the long ball. With his sinker, his changeup, his slider, and now he's going to bring out more of a cutter. He gets a lot of ground balls. So if there's one guy you want to pitch at the Great American Small Park, because he does keep the ball on the ground, have them hit the ball to Adames, have them hit the ball to Chapman. You should be good there. So most pitchers don't like going to Cincinnati. Logan Webb, with his heavy sinker and down, does pitch well there, interestingly.
By the way, 1, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 2, just got a text from a family member. How does Greg Papa know that an opposing pitcher changed the grip on his fastball? Respect.
Know everything.
I was going to say.
Know everything.
There's
video on all this stuff. And Hunter Green, the one thing is still, he was cutting his fastball before. Now he's trying to get it to ride a little bit up in the strikes. He doesn't go top rail. If I'm pitching against the Giants and Yastrzemski and Chapman, and I would just go very high. That's where they have a hard time catching up to it. Hunter Green throws 100, but he does leave it a little bit belt high. He's trying to get up higher. Let's just see how he works to Chapman and Yastrzemski today, because that's the area you can get him out. A lot of these guys that have uppercut swings, Adames strikes out a lot. He does not have as much of an uppercut as I thought. We'll see. It's a little bit of a lift, but I think he chases a little bit. And then for a guy like Tyler Fitzgerald, Hunter Green has a nasty slider, has a great splitter as well, but he'll throw that slider. Watch him throw the slider to Tyler Fitzgerald and to Elliot Ramos just away, and make him chase that pitch away in the dirt.
Yeah, Hunter Green, number 2 overall pick in 2017, and then had a little bit of a rocky start coming up, but like Logan Webb, first-time All-Star last year in 2024, so you got a couple of All-Stars going at it in Cincinnati coming your way. We got pregame in less than 3 minutes, so wanted to read this tweet from John Shea, who was just on with us at 11:30, from Buster Posey. I don't have near the butterflies I had as a player. I was just telling Bomel a minute ago, I'll probably go up to the booth pretty early and just take in the pageantry of opening day. I never did that as a player. You know very well, Papa, from watching Posey, he was so locked in even when it came to just batting practice to the point where you were babysitting his children at one point.
Yeah, his son came over and Buster wanted to go hit, and he was like 4 years old at the time. So, and when Buster goes into that ballpark, I mean, a lot of great memories. The 2012 team, they lost those 2 games at home, and then had to go there. The Cockroaches were able to win Game 3. I don't even know if they got a hit in the game until late in the game, and then Dusty took out Aroldis Chapman, and they wound up staying alive. And the Cockroaches, the great speeches from Boch and Hunter Pence and the sunflower seeds on the dugout. It's a great ballpark for just those memories, and I'm sure John and Dave will relive it. But now he is kind of powerless. He's not hitting a grand slam off 100 green today like he did against Matt Latos in Game 5. He's going to watch. But the one thing about Buster is he set up very late. He watched the hitter's feet before he would set up. He'd give a late target to the pitcher because he felt the game. And in Patrick Bailey, you have that behind the plate. So it's just a lot of fun. And then in the other dugout is Terry Francona. We know Tito from when he was Ken Maka's bench coach before he became a World Series champion. And obviously his great run in Boston, the great run in Cleveland. He had some health issues. He had his kind of reset for a while, took a year off, but he's in great stead. So Boch is Boch, but you have Terry Francona, second active winningest manager in one dugout, and Bob Melvin in the other. So, and to do it in Cincinnati on opening day, we're not going to have any rain delays today, right? The weather should be cleaned from start to finish, because if it does go into a rain delay, John's the best ever to do it, but they may bring us back to do rain delayed theater, which we love.
If there is no weather complications and I don't see you, we will reconnect tomorrow. I'm going to be watching this game, going out to the Sweet 16 as well to watch Florida and Maryland. So it's going to be a full day. I want to thank John Shea. I want to thank all of our callers today. Thank you to Walter, and thank you to Elaine for one of the all-time KNBR calls and a perspective checker. We're going to talk to Dave Fleming from the booth coming up in a bit. But for the first time in a while, Giants pregame starts now.
From the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, that's where the 2025 season begins for the Giants. They start a 3-game series to open the year against the Cincinnati Reds. Hi, everybody. Dave Fleming, John Miller. Great to have you with us. The Giants, so much optimism coming off a great camp coming into this year. Plenty of changes. We'll talk about those, and a very nice-looking opening day lineup behind Logan Webb, who makes his 4th straight opening day start for the Giants. It's Webb against Green, the Giants and the Reds. Full pregame show to come right after this.
San Jose. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Happy opening day, this date in Giants fans. Yes, we are back for another full season of great highlights from this great franchise with something new, our brand new producer, Danny Dunn. That's right. After decades of brilliant service, Mike Kohler, our producer, has graduated to the great chair of program director, and the very capable, lifelong Giants fan, Bay Area native, Dan Dunn, is giving us the highlights. I'm just the vessel, y'all. And we start on March 27th, where the Giants have never played a regular season game. That's right. So March 27th, 2025 is the first regular season Giants game on 3/27. So what do? We get creative. Logan Webb is making his fourth consecutive opening day start today. So we will look back on his very first opening day nod, and that was on April 8, 2022, against the Miami Marlins. Let's get into it. Giants took an early lead, timely hits from the captain, Brandon Belt. That's right, self-appointed captain. And do you remember Darren Ruff? He had an RBI hit. How about Joey Bart hitting a home run? Gosh, we miss him. He's a pirate. He hit a shot off of Sandy Alcantara. It was quite the arm. It's a nice swing of the bat there. Now, Logan Webb's doing his thing on the mound. 6 innings of 1-run ball, 3 strikeouts. But unfortunately, the bullpen coughed it up. So Webb ended with a no decision. We got to go extras, and here's our highlight. It's Austin Slater at the plate, Darren Ruff on first base, and third base coach Mark Hallberg waving him home.
Swing line right down the left field line. That's going to be a fair ball, and quickly we'll go to the cars. Off defender. To third is Ruff. He's going to be sent home by Hallberg. Here comes the throw home. He slides. He swings. The ball is off the glove of the catcher, and the Giants have won it.
An absolutely great opening day. It happened on April 8, 2022. No, that's not today. Today's March 27. But that's a Logan Webb opener, and Logan Webb goes today. And a solid opening by Danny Dunn, the new producer of this date in Giants history. So the Giants walk off the Marlins on April 8, 2022. They play the Reds today on March 27, 2025. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. Happy opening day 2025. We've been waiting for it. And Giants pregame officially underway here for KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Let's take it out to the booth and talk to our good friend, Dave Fleming. Dave, couple of things. First of all, happy opening day. And secondly, congratulations on your contract extension. Very well deserved, my friend.
Well, thank you for saying that. It's just so cool to have another season here, and we love spring training. We love the Cactus League. The Giants had a really positive spring training, but it's time to play these games and have them count, and I'm just excited for another year of Giants baseball. Where else would I rather be?
Yeah, no kidding, right? I mean, spring training was great. I loved seeing the way the Giants had great approaches at the plate, and we're kind of changing their philosophy a little bit with Buster Posey, and I guess that's where I want to start things off. You know, Buster Posey, right in that stadium that you're in right there in Cincinnati, the Great American Ballpark, had one of his great moments, a grand slam in Game 5 of 2012 against the Cincinnati Reds. But now, on his 38th birthday, he is looking up from a different perspective, first year as the president of baseball operations. So in your time in Scottsdale, what do you sense that's different with Buster Posey in charge and just kind of the respect that he commands as a legend of the Giants franchise?
Well, it sure feels like an auspicious place for the Posey era to begin because of the Latos home run in the playoffs. But Buster, when we brought that up to him, he also reminded us that this was where he hit his first big league home run. So not just that, maybe most famous home run that he ever hit, but his first one came here as well. So to me, that's a good sign to get the Posey era kicked off here. Look, I mean, what's different, what's new? I guess that remains to be seen. Here's what I'll say about just Buster. He has articulated a very clear and distinct vision and approach for what he wants this team to be about, what he wants the baseball on the field to look like. And it has trickled down. It's a message that has been received by Giants coaches, front office executives, Giants players. Everybody is very clear about the expectation level and what he wants this to be. And I think that's a great thing. I think, aside from the other stuff like, man, when he walks through the clubhouse or walks into the manager's room or whatever, walks onto the airplane, he just commands a respect of a guy who's one of the all-time great players. That's sort of a given. But even putting that aside, just the idea that the Giants have a very, very clear plan now for what they want to be, I think helps everybody act on that plan. It makes it, there's no ambiguity whatsoever about for these players and coaches what the expectation level is. And I think that's just for any organization, any sport, that's a really good thing.
Yeah, no question about it. We got Dave Fleming here for Giants pregame. And just to kind of wrap up this first part of it, let's go to Logan Webb. Fourth consecutive start on the mound for opening day. Not a lot of pitchers have done that. Madison Bumgarner did it in 2017. Tim Lincecum did it in 2012. And now Webb is going to do it for the first time. He's 0-1 with a 3.50 ERA overall, 20 strikeouts. And last year pitched well, went 6 innings, but ultimately his team did not get the win. And for Webb himself, it was a no decision. I mean, just between getting an all-star nod for the first time, having finished second in the Cy Young voting, how motivated is Logan Webb to go out there and just have something to prove for himself and for this team to maybe surpass expectations?
Well, he's highly motivated, not just today, but for the whole year. He really, truly feels like he fell short of expectation last year. And that's a guy who, again, led the big leagues in innings pitched, made his first All-Star team, although he should have been on a couple other All-Star teams. And that stupid rule about how if you're going to pitch on the Sunday, you're not even able to be on the team. Like, at least name him an All-Star, and then he can't pitch. You can replace him. But it cost Logan at least a time or two of being an All-Star. Anyway, whatever. I don't think he cares about that. But what he does care about is he felt like his performance came up short last year, even with another excellent year. So I think he is very motivated in a couple different ways, from a team perspective to make sure that he sets the tone. And he talks about that. We have him on as our guest for the Around the Park show. So you can hear from Logan later on in this pregame show coming up pretty soon, actually, because we've sort of become our little tradition to have him on first day of the year. He's coming for Bumgarner. Bumgarner started 5 opening days. He wants to surpass Bum, which is a good goal. He's going to do that, I'm almost sure. But he wants the performance to be back to 2023 level when he was dominating even more, and I think he's going to do it.
Coming up next with Dave Fleming, we're going to get into the opening day environment at the Cincinnati Reds and how baseball as a whole is going to honor some of the greats that we lost in the last year. We'll be back on the Sports Leader. Greg Silver back here with Dave Fleming for your Giants pregame. Opening up in Cincinnati, an organization that was formed in 1881, and that's where I want to start. Dave, this is talking about baseball history. I mean, it doesn't get better than opening the season at the Cincinnati Reds, which they last did in 1999. Just tell me how the environment is out there and how the stadium is filling up so far.
Yeah, the Reds are even older than that. 1876 is when the National League was founded. They are a founding member, even older than the Giants, who were born in 1883. And the Reds became a professional baseball club in 1869. Which is just, I mean, it is amazing to think about. And here we are in 2025, same franchise, same city, almost the same uniforms from way back then. It speaks to the timelessness of baseball. It's cool to be here. The parade has wrapped up, so they have a huge parade in town. And literally like a couple 100,000 people come to downtown Cincinnati for an opening day parade. They do it every year, the Findlay Market Parade. And then the people come from the parade down the hill to the ballpark, and I took some photos. I mean, it's astonishing to see it's like a whole nother parade of people coming into the park. So they do opening day here. It's a special day here. Everybody's decked out in their baseball gear. It's actually a very fun place to be to start the season.
Yeah, I bet. And that's where Blake Snell had a no-hitter last year, as we all know, just from watching the Giants in 2024. But we're on to a new year, and with the last year, I mean, you were on the call for one of the most flooring and toughest moments of last season when we got news that Willie Howard Mays had passed away right before the Rick Woodfield game. And then the Bay Area lost another 24 icon in Ricky Henderson back in December. And on top of that, all of it, Pete Rose passed away in September. So a really tough year for legends of the game. And Pete Rose, of course, what he meant to the Cincinnati Reds franchise. Have you gotten wind of how they might be honoring Pete Rose here on opening day, Dave?
I haven't heard that, and I'm sure they will not just acknowledge it, but do something for Pete. Because look, whatever you think of all the stuff off the field and everything that happened in his life after his baseball career, that guy, he was from here. He meant so much to this franchise in a lot of ways, very similar. I know it almost sounds sacrilegious to say, but the way that we think of Willie. For a lot of people here, that's how they think of Pete Rose. And it's a huge loss for their baseball family, despite the tumultuous nature of the last few years. It's hard for us. I mean, look, all of us are so optimistic on opening day, and especially with what's happened to this Giants franchise in the last few months and how spring training went, and everybody's got smiles on their faces. Just a determined group with a really good feel and energy down there right now. But it's our first opening day without Orlando and without Willie, and that's hard. And so hopefully the Giants honor those two who, you know, if you close your eyes and think maybe they're watching this game from somewhere, get them a win today.
It is one of 162. It is time to honor Willie Mays and Orlando Cepeda and all the greats of the game that were lost in this last year. Dave, enjoy your call with John. Soak it in Cincinnati. Really appreciate you coming by, and I'll be listening.
Greg, talk to you soon. Thanks.
He is Dave Fleming. Coming up next, award-winning Diamond Notes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Welcome back. Greg Silver here with your award-winning Diamond Notes. Let's start it off with our starting pitcher, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. For the San Francisco Giants, of course, you know it's going to be Logan Webb, his fourth straight opening day start on the mound. Madison Bumgarner had his fourth straight in 2017. Tim Lincecum did so in 2012. And this spring, Logan Webb pitched 20 and a third innings, posted a 1.77 ERA with 22 strikeouts and just 3 walks. He has led the National League in innings pitched each of the last 2 seasons and received his first All-Star selection in 2024. One thing he does not have yet is an opening day win. 0-1 record with a 3.50 ERA. For the Cincinnati Reds, it's going to be the hard-throwing Hunter Green, the Los Angeles native, drafted number 2 overall in the 2017 draft out of Notre Dame High School in Sherman Oaks, California. This spring, he's gone for 29 strikeouts, a 5.57 ERA, in a total of 21 innings. Last season, Green had a 9-5 record with a 2.75 ERA, and that was enough, like Logan Webb, to earn him his first All-Star selection. Let's talk about Hitting the Lumber, sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com. Well, the Giants have not had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds did it back in 2004, but they signed Willy Adames this offseason, who had 32 of his own with the Milwaukee Brewers and led the MLB in 3-run home runs this last year. Also expecting some big things from 2024 breakout star and all-star Elliot Ramos, who became the first right-handed hitter to land a ball in McCovey Cove last September. So nobody's getting 30 today, but the road may start here on game 1 out of 162. Who's hot? Sponsored by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar. Locally and family-owned for 63 years. And look, after a late signing this last offseason and just getting to play 11 games in the spring, Matt Chapman was hitting the ground running this past spring. He posted a .400 batting average with 18 hits, 6 home runs, and 14 RBIs. That 6-year, $151 million contract extension secured toward the end of this last season in large part. Big thanks to Buster Posey, the new president of baseball operations. Well, that left him no doubt as to where he'd be playing here in 2025 and beyond. So there's your first half of award-winning Diamond Notes. And coming up on the other side, we're going to finish it up with our X Factor and our Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. More coming up. KNBR, the sports leader. Back here with award-winning Diamond Notes, Greg Silver getting ready for Around the Park and the rest of Giants pregame. First pitch at 1:10. Let's talk about an X Factor. And this X Factor is sponsored by Casino Matrix. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, we're going to go with the second baseman, Tyler Fitzgerald, because he just played 6 games at second base for the Giants in 2024. But also, if we're talking about his ability to run the bases, well, the team as a whole was 29th in stolen bases last year. So can he find ways to get on base, showcase some of that speed, and get the Giants some runs? And on the defensive side, how will his experience at second base, primarily in the minor leagues, translate to the field in Cincinnati? Also want to throw out Camilo Doval. There will be no light show today at the Great American Ballpark, but can he get in a high leverage situation and find the strike zone, getting back to his 2023 All-Star self? Last but not least, we got our out-of-town scoreboard. The NorCal Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Let's go places with Toyota. Only one game underway right now. It's the New York Yankees playing against Willy Adames' old team, the Milwaukee Brewers. And here in the bottom of the second, the Yankees hold a 1-0 lead. The start of Blue Jays versus Orioles got delayed. You also got the Nationals playing against the Phillies, the White Sox hosting the Angels, the Rangers hosting the Red Sox, Royals against the Guardians, and frankly, I could go on and on with the list, but everybody except the Rockies and the Rays open up their season today, of course, excluding the Dodgers and Cubs, who got things going in Japan. This is opening day here in Cincinnati, of course, and that is your Toyota out-of-town scoreboard. Just a whole bunch of 0-0s, with the exception of the Yankees holding a 1-0 lead over the Milwaukee Brewers. But enough of me yapping. It's time to get to Around the Park. So there you have it, your award-winning Diamond Notes. We'll be reconvening tomorrow to break it all down, but I know, and you all are very eager for the ball game. So that's going to do it here. Up next, Around the Park, Logan Webb will be on the show, and you're listening to KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports.